Hello guys! Today we are starting our free online conference WebPromo SEOday. During the day we will try to talk and discuss how SEO changed over the last couple of years, how it evolved and what it turned out to. We will try to see and we'll ask our speakers about what strategies and what techniques work today for you to use them and to implement for your websites and achieve results. I know from the comments that you are eager to start, and we will start in just a minute. But first I would like to mention our sponsors, companies without whom our today's conference wouldn't happen. So this is great companies such as Ahrefs, SEMrush, Digital Bee, Digital Future, and of course Template Monster. So if you have any questions during the presentation, please use the comments to ask them. We will translate them to the speakers and then we'll do their best to answer them. And we will start our day of the presentation with the first presentation from me. I am the media strategist at media company Digital Bee, and we will try to talk about how SEO changed over the last couple of years, what it turned out into, and how the transition from extensively used black techniques came to the usage of white techniques. So let's start. First of all, we have to clearly understand that starting with April 2012, SEO changed enormously. We all know that prior to 2012, the most efficient technique that was used by all of the SEO specialists all over the world was just the acquisition of links. And when I say acquisition, I mean usually it was the purchase of links on websites all over the web in order to increase the rankings of the website. Of course, it was step by step complicated by the additional requirements for Google, for the websites, for them to be more relevant, for internal optimization, so on and so on. But again, in 2012 changed the approach to the rankings. Google started giving more weight to the quality of the website, to the content of the website. So-called animals like panda and penguin came into our life, and they changed the approach to how SEO is done today. So when we look at the structure of our SEO strategy, we have to remember that there are a set of layers which form a pyramid, which should be implemented step by step on your website for you in order to achieve the results. We will try to go through them one by one to see what is important and what should be used and how for you to achieve the results. And at the end, we will try to compare two different cases of different approaches. One of those 2012 approaches with the extensive usage of backlinks and how it all turned out, and the approach of white hat SEO and how it worked out for the customer. So, first of all, where does the SEO start? If we are talking about the question, if we are trying to answer the question, do we need SEO at all? It first lies in the field of putting the goals, configuring the goals for your website, what you want to achieve with it, and what your business goals are efficiently. So in order to answer the question whether you need SEO, I would recommend for all those new guys who are in this field just to go to such tools as similarweb.com and try to do competitors research. Try to see how your competitors are doing in the organic search results, to see what amount of traffic they're getting, and actually try to answer yourself why your competitor is better than you, what gives him that edge, what gives him that additional traffic, additional customers. So later on during our conference day, the speaker from SimilarWeb will go in details about the usage of the tool, about how it can help the business to build effective SEO. Now we will start with the main idea that you have to do your homework, you have to do your competitor research to understand how your competitors are doing in terms of SEO, traffic, and so on and so forth. So after we found out that our competitors are doing better than us, we have to build the SEO strategy using all those techniques and all those steps that probably our competitors use to get the results, but also we have to think about something unique that would be relevant only for our website in order to build effective SEO strategy. Of course, the question is, and it might lie not only in the field of competitors research, but it also the strategy of your business. It is the question of what markets do you need in order to be effective. So in order to research the potential markets for your business, especially when you were operating on one market and you are trying to transfer and expand globally, you may use such tools as Global Market Finder by Google in order to see in what countries your most popular keywords are searched for. Thus, you may start outlining your SEO strategy with the putting down the markets that you would first want to move into. What you have to start with is your website and content. And if we're trying to compare the strategies that work, let's say prior to 2012, that'd be 2010, 2011, 2008. The idea of the website was that you just have to put some whatever quality that is web page on the web, to have a registered domain, to place a couple of products that you want to sell, and that was basically it. You wouldn't believe the quality of the websites that we're working with, that I personally was working with at that time, because sometimes we didn't even ask questions about what the quality of the website should be. We didn't actually care as long as it had at least something on the web for us to start backlinking, to do some very simple on-page optimization, and so on and so forth. But it changed. Now Google has very strict requirements about the quality of the website, about how should it work, about the experience that it should deliver to the customers and to the visitors of this website. If you are thinking about the specific characteristics of what a good site is, the first you have to think about the availability. The general problem for all the websites is that sometimes they are down, sometimes they are unavailable, and previously it was completely not a problem. The websites with downtime of like 5, 7, even 10%, it was perfectly okay. Google didn't care as long as it could index the website, and it didn't actually track whether the page load time is good, whether the visitor gets what he wants fast enough, and so on and so forth. Now it's changed. So you have to continuously track the availability of your website, because I personally have a very bright case of perfect website which couldn't get any rankings in Google until we saw that actually the page load time is twice as much as Google recommends, and which is general for these types of websites and for this industry. And only after we changed that, only after we optimized the page, we were able to get any rankings for that customer. If you're thinking about the content, the first question that you have to answer is what is the structure of your website. Whether you structure the information on your website logically according to what is your catalog of products or services, how do you want your experience of the visit on the website to be, how you want him or her to go through your website. Of course, we are talking about the unique content and specifically no pages with the similar content on your website, because each page has to be unique with no duplicates. And of course, we are talking about all available pages without extensive 404 error that sometimes Google can get when you have links to some pages on your website and they do not work. So this is the first question and the first point that you have to cover. Actually try to look at your website from the point of view of your customer, of the visitor of your website, and try to see what this customer is looking for and provide him what he is searching for in the best possible way. Next, we are going to the selection of keywords for promotion of your website. Of course, it also changed. Apart from changes to SEO techniques and rankings in the search results, another product from Google Analytics, and other competitor products, they also changed the approach how they provide the analytics and the statistics about the visits to your websites. It's not possible anymore to know exactly each and every one of the keywords that driven the visitors to your website. You are sometimes even fully in the dark in the terms of what keywords are converting best for you and what keywords should you target. But still, this is not the excuse not to do your job, not to try to select the best keywords. Try to think of the keywords that the customers would use. Try to think of the keywords that would be best used for conversion, not only for getting information. Try to structure them according to the structure of your website, to the pages that you have, to the products that you have, to have specifically tailored page for each of the group of keywords that you have, so that Google could specifically understand what page of your website would suit best the relevant search query. Next, if you want to get more insights about what keywords your competitors are using, to select the best keywords for yourself, of course there is the number of tools. Again, some of those will be covered by our speakers today, such as SimilarWeb, Moz. You can also use services such as Compete and SpyFu, which would help you, apart from the tools that are provided by Google, such as Keyword Planner. You would be able to use those services in order to select the keywords, get the vast number of them. Then you will have to structure those keywords according to the structure of your websites, to the pages that you have, and select best fitting page for each of the group of the keywords. And then goes the most trickiest part of the SEO nowadays. If we get back a couple of years ago and see how the SEO was performed on our market, on Ukrainian market, that was usually the approach of getting the website, putting a minimum amount of relevant text on the web page, and it didn't actually matter whether it's 1, 2, 10 pages on your website. At that time we could easily work with one page website, or just with one page of the website, like with the main page and so on. and all we were thinking of was getting the most links, the most backlinks for these websites. That's what it usually took in order to get your website to top 10, and sometimes that was even top 5 or top 3 search results. But nowadays it's changed. When you're thinking about your backlinking strategy, you have first think about the general approach to how your backlinks are gonna be acquired. So it's not just general purchasing, but you have to think about the content that people would link to. You have to think about the steady acquisition during some long period of time with no ups and downs, so that your backlink flow would be very natural. You have to think about the correlation among the keywords with brand names, with no anchor backlinks, and backlinks that are targeting the specific keywords. And when we're talking about the services that would help you do that, it's actually such services as Ahrefs, Majestic SEO, and so on and so forth, that would allow you to explore the backlinks profiles of your competitors, to see how they are doing in terms of backlinks, and what you should target in order to compete with them. So on the top of our SEO structure is the most important thing, which are the user experience of your website, brand recognition, and all those environments that your website exists in. We are talking about your social strategy, your communication in social media. We're talking about all those techniques to make your brand to make people know your brand, recognize it, and first of all the experience on your website in terms of all those trifle things that would help a visitor on your website to find the information that he is looking for the best, the simplest, and the easiest way. So we will now go into 2 case studies and try to see the differences between the approaches of old school, I would call it that way, black hat approach to SEO, and modern white hat approach to SEO strategy. So the first one is one of our customers, one of our websites, I would say, because at that time it was not actually a customer, it was part of our own business, was Academic Writing, which is the service that provides all kinds of content for international customers. So it is the global website which targets multiple markets. The strategies that was used in order to promote this website was actually very simple. We did minimum on-page optimization. We chose like about 20-25 most popular, most competitive keywords. We selected 3 to 4 pages that would suit all those keywords. But that was actually not even required, but because all those keywords could be easily fitted into the main page. Simple on-page optimization was done in order to put the keywords in the title, description, some on-page text, and the main thing that we would want to do was getting backlinks. Totally for these websites, we were targeting, as I've said, like about 24-25 main keywords with the vast majority, with the vast amount of low search volume keywords, so total of 240 keywords. And we actually quite fast increased the number of backlinks to 12,000 backlinks, and as you can see, the rankings for those keywords in just like well, there was of course the period how to say of downtime when we were ranking behind top 100 search results. That was actually longer than just a couple of days. It would be generally a couple of weeks, but then after all those backlinks started to get into index, you see how fast the results are going to come in. We were getting from 100 place, more than 100th place, to the 3rd place, 8th place in the search results, and with each day more and more keywords were getting in the top 10, up to the point when we had the majority of our keywords in top 10, top 20. But then what happened next? You might get filtered by Google. You may, by some other reason, to lose all your backlinks, and just as you lose all those backlinks, all your results are starting to disappear as fast as you were getting them. So that was the Black Hat SEO approach, where you can just get the backlinks, get fast results, but as soon as you lose the backlinks or get filtered by Google, you lose all those results whatsoever. Of course, we were also getting the traffic at that time when we were getting the rankings. But again, the day when we lost our rankings, we lost all the traffic that we had for our website. And it also made its impact on business, because like when we were having transactions increasing and more customers coming in, as soon as we lost our rankings, there was no way we were gonna attract those customers anymore. So the problem with the Black Hat SEO approach is that you were able to get results fast, but there were lots of risks to that, and you may lose your results even faster than you got them. And in order to compare the results of Black Hat SEO approach with White Hat, we have another case study with one of the customers that we and our partners were working with recently, where we use on the White Hat SEO approach, and the results that we received. Like, first of all, I can assure that I am a skeptic myself regarding the White Hat SEO. Believe me, I told countless of times that it in reality doesn't exist, but still there are techniques that could be used with no manipulation of backlinks and search results that can get very good results for you. So what we actually did was, over the course of 6 months and up to a year, was just a full SEO audit of the website. We tried to correct all the mistakes and errors that we had on the website with 404 pages, with duplicate pages. We tried to form our content strategy so that the addition of new content was regular, and these articles were targeting the specific niches that we wanted to promote. We started to redistribute those articles all over the web, try linking to them, try drive new visitors, participating in discussions and giving examples that led to our website. And over the course of about a year, we've got the results of, like you see, after half a year, we got a steady flow of backlinks because people started to refer to our quality content on our website. And as a result, we've got pretty good results with the visitors. Of course, as you can see, the number of new sessions dropped because more and more visitors started to return to our website once again. But this is a good thing, because in case you lose rankings over any keywords that you have in the search results, those visitors are still gonna find you because they know your website, they will come to your website, they refer other customers to your website, and thus you will be able to maintain your results regardless of what search results and what rankings you have. So, different SEO exists. I wouldn't say that Black SEO technique do not work nowadays. But if you want to invest your time and effort into the results that are steady and that are efficient in the long run, you should better watch and focus your efforts into wide head SEO, which is content, user experience, the structure of your website, and the quality of product that you deliver to your customers. Okay, guys, thank you. That was all from me. And if you have any questions, we will now go into the comments and try to answer some of them. So,
we are often asked, what is Template
okay.
Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMark, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive with a template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we'll have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
Hello guys, we continue our web SEO conference day, and our next speaker is Boaz Sasson from SimilarWeb, who will tell us about the modern keyword research for lazy SEOs. Boaz, you have the floor.
Hi, thanks for having me. So my name is Boaz. I work for SimilarWeb. We a market intelligence firm, something like analytics for anybody's website. We've been online for 6 or 7 years. Our current product is probably 3 years old. I've been in SEO most of my life, and I'm currently heading SEO, PPC, and social. And I guess we can just get right to it. So I'm going to talk about keyword research for lazy SEOs. Keyword research has changed over the years. A lot of Google's spam fighting techniques or initiatives have actually made life easier for SEOs. It used to be very much an exact match type of game, and now I currently see it more like broad match or broad modifier PPC match type. It's sort of the same logic is working well for SEO, and it makes our life much easier if you know how to play their game. So, without further ado, there's a little bit about our company. The easiest way to learn is from other people, and same for keywords. What I traditionally do now is I'll find 3 or 4 sites that are either similar to the company I'm working for, or bigger is better, and rip their keywords. Now there are different ways you can harvest or rip sites' keywords. I use our own tool, but it's not the only way to do it. Alexa, Compete, SEM Rush, there are many tools that will let you do the same kind of thing, even though I think it's a little easier with our tool. So yeah, we'll take other people's keywords and try to use them. So this is our screen. Sorry. This is the SimilarWeb Pro screen. What I've done is I've basically, say I'm working for some Indian hotel project. Yeah.
We do not see your screen. We do not see the slides. So if
you do not see it now. Oh.
Yeah, you have to share your screen with us.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, sorry. So I've found 4 or 5 major sites. These are all Indian travel sites. They're relevant to my imaginary client, who is mostly hotels, Indian travel, mostly hotels. I've got my 5 competitors. I've put them in our platform, and I pulled the search keywords for the last 6 months here. Cleaned out most of the brands, and that leaves me with about 60,000 keywords, and this took me about a minute and a half to do. So I've got 60,000 keywords, which is a little too much really, and I need to clean them a little. What I do is keyword density. Keyword density is something that any SEO that's been around for a while remembers. It's a concept we used to like, and then it died, and I'm going to try to resurrect it. Basically, it can be very useful. Not in the traditional sense. I don't count keyword density. I don't recommend looking at density too much when you're optimizing, but the concept itself and the tools can be very helpful. So there's a tool that I have nothing to do with. I just, I liked it. With PPC campaign generator. It's basically a macro for Excel. You put in a list of keywords. I think it can function with I've used it with about 42,000 keywords. Download the macro, open it, enter the keywords basically that I've taken from here. Put them in, and it'll break down your list into 1, 2, and 3 keyword groups, based on density. It helps to clean up the list a little. In Excel, basically, either filter or Control F and take out stop words, to, the, in, of, words like that. Makes it a little easier to work with the tool, and then sort. What happens? If you look at the screen, you see my original keyword list on the left, broken down into 1 word, 2 words, and 3 words. Now, out of the 60,000 keywords I started with, the 2-word list is actually, it takes a little cleaning, but it's actually almost all full of really good 2-word phrases. These are my main terms. This shows me what people are looking for in the industry. Since I've been looking at fairly big sites, I have a range of words from tour packages to railways to guest houses, hotels, buses, and so on. These are my main terms. And to the left, we have long tails. Now this is a mixed list of long tails. What I do is when I look at my two-word list, and these are basically, this is broad going sideways, my large list, and I can start focusing now a little bit more specifically. Now let's say I'm thinking of hotels, so I'd basically I'd filter, back to Excel. I'm filtering my list for terms that contain hotel. Take that list, put it back into the keyword density macro, and a really good list, very, very quickly, for my main keyword, my main hotel keyword groups. These are, if I want to get really granular and dig in, these are the words that people are searching for. I have frequency, which is similar to volume, showing me how popular this was. And the three-word group are my long tails for hotels. So I know best hotel booking site, 3-star hotel, 5-star hotel. This is what people want when they want a hotel in India. And you can keep refining this list by the hotel, travel, air, bus, whatever. Filter out words you don't want. Let's say you're not looking for bus users or visitors. Just filter it from the list and then resort. And for travel sites or any kind of geo, then you can also do by city. Put your city in, sort by density, and you'll see all the searches that people perform when they want a hotel by city, very, very quickly. This does not take much effort at all. There's no use. It's taking up more time than is needed, but the basic approach is harvest keywords from your competitor sites or the leading sites, clean the list up, it's important, and then sort by keyword density, fine-tune, filter, and recheck. And keyword research that used to take me 6, 8, 10 hours sometimes, I can probably do in half hour to an hour now. And I guess something else I should bring up is in terms of the usage for the keywords. Because of the recent changes, you don't really want to overdo your matching. And if you're using something like the keyword density, then let's say you're looking, we're back to hotels, you're looking at hotels. All the frequent words that come up with hotels, I call them modifiers, are words that you can sprinkle on your page or in your content, not necessarily near the word hotel. They can be anywhere on the page. You basically quickly make lists of the words that are associated with your main search term. Use them on the page naturally, and Google tends to rank you fairly well for it these days. That's it.
Okay, boss. Thank you for interesting presentation with the examples. Now we have times to go into some questions. So we'll see if we have some questions from the audience. But while I'm doing that, there's one question from me. As your presentation was for lazy SEOs, you've shown the approach of selecting a vast amount of keywords in order to work with, but the more keywords you have, the more difficult it is for your website to optimize, more pages, more complicated on the web page, it's more complex to do the backlinking. So what is your approach to choosing the optimal amount of keywords for a web page?
It varies. Like I used to say one or two main terms and then a few smaller long tail type searches. Today I work on sites. If on a decent page, I could be targeting 4 or 5 different keyword groups and hundreds of long tails on one page, doing it naturally without spamming. I don't really want to give examples, but I mean a homepage for a site that has very few words, getting traffic for thousands of different terms, and I think the trick is to think of keyword research as a broad modifier, where hotel is your broad term, modifier are all the other words that people search for when they want a hotel. In our case, hotel comes up with order, book, rooms, different cities, 5-star, 3-star, cheap, rates, stuff like that. So and all these words are words that you would naturally use in copy about a hotel. And having the word best, cheap, room, star on your page is going to be natural, especially if you're not thinking, okay, I need to have best hotel, I need to have hotel deal, cheap hotel. It doesn't work that way anymore. You don't need to have cheap hotel, best hotel, and hotel deal. You just need to use the modifying words on the page somewhere. And for the main terms, the harder, the head terms, yeah, I would have I would have hotel in my title. I'd probably use it in my H1. Definitely have it in your inbound links, but I wouldn't overdo it. Like I wouldn't have the same phrase in my H1, H2, meta title, meta description, URL. You don't want to make it too obvious. It feels like when Google thinks you're over optimizing or you're targeting a keyword too aggressively, you're not going to rank for it. So but sprinkle it. Don't overdo it. Don't think too much of density. Think of natural usage. Think of the words that are normally going to appear on a page when someone is searching for hotel. Use them naturally, and Google itself will know that if you have the word best and the word hotel, you'll probably rank for best hotel, assuming your content is good and the site itself solves a problem or helps the user. If you have a spammy site that's only purely for arbitrage with $5 text, might not do so well.
It definitely won't.
Yeah. I'm trying to be gentle, but if you're solving a problem, then it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much at all. Something else to keep in mind that a lot of people forget is that Google has a memory like an elephant, and that means that if you have words on a page that targets, say, I don't know, hotel in Goa, and this text is on my page for a month or two, and then I change the text, I add text, I have different text. Many times, I'm still going to rank for hotel in Goa as long as the page is relevant. So what I've done in the past is use words, get ranking for them, and then change my words. As long as the theme is the same, many times you're going to retain your historical rankings. Now, memory, a lot of it probably has to do with your backlinks. I mean, you want relevant anchor text pointing at your pages, but I've had fairly good experience with this. Basically, recycling your real estate.
Good tip for SEO guys, how to do the rankings for lots of keywords. Another question from the audience is that we've been using a similar web tool for some time now, and we've noticed that the quality of the numbers, they are quite precise, let's say. So the question is, how do you manage to collect such good data?
We have a lot of people working hard. I mean, I guess political, a lot of people are working on it. been doing it for a while, so it's a matter of learning. And we collect a huge amount of data. We have a very, very big panel of users. Most of our data comes from users. We're not scraping Google search results for information. I mean, we do some scraping, but it's complementary. Our core data comes from a panel. Our panel is probably, for most countries in the world, except maybe China and a few exceptions, we have a panel that's a few percent of the internet population. More than 1%. Can't really say how much, but it's fairly big. So we know what people are searching for. Basically, we're not guessing too much. We have estimation algorithms. You know, they modify. All sorts of issues that need to be dealt with. But we basically have a huge collection of data that we're starting with. So it makes it a little easier, and our numbers are. Our exact numbers, I mean, they are getting better and better, and we can be off. What we do really well is ratios and trends. That we pretty much nailed it. So even when on a smaller site, you have 5, 10, 20,000 visitors a month, we might over or underestimate exact visits, but we're going to have the trends and the ratios nailed fairly well.
And this is what is actually important, because it's not usually about the numbers, but about, as you've said, the trends. You have to see where it's going. Yeah. And the last question from our audience is again returning to the question of selecting the keywords. What is your point of view of selecting and grouping the keywords by competitiveness and frequency volumes?
It depends. I used to do a lot of checking for competition. Basically, when I used to do keyword research, you're looking at relevant keywords, volume, and then it used to be competition. And today, I don't look at competition so much, assuming I'm working on a site that's got some history. It's not brand new. Brand new sites are going to be different. Site's been around for a little bit. I'm going to look at the words that are most relevant to me and have volume. I'm not going to take one. I'm not an ego SEO. I'm not going to be trying to rank for hotel on a new site, or even an old site immediately. It's not going to be my goal for a while. But I'm going to take all the 2-3 word terms, and I'm basically going to take the ones that are relevant with higher volume, and not worry so much about the competition. It doesn't seem to it's not as important as it used to be. You can easily get lost. There is no one easy, good, foolproof way to check competition. I hope no one uses AdWords, the keyword tool for competition values, right? Because we're SEOs, not PPC. So all you have are third-party tools that they don't always do it that well. There can be a lot of. Once you start digging, you put in a list of 1,000 words, you get competition, you start checking pages automatically. A lot of things don't make sense. So I ignore it. I'll go for volume and for relevance. If I think I can answer the intent behind the search, I'll take the one with the more volume.
Okay. Guys, that was Boaz from Similar Web. Let's thank him for a very interesting and quite detailed presentation about the selection of keywords. Thank you, Boaz. It was very nice to have you.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Guys, and our next speaker is Alexandra Malomuzh from Tripp, who will tell us about the competitors analysis on the case study of the service Tripply.com. We will be with you just in a minute.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course, and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMart, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive with a template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
And we're back, guys, with our next speaker for WebPromo SEOday. But meanwhile, I would like to remind you that one of our sponsor is Ahrefs, which is the powerful tool set for reverse engineering of the marketing strategies of your competitors and choosing what is best for you. And we will now give floor to our next speaker, Alexander Malomuzh, who will tell us the case study of Tripp and its SEO strategies. Alexander, please.
Hi Igor, hi everybody. I'm glad to meet you at the free online conference WebPromo SEOday. My name is Alexa Malomuzh. I'm a head of SEO in the international platform of online and local tutoring Preply.com. Firstly, let me tell a little bit about Preply. We are a fast-growing marketplace for tutoring. We are already highly represented in Ukraine and Russia. But our main aim is to achieve new markets and to become an international leader in our niche. So for us, like for every business who wants to achieve a new market, it's really important to know who are the main players and how high the competition is. So today I'll tell you about the basics of the competitive analysis in SEO that we use in our marketing strategy. So let's start. So the main point is how to identify our competitors, what tools we have to use to make the correct and deep research. Firstly, use more than one channel to get the information from. Make SERP research, use tools of SEMrush and SimilarWeb, make other market research. So let's start from the first one. Why do we need to make Google search results analysis? Firstly, to get the list of the domains who are ranked by the keywords you are targeting. What you have to do, just to search for the most relevant and high volume keyword you want to be highly represented in search engines. Then use more than one keywords to get the most clear picture of the top websites who are offering the main product and service as you do. Use incognito window function in Google Chrome to remove all personalized search result. Analyze the domains. Click on every result to find out which one websites offers the same product or service as you do, and make the first list of your potential competitors. The next step is for you to use the SEMrush organic search analysis. This tool will give you the clear picture of your potential competitors who are ranked for the same keywords as you do, or who are highly represented in search results by the keyword you are typing in SEMrush tool. And thirdly, use SimilarWeb. SimilarWeb tool will help you to find your competitors. Just type in your domain name and you will get the list of the similar sites or the keyword competitors. Analyze this list and make the list of the competitors by SimilarWeb. So the last thing for you to do is to validate your list of competitors, gathering from 3 different resources. After you will validate your list, so start your analysis. So the main thing is what parameters we have to use making the competitive analysis. On what metrics we have to pay attention on doing the research. Firstly, currently ranking keywords, content on a website, backlinks profile, and traffic, its volume and dynamics. Why is it important to make keyword research? Firstly, you need to know how high your competitors are represented in search engines. Secondly, you need to know how high is the competition of the keyword you want to be ranked to. SEMrush tool will give you all the needed information, starting from the whole amount of search queries your competitor is highly represented in search engines, the information about the position of your competitor's website by search queries, the volume of the search queries, and the landing page which is ranked by this query. All this information is really useful because at the same time you can make the analysis of the content of the ranked page. The other thing what you can do doing this analysis is to find a new group of keywords that your competitors are ranked in search engines and you might have missed when you made your keyword list using other tools. What you have to do finding new keywords is to create a new web page on your site, optimizing for this new group of keywords. I'll show you like we do with our Preply. When we have made an analysis of one of our competitor in US market, we have found out that we have missed some group of queries like SAT tutoring. So our next step was creating new pages for these keywords and optimizing content using these search queries. And as a result, we get more traffic for the new group of queries. The next step in your competitive analysis should be the content analysis. Everybody knows that high-quality content is a really important instrument and is a really important search engine ranking factor. That's why for us it's really important to identify our competitors' content strategy and to implement the best practices on our websites to make it better. Start from meta tag optimization. Check if your meta tags are enough optimized. Check what keywords do your competitors use in their titles and descriptions. And if needed, change your meta tags. Make tests, track the dynamics, track the position. The main point is not to do the same things like your competitors do, but to implement the best practices with no harm to your website. Analyze on-page content, its uniqueness, keywords density, diversity, and structure. Use, for example, Copyscape tool to track the uniqueness of the content. Check what keywords, long tail or high volume, your competitor use on the content on a page. Look for the additional content. Look for the additional content like video content, images, and reviews on the website of your competitors. And try to do your content better. As for Preply, as for a marketplace for online tutoring, we understand that how important for our students is to choose the right tutor. That's why we have a lot of high-quality video content on our website with a tutor's story. That raises the trust of our website in the eyes of students and search engines, and that rises the visitors' session duration of our website. Also, we lead our students to leave reviews on tutors' web pages. This is the user-generated content that solves the problem of updating and uniqueness of the content on our website. If you are a commercial project, it's not enough for you only to be targeting by commercial investigation or transactional queries. Also use informational queries which can bring you potential customers and a lot of traffic. Search for the informational keywords. Your competitors are highly represented in search engines, and take from this analysis the ideas for your blog content. Create informative articles, give your visitors more information, more useful information. As for Preply, our blog is a huge resource of relevant traffic that brings us new paid customers. We have a strong content strategy which is based on the keywords research and on the generating of high quality articles about languages, about learning languages. All our articles have a lot of social signals like Facebook shares and likes, which means that our content is informative and useful. So on a screenshot you can see the dynamics of traffic on our Preply blog. The next step should be backlinks profile analysis. Websites backlinks profile still is an important factor in SEO strategy, which can rise your site's ranking. It's really important to build a qualitative backlinks profile. That's why it's important to analyze your competitors' backlinks profile using such parameters as the amount of referring domains, backlinks types, anchor lists, and the pages who have the biggest amount of backlinks. Use Ahrefs tool. This tool will show you the whole picture of the backlinks profile, any domain you want to check. Pay attention on the number of total backlinks and referring domains. Check governmental and educational referring domains, because these domains can raise the trust of your website. It's really important to build a natural link building profile, which means the diversity of backlinks. So pay attention on the backlink types. Text or images, do follow or no follow. Pay attention on the anchor list. Look, what text do your competitor use in their backlinks? Look what percentage of brand name and keywords are used in the anchor list. Look through the top pages who have the biggest amount of backlinks, for you to understand what pages are mostly optimized. And at the end, make Ahrefs domain comparison. But remember that your main aim is not to raise your links to the amount your competitors have, because number is not the main point. The main thing is to identify the best examples of your competitors' link building strategy and implement it in your strategy. The best backlink is the link that is used by visitors and brings you referral traffic. Using SimilarWeb, you can identify the referring domains of your competitors that brings your competitors' websites traffic. Then you can search for these domains found in Ahrefs tool and look for the possibility to leave a backlink on the same websites. And the last thing I want to mention is analyzing traffic. Use SimilarWeb to analyze the organic search visits for every domain you want to check, with a picture of separating this traffic by sources. This will give you the understanding of what potential is on the market, and you can make the competitive analysis between your traffic and your competitors' traffic. So, competitive analysis is really important, and it has to be on a start of your SEO strategy. Competitive analysis helps you to identify your competitors' strengths and weaknesses, helps you to build right marketing strategy and helps you to realize your full potential and improve it. I hope that this information is important for you and you can use it in your SEO strategies. Good luck.
Alexandra, thank you very much for your presentation. Guys, do we need a few minutes for questions? Do we have a few minutes for questions? We have a few minutes for questions, thank you. So, Alexandra, again, we have the same question for you from our audience that we've asked our previous speaker. What is your strategy in terms of choosing the right number of keywords for the pages? What is the right number of keywords for one page?
I can tell you that we have to rely on the number of keywords. The main point is to make the right research and to group your keywords separating by different parameters. So you can choose like 5-6 different keywords, but you have to remember that every page has to be optimized only upon one group of keywords.
Exactly. So you have to, all those keywords, like the number might be not that important, but they have to be very closely related.
Yes.
Okay. Another question is, you've been talking about competitors' research extensively, and we know that there is vast amount of tools for doing competitors' research. What is your personal favorite tool for doing competitors' research? And why?
Actually, I have 3 best tools that I use, and I have already talked about it. So I use SimilarWeb, I use SEMrush, and I use Ahrefs tools. I have been working with these tools for years, and I know how they improve their services and how many other different tools they can offer us. And working with these tools for years, I had a lot of results, good results, and it helped me to make an analysis.
Okay, thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you.
Guys, we will be back in a few minutes with our next speaker. Stay online, do not switch your YouTube channel. We'll be back in a minute.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMart, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive with a template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
Hello guys, and we are back with the next speaker for our WebPromo SEO conference. The sponsor of our conference is full-service digital marketing company Digital Bee, which will develop and implement a digital marketing strategy. For all the participants of our conference, Digital Bee offers free audit of analytics system. Just mention keyword SEOday when you talk to them. And our next speaker is Irina from Serpstat company, who will tell us about 7 different ways of competitors research. As you guys already heard, competitors research is the most important thing in SEO, because like every speaker is talking about that. So everyone is trying to steal secrets in competitors. What are your tactics?
Yeah, we have some. I'm going to tell about that. Well, hello everyone. Many thanks for having me today. It is a great pleasure, and I'm going actually to walk you through several great and easy ways of outranking your competitors, and I will mention some tools that will help you achieve this. So let's get started. Well, if you are online, you do have competitors, even if you have only Facebook, Twitter accounts, let alone if you do business online. And the question is, should this fact really bother you? I would definitely say yes, but not because you have to be threatened by your competitors, or you have to struggle every day in order to be the first ones. The point is, your main competitor is your strength, because without even realizing this, it can provide you with keywords you haven't actually thought of, with backlink source, with topic ideas, and so on. But in order to get started and get advantage of your competitor, you have to identify who your competitors are. Well, and this is where a number of great competitive intelligence tools come in handy, and our tool, Serpstat, is among those. Well, they all identify your competitors on the same principle. They look at the top search results for your website and for others, and if you share the common keywords, so these tools regard as your competition other websites with similar semantics. And in order to identify your competitors, you have to know only your own website address. That's pretty simple. But what if you have, let's say, online shop that sells thousands of goods like presents, gifts, you may sell teddy bears, flowers, books, etc. So in that case, you will have a competitor for every single category. And how to find those competitors? Well, our service will help you, because you may find your competitors by the single keyword which describes a certain type of a product. So you insert a keyword you're interested in services search box, and we will list different websites pages that rank for the same keyword, and those will be your competing URLs. Okay, so you know who your competitors are. What's next? And the next is the most interesting stuff: semantics analysis. Don't be scared by word analysis. It is not a scientific research you're going to do. Actually, you're going to identify all keywords your competitors rank for. And first of all, I suggest that you find common keywords, because in this way you can compare your website performance with others side by side. And this is great because, believe you me, nothing gives you better nudge than the awareness that your competitor gets #1 ranking and you're lagging behind for the same keyword. So with common semantics you can compare your performance, but then I will strongly recommend to turn your attention to unique keywords. What are those? Well, your competitors definitely rank for keywords that you, for some reason, are missing. And perhaps those keywords are not relative to a business, or you simply don't sell those goods, but you have to find this out. And there is great feature that are available on many tools I mentioned before. It is called domain battles, and they work pretty the same way on every tool. You compare up to several of your competitors, and you get a handy diagram with semantics intersections. So you can just at a glance say what keywords you are missing. And for example, on Spy Food tool, your missing keywords are called weakness. I wouldn't say so. I would rather say that keywords you miss are new opportunities. So you have to look at them and consider whether you should add these keywords to your own website semantics. What's next? Well, the other way to select the best keywords is to spot keywords that rank the best. And firstly, you have to identify URLs that drive the largest amount of traffic, and then you will spot keywords that lead to those URLs. That's pretty simple. But at this point, it is worth mentioning that traffic itself is not that important, because you have to understand where that traffic comes from, whether it is of a good quality or not. And there are many tools that will help you, like SimilarWeb and Alexa, but I don't want to get into too much details about those tools. I believe there will be other talks today. What I really want to talk about is content. This topic is fascinating and appeals most to me. Well, maybe because according to my first degree, I'm a journalist, and I know how frustrating writing can be and how it is difficult to come up with great content when you even don't have any idea what your audience wants to hear about. And if I just can digress for a moment, I'd like to talk to you a bit more about great BBC podcast. I'm a big fan of BBC programs, and I've been recently listening to a podcast called Digital Humans. And there was a phrase that just caught my attention. It goes like, today online's world is like a video game, and everything you put out comes with its scoring system, and every story, every piece of content is estimated not by its genuine quality, but rather by Facebook shares and retweets. So if you are retweeted, you gain points, and if you're not, you lose them. So what's the solution? It is right here on this very slide, because you have to find your competitors' most contagious content. That is, articles that get most shares on different social media platforms. And there are quite a number of tools that will help you to gather this information, like Search Metrics, Topsy, BuzzSumo. I personally like Topsy because it works like both social search engine and social analytical tools. So using this tool, you will be in the know of social trends, you will see what people are talking about, and you can actually engage to the same topics and to the same trends, and you will get your portion of social shares. BuzzSumo is also great because you can simultaneously analyze the number of social shares and share the content you like right on the spot. Besides, I believe there will be a talk by its representative today, so don't miss it out. I strongly recommend. And there are other tools which are great. I've selected my most favorite ones, so you will be able to have a look at them later. And now let's speak about relevance analysis. This topic also concerns content. because, well, let's imagine that you've done the huge job. You have selected the best keywords, you've created content which you believe your audience will adore, but you have to check if you did everything right. And you can do so by relevance analysis. Well, basically, relevance analysis helps you identify how relative your website pages are to a certain list of keywords you initially built. So you have content, you have ready-made pages. Now it is time to just check. Well, maybe in the process of writing content you missed something out, and we will show you this. On Substat you can identify how relevant every page of your website is to the keyword you want to check. And there is a special column, missing keywords. So have a look at it, and we will show you here keywords that you might want to add in order to increase the relevance of your web page. We will also show you tags. Those are keywords that are most frequently used side by side with your targeted keywords. So that was looking at. And now I'd like to turn your attention to your competitor's backlinks profile. Well, I'm sure that you agree with me that backlinks building is, well, I would say the most time-consuming and tiresome process. And you can actually save up some time by looking at your competitor's profile, because you can easily identify domains that are referring to your competitor and try to get links from the same domains, because it is highly probable that those links will work for you as well. And personally, I love a tool called Majestic. Well, its title speaks for itself, definitely, because so far it is the most powerful tool on the market. And actually it uses two basic metrics: citation flow and trust flow, which is the comparison of quality and quantity of your competitor backlinks. And there are also other tools you can check. Is there any time left?
Yeah, we have about 5 minutes.
Oh, that's great. So I suggest that we speak money, because so far we've been looking at SEO, organic search results. So you will probably find this advantageous to analyze your competitor's PPC campaign, and I will tell you why. Well, first of all, you can find their best-selling goods. That is, goods they spend their money on. And sometimes it is quite surprising that your competitors spend money like water on some goods, and they're definitely best-selling. So you can use this information for several purposes. Oh my God, what is this? Okay, so you can add some information about these goods on your website, or you can even consider selling the same goods if you don't sell them already. Well, I suppose I will stop there. Thanks a lot for listening. And finally, I'd like to say that our service may seem a little bit complicated, and I know that some of you will have questions and maybe will need my personal assistance. Please, you're welcome to contact me via any social platform you prefer, and I promise my prompt reply. And for everyone who has been listening to my talk, I also promise 5 days free trial. So I will be able to give it today. Only contact me personally via Facebook or Skype. It is support Substat. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Irina. That was quite generous offer, because the problem with each and every one competitor's research tool that they offer you too little information for free. But guys, you have the quite good opportunity to try it and decide
don't
whether
miss out this opportunity
and decide whether it actually suits yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we have any questions?
I'm afraid we do, but
Okay.
before we start with the questions, there was one comment I cannot not read. I'm not very good in English, but I understand that Ukrainian girls are the coolest and most beautiful.
Oh my
And,
God, I'm flattered. Thanks a lot.
And we will...
This comment made my day.
The best one. The best one. So,
Thank you.
while we were talking about competitors' research and SEO, Michael Chobanenko was interested about the techniques. How can you stimulate sharing of your content on your website in social media? Are there any techniques to do that?
Well, I believe they are. Only you have to understand that there are some tools that provide you with analytical information. So we show you the number of shares, but it is not our job to tell you how to promote those shares, you know. So we can help you on one stage, but then you have to use this knowledge for yourself.
And one tip from me, guys: post pictures of beautiful women. That will definitely help.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
This always works.
Let me have a look if we have any more questions. Are there any ways to research the optimization of the pictures on the websites of our competitors?
Yes, I'm really glad somebody asked that question, because content is important, but combined content with pictures, videos is of paramount importance. Actually, on SERP we can show you whether a keyword have in SERP any additional elements, like any knowledge graphs, videos, images. So yes, I would suggest when you select keywords to rank for that you have a look at those that have videos and images in SERP. They are the best to rank for. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you and thanks, guys. We will now have a short coffee break and we'll be back with you in 10 or maybe 15 minutes. We'll see how it goes. Bye-bye. Do not switch your YouTube channel. Bye-bye.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMart, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive of the template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
And we welcome you back, guys, on our Web Promo SEO conference. Our next presentation would be a video record from Eli Schwartz from SurveyMonkey. And just a quick reminder, this conference is organized by Academy of Internet Marketing Web Promo Experts, your best place to study everything in internet marketing. So please welcome and listen to Eli Schwartz from SurveyMonkey.
All right. Thank you everyone for joining me. I believe it's morning in Kiev, where most of you are. So thank you, Anton, for having me here. So let's get started. So today we're going to talk about international marketing, and specifically when you're doing international marketing, why SEO is so important. So I imagine that most of you are doing some sort of international marketing because you are in Ukraine and you understand English. So you're crossing borders and crossing your own language. So about SurveyMonkey. So SurveyMonkey is the world's largest survey platform. Every day we have 3 million survey responses. So that comes out to about 22 survey responses per second. Thousands of people are signing up with us every day. So that's 17,000 people are signing up with 90 million unique visitors. And interestingly, we have almost 1 billion page views per month. So we are the absolute largest survey platform, and millions of people are using us every day to make decisions about everything ranging from how their company is doing to where they should go for lunch. So we have 20+ million registered users. And most of these registered users are not actually paying us. So they're using our free product to do a variety of things. So 99% of the Fortune 500 is using us, as well as all these major brands. So they're making really important decisions. And this crosses every single space. So we have everything from large brands like Bank of America and Volkswagen using us to run their customer satisfaction surveys, down to academics at Stanford and every other large university in the world using SurveyMonkey to discover insights and make decisions based on those insights, and to learn what it is that they need, the KPIs to make whatever business decisions they need. And finally on this, so we're a global company, so our site is translated into 16 different languages, and in all these languages we have absolute customer support. Our product is translated, and everything we have is available in these languages. So we're serving people all over the entire world. So we accept currency in 55 languages. Our surveys can be conducted, I believe, in 60+ languages, and our actual site is translated into 16 languages. So we're all over the entire world. We have customers in every single country that America can do business with. We're an American company. And on top of all that, SEO is really what drives all that growth. And now let's talk about word. So SEO is a free channel, and I imagine all of you are marketers, so you know the different areas of marketing. And SEO is a way of generating free traffic to your site that you don't have to pay for. You don't have to use advertisements to get people onto your site. And when you're going global and you don't want to start marketing in every single country, SEO is a great entrance to that. So here's a quick chart of internet growth around the world. So internet traffic or internet usage has been growing tremendously. In 1996, when the internet first was popularized, 66% of all internet users were in the US. And now only 10% of internet users in the entire world are in the US. So the internet is growing tremendously all over the world. Actually, Asia is growing the biggest, but the internet is growing tremendously. And here's a graph of where all these internet users are. So in order to reach all these people, we need to do a lot more than traditional marketing. You need to go out and you need to have your site available, and you need to be able to speak to the languages of what people are looking for and allow yourself to be found. Now, this is very interesting to me because I'm an American and I speak English, and most things happen in English, at least as I can understand. All websites were in English. All internet traffic air traffic controllers have to speak English. We're conducting this very webinar in English. So to me, English seemed like a very popular language that everyone in the world might speak. Fascinatingly, only 13% of the entire world speaks and understands English. 6% of the world speaks and understands English from a native standpoint. So they live in the US, they live in the UK, they live in Canada, they live in Singapore. And the rest of the people speak and understand English from a non-native perspective. So that's only 13% of the world. To put that into perspective, a quarter of the world lives in China. So very little, about 15% of the world lives in China. So in that perspective, not that many people speak English. And here's how it actually looks. Okay, so English is only the third most popular language in the world. So Mandarin is tremendously popular. Mandarin is the largest language in the world. And Spanish is the second largest language in the world. And English is third. Now, why does this matter? Well, let's have a look at what's happening in Spanish. So I searched the word shoes on Google in English, and there are 721 million results. That's a tremendous amount of results. Now I searched the exact same word in Spanish, zapatos, on google.com.mx, and there are 49 million results. So for those of you that aren't as good as math, as a calculator, I have that number for you. So there's 15 times more content in English for the word shoes than there is in Spanish. Yet, there are more people in the world that speak Spanish than speak English. That's a massive opportunity. There are more people in the world that wear shoes and speak Spanish natively than people in the world that speak English and wear shoes natively, and yet there isn't that content. So going back to what I said earlier, SEO is a great way to reach people. These are people looking to buy products, looking to find things online, and it does not exist for them. They're out there, they're looking for your product, and you don't have to pay for it. All you have to do is be there. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, well, that only matters for mobile and desktop. Everything is going mobile. In this past year, there are more mobile searches happening on phones, or more searches entirely happening on phones than are happening on the desktop. So in that world, don't you think SEO shouldn't matter as much? Well, let's have a look at that. So there are 1.4 billion monthly active users on Facebook. So in a world where you think mobile's first, we have to look at Facebook. Facebook is a mobile platform. People spend almost 4 hours a day on Facebook. I don't spend 4 hours a day on Facebook, so that means I'm bringing down the average. So some people are probably spending an entire day on Facebook. So there are 1.4 billion monthly active users on Facebook. Now let's look at Google. There are 1.4 billion activated Androids in the world. So there are more, or just about the same amount of Androids as there are Facebook monthly active users. And these are people that are not just using an app like they are using Facebook. They're using a device that has Google built into it. Everything about that device is Google and search. And in that world, Google's absolutely not losing. Android is the Trojan horse that is allowing Google to continue to own search and take over the internet and continue to own the internet. So when you think about mobile, Google's absolutely not using. And if you look at the bottom, any company will always have an about page about their products. So you can do this right now. Go to google.com/search/about, and the product that Google talks about as what is search is the search app. The app that is on your phone that allows you to search the internet. It is no longer the website google.com or Google. Wherever you are that allows you to search the web. It is an app on the phone. So in this mobile world, Google's not winning. Google's not losing. They are winning. And just to finally put this in a little bit different perspective, this is a map of the largest websites, the most popular websites in each country in the world. As you can see, red is Google. Red is the most popular website in nearly every country in the world. Those of you that are in Ukraine, or in the area of Ukraine, Yandex is fairly popular, but everywhere else in the world, Google is the most popular website in the world. A couple places Facebook is, but Google is still the most popular website in the world. So regardless of what we think about mobile and mobile searches and mobile penetration, Google is still winning this world, and SEO is absolutely still important. Now let's talk about how we can take advantage of this and understand more about it. So the most important thing you will ever hear about Google and SEO is that SEO is not about gaming anything. It's about being there for the user and understanding the user and creating what the user is looking for. To put that in one word, it's about intent. Understanding what the user wants and meeting what the user is looking for. And Google's trying to do that. So we can no longer stuff a page full of whatever we want to gain the index. We have to match what Google thinks the user wants. Google's going to rank what the user wants and surface the content the user wants, regardless of how many keywords there are. And let me demonstrate this to you. I searched for the word online survey in the US on Google, and SurveyMonkey is ranking #1. Now I search the word online surveys in the US, and Google's ranking #1. So I searched the singular version, online survey, the plural version, online surveys. Rankings don't change. Google's still #1. Now let's go to another country. Now what you have to understand is Google is looking at intent on a variety of bases. Where you are, what device you're using. So now we're going to go to the UK. Search the word online survey. Google SurveyMonkey is #1. Now let's look at the plural version. Search the word online surveys. And SurveyMonkey is no longer #1. We're #9. You can't see that because I couldn't fit that on the screen, but we're #9. Now, why is that? In the UK, when people search the plural version of online survey, they are looking for websites that allow them to get paid for taking surveys. The intent is different. So regardless of the fact that SurveyMonkey is the most popular survey platform in the world and has literally millions of links pointing to us, uses the word online survey everywhere possibly on the page. For anybody that cares about PageRank, we have been a PageRank 9 forever. We have every website linking to us. We still cannot rank #1 in the UK because the intent for that query does not allow us to rank #1. So the most important thing you can ever understand about SEO is that Google is all about ranking for what a user is looking for at that moment, right when they're conducting that search. So what changed? So initially, it was all about keyword stuffing. So for anybody that remembers America Online, AOL, you were allowed to own a keyword. Certain sections of AOL site were ranking for the word car, or word browser, or word vehicle. It was all about singular keywords. Users got tired of one website ranking on an entire category, so they started conducting long-tail searches. So searches got a little bit longer. And again, people were stuffing that and gaming it, and they wanted to find even more websites. So the queries got longer and longer. So they started adding not just a microwave, not just a microwave oven, but they want to buy a microwave, giving more intent based in that search. Now, we live in a world of mobile. There's Google Now, and there's Siri. So people no longer have to type out a query and look at long-tail searches. They can say whatever it is that is on their mind, and Google or Siri will now interpret what it is that they intended to say and meet that user regardless of how many words they have said, how they've said that words, or how they might have even spelled them. In this example, someone searched, "Where is Santa?" Google shows them where Santa Claus is. They can correct it and say, "No, I said Santa Maria," and Google will now show them a map of Santa Maria. So they're conducting Google searches, and Google's almost reading their minds and understanding it. So in this world where you can speak to your phone and speak to Google, it doesn't matter what keywords you're using. It matters what's on your mind, what it is that you're looking for. You cannot game this. SEO is about intent. SEO is about meeting what the user is looking for. SEO is about following the best practices you can as set down by the search engine, primarily Google, and then trying to be the best website a user will want to use when they're conducting the search for what you want to show them. So now I know I made this seem very hard. So now let's understand how this works actually in real life. So I searched the word toothbrusher. There's no such thing as a toothbrusher. If I'm looking to brush my teeth, I'm looking for a toothbrush. So Google tells me that I might be mistaken. And they say, "Did you mean toothbrush?" And now they're reading my mind. The intent is I wrote toothbrusher, I want to brush my teeth. They're just going to say, "Did you mean toothbrush?" Now I searched teeth brush. Google knows that there's no such thing as a teeth brush. They are thinking to themselves that Eli's an idiot. We're going to say, "You meant toothbrush. Here is the results for toothbrush. Not only that, we're so sure that you meant toothbrush, we're going to give you the knowledge box for toothbrush." Then I searched toothbrush ringer, which was just me adding words onto toothbrush. And Google knows that there's no such thing as a toothbrush ringer. They decided that I most likely wanted a toothbrush finger, which similar spelling. And they showed me results for toothbrush finger. I didn't even have any idea that existed, so Google read my mind that I didn't even know I was thinking. One step further, I searched toothbrusher-ringerish. Google is pretty sure that I'm off base. I don't know what I'm looking for, but they're not 100% sure. So they say, did you mean toothbrush hanger? So they're constantly trying to interpret the queries and give me a good experience. They didn't give me any results, but they gave me a chance to do another search. And then finally, I broke Google. Toothbrusher-ringerishes. Google's like, you are just typing random gibberish. We have nothing to show you. So every time you're conducting a query, they're doing on-the-spot calculations. What it is that you could possibly be searching for. In this world, you cannot game SEO. And here's a real-world example of that. For those of you that are very familiar with popular technology lingo, people use the word platform. It's kind of like the sexy version of software. So they don't say, well, I don't design software. I'm a platform engineer. Or this is not a software as a service, it's a platform as a service. But those of us that are in the know, we know that that's just software. It's another word. Well, guess what? Google also knows that. So I searched the word online survey platform. Google shows me the results for online survey software. Not only did they show me the results for online survey software, they bolded the word software. So right there in the results, I hope you can see this on your screens, the word software is bolded. Now, typically Google bolds a word when you have searched for that word. In this case, I did not search for the word. I searched for the synonym of the word. And yet they bolded the word because they know what I meant. And then here's another example. This is a Singapore example. The MTR is the version of, or it's the subway in Singapore. And the MRT is the subway in Singapore. The MTR is the subway in Hong Kong. So I searched MTR schedule Singapore, totally messed that one up. Google comes back to me and says, did you mean MRT schedule Singapore? And now look at the word they bolded. They bolded the word bus. They knew MTR or MRT is public transportation. They knew I was looking for public transportation, and they bolded the word bus as if I searched for it. So they're reading my mind. They're finding my intent and giving me a good experience. And finally, Google's pretty creepy. So here's some searches I did where I was looking for University of, and based on my past queries, search University of, they show me different Google suggest results. So they're trying to understand what it is that I could possibly be looking for, and I think I've stepped through them right here. So I searched University of Delaware, search University of as blank. They give me all the most popular searches for people that searched University of. Search University of Miami. Now they tell me what I could possibly be looking for if I search University of Miami. Now I search University of Miami, backspace it, open up a new browser, and they tell me what I should be looking for based on the fact that I previously searched for University of Miami. Search University of Miami in Ohio and backspace it, close my browser, opened up again, and now they're showing me universities similar to that. I don't know if any of you are familiar with these universities, but they're similar to University of Miami geographically. And then I went to the West Coast and searched University of, and it showed me West Coast of the US schools. So based on my location, they're trying to give me totally different results. In this scenario, you also can't game things. Doesn't matter what you're ranking, is linking to you if Google doesn't believe that's what you're looking for. And Google's also very local. So when you search things like where, what time, what is the, so on the left, I've searched these words in Singapore. On the right, I've searched these words in Australia. So the suggest and the rankings and all these things will change based on your location. And the results are inherently local. So I search the word shoes in the US. I'm getting websites that ship out shoes. Search the word shoes in Australia, and I get websites that ship out shoes in Australia. Even more interestingly, when I search the word shoes in Australia, the top results were actually map listings. So in the US, when people search the word shoes, they want to buy shoes and have them mailed to their house. In Australia, when people search the word shoes, they want to get in their car and drive to where they can buy shoes. So constantly, everything's changing based on what it is that you're looking for and what the intent of your query might be. Now, here's where we understand the real opportunity, and I hope that I haven't disappointed all of you and made you feel like you need to give up your SEO jobs. All of this is happening in English. All this is happening in America and in places where Google's spending all their time. They have thousands of engineers working on US English, not that many working on non-US English, and even less working on non-English. So Here's the results of a query I did in Malaysia. So I searched online survey, spelled it the way Malaysians would. They couldn't even find the fact that I wasn't looking for that I was looking for something that was not a spelling mistake. The way you spell survey in Malaysia is the way I spelled it right there. Not only that, they gave me results from Indonesia in Malaysia. Malaysia is thousands of kilometers from Indonesia, but they speak a similar language. So they didn't have any local results to give me, so they just gave me other results from another country. That's a poor experience. I know that for those of you that are in Ukraine, if you would see results from, say, Belarus, which is not local to you, maybe they speak a similar dialect, but if you can't actually go to that location or order from that location, that's a bad experience. That reflects badly on Google. You know, in the US, when I search, I don't want to see results from Canada because I'm not in Canada and I don't want to buy from Canada. I don't have the same money as Canada. So when Google is doing things like this, it means they just don't have enough results. An algorithm is just not strong enough. Now, here's how we take advantage of this. So we see how Google's missing out on things. It could be better, but it's all based on intent. Well, guess what? There are opportunities to put as much of your content as possible. So United Airlines, which is clearly a global airline, it's one of the largest airlines in the world, they have 998 pages in English and only 52 pages in Spanish, and there are more Spanish speakers in the world. So if you are focusing on one language right now, digitize and put up all your content from another language, and you can immediately start capitalizing on that other language. Put your content out there. And I hope this is not English, right? So if you have content right now in English, put it up in another language because Google is looking for this content. If you have content in another language and you think about putting it up in English, give it up, put it somewhere else. English is competitive. English is a lot harder. Let's focus on non-English. When you put up these translations, make sure they're in text. Don't have them in Flash. Don't have them in JavaScript. Has to be straight HTML. Yes, Google can read JavaScript, but remember, Google is entirely dynamic, and everything they're doing is based on real-time intent. So even though Google can read it, from my testing, they rank things in JavaScript lower because they cannot process real-time intent. So yes, they will read the JavaScript, they will cache the page, but they won't cache the page and run the script every time someone is looking for something that might actually match what you will have on your page. So if you are focusing on a competitive query, it must be in text. If it's just your brand, you'll probably get away with having JavaScript. But if we're looking to capitalize on an international opportunity and a non-native language opportunity, don't hold yourself back by putting it not in HTML. Put it in HTML. Don't do any machine translation. Don't rely on machine translation. So this is a website in Turkey for a hospital. They did machine translation, I think through Google, and it looks like they have a tracking system that tells you when a baby will be delivered, right? So remember, Google owns Google Translate, and they know when you've used Google Translate, so they know you've given a poor user experience, and they rank things based on user experience. If you give a poor user experience, they won't rank you because they know you've done a bad job. Don't do a bad job. Don't use Google Translate. Don't just mail it in and have your website translated in a poor way. Do it right. Nonetheless, we still have to rely on Google Translate a little bit for our translations, and here's why. Google Translate is the engine that drives the way Google understands other languages and words. So if you want to understand what Google thinks about certain words, use Google Translate. And this is 5 different words per survey, and here's how, and I see how Google understands what these words could possibly be in French. They could be wrong, but that's the way they're going to do ranking. So do rely somewhat on Google Translate. If they're wrong, try to get around it. To discover who's really ranking on the keywords you want to rank, you can't just go to google.whatever. You need to go to the AdWords preview tool and cloak your location. So look at this one. I did google.co.uk, changed my language to English, changed my location to London, and now I can see who is naturally ranking without any intent, without any past history, without any cookies, without anything. This is how you see who's ranking. Next, once you figured out who's ranking, you want to copy them because everything is different. Here's Yahoo in the US. Here's Yahoo in the UK. On the left side, on the right side of this screen, there's videos where in the US, there was content. So each website will be fairly different. And then here's Yahoo in Japan. So figure out your translations, find out who your competitors are, and just copy their layout and learn from them on what users in that location are expecting. Make sure you use local signals. So here's a search I did in Singapore. I was looking for a baby bassinet. In the US, they only have US companies. In Singapore, they have products in Singapore listed in the Singapore results that I cannot buy in Singapore and will not ship to Singapore. That's because Google had so few results, good results, they just threw in some bad ones. They'd rather throw a Toys R Us in there than allow some spam to show up. So they're desperate for that local content. Give them the local content. Give local signals. Put the name of the location that you're trying to target in the title tag. And finally, all the Google best practices apply to English. When in other languages, they don't have as many resources to find spam and crack down on things like Panda and Penguin, so you can get away with things that you can't get away with in English. So keyword density, make sure it's actually fairly high. Make sure you're using exact keyword matches, because everything's based on string matching versus actual phrases. They don't do as much intent matching. And it's okay to do duplicate content, because Google's so desperate for content that they even allow duplicate content to rank. And here's an example of what I mean by it has to be matching on strings. So I searched customer questionnaire, customer survey, it's both the same thing in English, and the results are pretty much the same. Search the same thing in German, Kundenfragebogen, Kundenbefragung, basically the same thing, customer survey versus customer questionnaire. Results are entirely different. So they're matching strings, they're not matching intent. So when we're looking to target SEO, you actually do need to make sure you're doing everything right. And this is another way you can do that. So in whatever language you're targeting, make sure you use the correct letters. So in I think this is Swedish or Danish, they have a /O, that's not an O, so you have to spell it the way people search, because the rankings are different based on using the different letters. And finally, just a couple more tips I have on international SEO. So Google claims that CCTLD, country code top level domain, is the best way to set up your domain structure. It's very expensive, and most people don't do it. So next, you should use subdirectories. And whatever you do, don't put international subdomains. So try to use CCTLD if you can afford it. Subdirectories next best. And then finally, subdomains, avoid it. My theory on links. So most of your competitors, when you go into other countries, especially countries that don't have as much content, will have really bad links. So don't worry about links. Worry about PR. So if you get some really good links just by doing PR, you'll be a lot further ahead. I've seen companies rank or websites rank in Portuguese and Brazil with just a couple of links, simply because no one has any good links. So don't worry about quantity, worry about quality. Probably goes for non-international SEO too.
And guys, that was Eli Schwartz from SurveyMonkey. We will have a short break, after which we will come with the next speaker. Stay and do not switch.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we'll have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMark, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive of the template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
Hello guys, we welcome you back at WebPromo SEOday conference. And our next speaker is Scudamore from Promodo, who will tell us the story how a hacked site can kill your traffic. Miles, you have the floor.
Hi there everyone, and thank you very much for attending today. What I want to do is certainly have a conversation about something a little bit different in regards to how a hacked website can actually kill your traffic. It's a very different topic itself, and what I'll do is I'm just going to quickly share the details with you. And the reason why I wanted to do this topic is we seem to be seeing a lot more sort of security issues these days with customers' sites. And the best way to actually explain this and show you some of the details is actually going for a real-world scenario and actually use one of our customers as a template and a base to give you some information and pass on. With this, what we'll find out is a little bit of information on how we resolved the problems and made the customer aware of this, but also some recommendations that you may want to put in place yourself. Some simple, but also, of course, some areas you may have forgotten about completely altogether. Now, thank you very much for the introduction, but there is some people out there who may not know who Promodo are. And as mentioned, my name is Miles from the UK office itself. And what we are actually a global digital marketing company. And what we like to cover is also all options of search engine optimization services, strategic planning, pay-per-click solutions, as well as social media support as well. And we're very fortunate to say that we've got a very passionate team within Promodo, and we like to work with all different types of campaigns, from small businesses through all the way through to corporate and also enterprise level campaigns around the globe. What I did want to do is actually just go into some details about, first of all, who our customer was, without naming any names, of course. And the first thing we would do is this company was actually based in UAE. And this wasn't a startup business. This wasn't something that a company had started up just a couple of years ago. This is actually a business that was actually established in 1998 and actually had a website very well established over a number of years selling e-commerce products. These products were actually high-end electrical goods, but also some very, very high-end gadget products. So they were very, very popular in the UAE and also around the globe as well. Now, as you can see from some of the indicators here, they currently had a page rank of 3, for example, but between their social media, they also had some very good indicators. They actually had followers combined of over 350,000, which was actually a very useful database for them to use. Also, looking at their backlinks and referral domains, you can actually have a very good idea that this wasn't just a small business that we were dealing with at the time. Now, when the customer came to actually approach us, we could actually see some of their traffic, and what happened was when they actually shared this data with us, one of the major concerns they came to us was over the years they've not really had any considerable growth at all. But when in September, for example, as you can see in the graph here, suddenly traffic started to actually dive quite quickly. Now, this got to the point where it was almost grinding to a halt completely. And you can actually see where the traffic started to build back up again, where we actually were working with the client and advised them in the right manner. Now, other indicators that they made them approach us was their customers as well as themselves were actually reporting very slow site speeds. And this was, of course, one major concern for us. As you'll be able to see down the bottom there, the load speeds, as an example, gives you just an idea of what type of problems there were. So the solution for us, what we want to do is, first of all, actually gain access to some of their analytics account and, of course, their search console. Now, the first thing that we actually looked at, and as you can see in this table here, is actually we gained access and searched as using the feature as fetch as Google. And the first thing that flagged up for us, and which we've highlighted in red here, was actually someone that actually manually entered additional pages within the index. The route, by the way, was absolutely fine. There was no problems at all with the site itself, but this was manually entered. And of course, first of all, that was a very, very clear indicator that something was very wrong with the site itself. Looking at some of the page examples that we had was actually one of these, and as you can see, this has got nothing at all related to any high-end gadgets or even high-end electrical goods. This is damn sunglasses, which has got nothing relevant to the client at all. We, of course, approached the customer on this point and actually found out that this was nothing to do with them or their staff, or nobody had in-house actually implemented any of these problems. So what we did is we dived even further into this, and we actually started noticing very quickly, of course, that redirects were also manually implemented. And what we did was we actually came back to the client itself and actually started to raise their concerns that the site had either been falsely information has been entered into their site, or someone who, of course, may be in-house with their team members or outside of the building who had access to the login details for their site and, of course, all important analytical data and so on. Or the other side of things is it was actually potentially hacked. And, of course, reporting to the customer about these redirects that were in place, we even found one of these pages, which, as you can see, was actually on the left-hand side, was actually implemented a redirect, and the page was absolutely nothing, again, related to the content. So what we did was we spoke to the client in great detail, and what they did was they actually came up to the point where they said, look, there must have been something that's hacked into our account, and got their IT team involved. Now, one thing that we flagged, of course, up straight away was this potential problem, but actually Google, 16 days later, after we got involved, flagged up that there was a malware problem on their site. So it's worth making sure that you're keeping up to date with any sort of notifications, any messages, or any potential problems that are on your website. Because, of course, yes, it's great to have a team behind you that will actually cover you if there's any problems, but even Google, as you can see, takes some time to actually notify you if there's a major problem. Now, with a summary of these results that we found after our website had been hacked, there ended up actually being two types of websites. One that the visitors could see, which you can see on the left-hand side of this picture, which visually looked okay. There wasn't anything major problem with it at all, apart from, of course, slow loading speeds, which customers were complaining about. But on the right-hand side, what you could see is actually what, for example, a Google bot would actually see, and actually put the implementation into place itself. We actually found that there was a number of redirects that were already in place, and this actually, on top of that, caused the slow speeds for the website itself. So we actually covered quite a number of areas just from this one problem of actually having the website hacked and these 301 redirects in place. In addition to that, again, referring back to the picture there, we actually also found that they, with the site being hacked, we found around about 30 H1 headings as a file, as a size 0. And within the box on the left-hand side of the picture, you can see that from a visitor's point of view, there wasn't really anything that you could see from the front end of the site. But at the back end, you could actually see that the Google bot had reported there was a problem on there, and it could actually pick it up quite quickly. With that in mind, with us, of course, saying a customer that malicious workings has been working on the site itself, we actually asked them to cover security problems and speaking to their IT teams to make sure that covering simple areas of security was actually put into place. They, of course, are doing this now and have done already in place. And as you saw from the original slides, that the traffic has actually now started to build back up again. Now we've resolved a lot of these problems for them. So it's one certainly for you to keep an eye on. And here are just some of the recommendations that we would suggest just to cover. Some would be very, very simple and some that you have already implemented itself. But again, it's quite useful just to check over and just make sure that you're covering all security aspects. And first of all, is a very simple procedure is making sure that you've got a complicated password. I know it might sound daft, but unfortunately there's still sometimes that we gain access to people's websites, and when they pass the login details and their credentials to us, they're just not secure enough at all, and we of course report back those problems for them. Making sure that you've got any CMS pages and keeping them up to date regularly. You should be anyway in regards to, of course, maybe products or maybe blogs, for example, and so on. But if you're using a third-party API or a different program altogether, then making sure that they've actually got all the latest security updates. This is where either yourself or maybe your development team could actually come into hand, and making sure that your pages are going to be as secure as possible for them. A classic problem that we keep on coming up on a regular basis is actually the standard default admin login to websites. Now, this makes no difference if it's an e-commerce website or, of course, a normal WordPress website like this example that we've shown here. Making sure that you may have a unique or a different admin access panel would be absolutely superb. Below on here as well is continuing that, is making sure that you, of course, have got very secure admin access. Now, this isn't just focused just on the website, but you can actually take this also onto other areas of, say, your hosting platform. Say, for example, cPanel, making sure that the password is very different from gaining access to actually your e-commerce site or WordPress website, as an example. And again, unique passwords, they have to be key from this point of view. Continuing with this, what we do is we also looked at trusted antivirus software. One thing that flagged up for ourselves having the conversation with them is looking at what workstations and what computers were gaining access to their e-commerce website. Now, this might sound daft, but of course there's some very, very good free software tools out there they're very well established already. But personally, if you're actually trying to gain sensitive information such as e-commerce backend websites, dashboards, or even down to your cPanel access, you want to make sure that personally a paid solution is actually in place. The reason being is because you get the latest virus definitions, you've got the latest firewall protection and so on. So personally, I would always advise for a paid solution than maybe a free antivirus product that's out there. Also making sure that you access, if you're accessing your websites via a mobile device, that's obviously happening on a regular basis these days. If you're using the browser, then especially on devices like Android, for example, making sure that you've got an antivirus program in place for that. Your passwords, it does actually concern me quite a bit where customers actually end up saving, or they reported to save a lot of their passwords within their browser. I'm not sure, of course, if you do that, but certainly I wouldn't do that in any single way, gaining access to any of the programs that we use. Now, what you can do is you can actually get these password and login detail generators, some being LastPass, which they offer a free solution as well as a paid solution. One that I use myself, which is 1Password on a Mac. I personally find it a superb product and it generates all the login details I need. And of course, RoboForm, just to name a few. There's a lot of other products out there that's very useful and do the same job, but these are just here to name some of the most popular ones. Also, setting up alerts on your mobile. What we find out is it's very, very useful to actually have your hosting provider. In some cases, you can supply your phone number, and if there is a problem with some malicious behavior with login details, you can actually have this message sent to you via a text message to your phone. You don't necessarily have to go as deep and as high tech as that if you don't want to. The other simple way of doing is making sure that on your phone that you actually have a mailbox linked to your domain and the site, and making sure that if there's any issues with connecting your mailbox from your phone to your website and your domain, is of course it will come up saying that an issue with authentication or login details aren't correct. If you're trying to gain mail, of course, from your phone, that could be quite useful if the message is flagged up. You have a very clear indicator that something has changed, and certainly if you've not changed the passwords or login details, you know that there's something issue and it needs to be addressed very quickly. The other side is something, again, very, very simple, but we seem to come across quite often, is actually keeping a very good relationship with your developers and IT team. The reason is they actually have an idea of your login details. And of course, that could be a point of leaking of information if you end up not having a great relationship. Some other areas, just to finalize things, is to monitor on a regular basis for you, is looking at simple things as your outbound links. What you can do is there's actually a number of free tools and solutions that are out there. One, just to name one, basically, Screaming Frog is a very good tool where you can actually scan through the website and actually keep an eye out for any outbound links, and also just making sure that you're up to date with the site as well. Keeping a very, very strong eye on any redirects that have been implemented to your website. The reason is because, of course, if this redirecting to a wrong page or there's an error made, you'll be able to see this very, very quickly. Looking and gaining access to, of course, your search console. 404 errors are an absolute classic, and if you actually see a sharp rise of these errors, make sure you're talking to your development team as soon as possible. Again, you can do this at any point in any stage, and I would personally advise you to monitor this on a regular basis. Once a month, do like what we've just done. Maybe log into the search console and actually view Fetcher's Google. And using these features, you'll be able to actually see a number of pages that have come up. But the main focus you want to be looking at is making sure that your home page, your category pages, subcategory pages, and also blog pages are actually being checked by using Fetcher's Google feature. Monitoring page load speeds. There are a number of tools out there to do so if you want to. Even Google, for example, offers you a very good insight tool called PageSpeed Insights. Very useful tool that you can just log in and actually check for free. And also making sure that when you're logging into your accounts is see if you've got any notifications from Google themselves, because yes, in this case they're a lot slower, but if this customer hadn't come to us with their main concerns of their website, then they would have found it potentially 16 days or a month later. So keeping an eye on any notifications that Google actually does send you is going to be quite key on this point. I hope you've got some information there. This is my contact details if you'd like to call me or contact me directly if you've got any additional questions. And if we've got time for Q&A, that would be absolutely superb. Thank you.
Thank you, Miles. We definitely have some time for questions from the audience. Let me have a quick look. Maybe we have something interesting, and meanwhile there's the question from me. If we try to look at this situation from the other side, what was there to gain by hacking some other company's website and try putting whatever kind of pages you want there?
Well, from this side, it actually affected their SEO. So, of course, we didn't know, and maybe their IT may have actually known who this was or what, if it was hacked, who these people were. But this would have been a malicious point of view. So this would have actually affected their SEO. So, for example, of course, Google would have found out and crawled these other pages, noting that it wasn't relevant content in any way. And as we all know, that promoting websites or making sure that any redirects are on sites, if they're not relevant and they're not key to your site, then it's unfortunately going to be a negative impact on your website. And this is one reason why traffic started diving very, very quickly, because the site was crawled. This data was sending back to, of course, the servers, and also it just made a massive impact for them, really.
Okay, thank you. The question from the audience, you've clearly scared people up a bit.
It's not there to be scared, it's just it's some things that we come across on a regular basis.
Yeah, it happens, and that's the problem. So, which CMS would you recommend that cannot be so easily hacked?
Oh, there is so many out there, of course. I mean, WordPress is obviously a fantastic tool, as we all know. And personally, yes, you've got to use them. All I would actually ever say, to be honest, is just making sure that you have got, and this is speaking to your developers or yourselves, making sure that any patches are, of course, up to date, but making sure that you've got the most reliable version of this. As we all know, these software vendors actually do send out, of course, updates and patches. Not all of them are as secure as we'd like them to be, or more importantly, reliable. But making sure that you're speaking to developers and also the people who've had experience of this, maybe even beta testing, for example, is very, very useful before you implement it on your own website. So, there isn't, for example, WordPress, as the example I used in our slides here, is a fantastic tool, but you have to make sure that it's patched and you've got the latest security updates. That's all. In my personal opinion, that's the approach that I would take. And one major reason what I'm flagged about security and actually antivirus of all things, when we actually are talking to some customers, when we're talking about them, are they using Windows, are they using Mac? When we find out that they're using a very poor antivirus and yet gaining, of course, access to their dashboard, their cPanel login, and so on, it's a really major concern. Goodness me, if we're logging into anything in regards to our company here, of course, we have a paid solution, and it's got the latest virus definitions and so on. Safety is so much better because the problems that it can cause in the long term can really, really affect your business, and that is key.
Definitely. Another question, when you were telling about the means how you detect such problem with the hacked website, you said that you can notice a number of pages appearing in the Google index, letters from Google, and so on and so forth. But if those pages appeared on the website, they definitely drive some traffic. Is it possible to notice that there's some wrong with your website, like using Google Analytics tools or any other analytics tools, that some wrong traffic to wrong pages comes to your website?
Yeah, I think I got that. Sorry, you broke up a little bit. But yeah, certainly. I mean, there's a lot of tools out there, of course, that can give you indicators that something is not particularly going well. In my personal opinion, using the feature, of course, within Google Search Console is the best, really, because it crawls through your site, and you can see, as we did, these manually entered pages. And it is a case of actually going through them. I know it sounds quite long-winded and a long time to take, but it's well worth your time, because we found these very quickly. The customer and their team didn't think about this. We actually spotted these errors quite promptly, and of course it cued us to actually look even deeper into the website. And through this, we suddenly found, yes, there were pages implemented manually. There were even 301 redirects that were put into manually. So personally, the tool that I would advise you to use is certainly going via the Search Console. But yes, you can obviously check when in analytics and also other tools that are there, which may flag up concerns. But the best route to take is go for the Search Console, in my opinion.
And the last question about the situation when you, for example, website is hacked, you see the problem that you lose your SEO rankings. What is your point on the future of such situation? Does Google tries to monitor such situations more heavily and try to exclude those sites from search results? What is going to happen? How serious the damage to your website can be?
Well, only obviously Google has the answers to this in the future. I wish I could hold those cards, because I'd be a very wealthy man, I'm sure, if I knew the answers of Google. No, it's just precautions that you have to put into place. I don't think Google will ever have the perfect situation and have it completely resolved for you and tell you these instantly that there's problems on the website. Even with us, it was 16 days 16 days after we were supporting them and told them about these problems that Google referred this error. But no, all you have to do is just make sure you're being very precautious on the site itself that you've got. I don't think that Google will be able to filter everything for you, and of course it is going to make a huge impact onto your website, as mentioned many times already. It's huge. And again, it's something that we are seeing on a regular basis now. It does seem to be coming. And this company was actually incredibly well established. This wasn't a business startup. It wasn't something that had been established for just a couple of years. These guys were very well established in the e-commerce and business in the business world. So
Miles, the guys are telling me that we basically ran out of time. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very nice to meet you, and that was quite interesting info for our listeners. After a short break, guys, we will have with us our next speaker. Stay on. See you in a minute.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMart, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive with a template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we'll have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
Hi everyone, and we're back. Our next speaker is Rayson from BuzzSumo, who will present us some best marketing, content marketing strategies based on BuzzSumo data. Am I right, Steve? You have the floor.
Right. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the day so far. So yeah, what I'm going to do is just take 20 minutes or so to take you through some content marketing best practices. I'm going to focus on three areas around research, amplification, and monitoring. And I'm going to show you some practical tips on what you can do as well using BuzzSumo. There is a free version of BuzzSumo and a free 14-day trial of the pro version. So everything I'm going to show you today, you can go away and do later today or the weekend or tomorrow if you're keen. I'll take you through these thoughts. I hope it's interesting. So I think we all know that what content marketing is, and at one level it's really simple. At one level it's just you just create and you distribute valuable, relevant, timely content and you build an audience. So it sounds really simple. However, it's not so simple and it raises lots of questions. So what content is valuable to your audience? What content does your audience think is relevant? What does your audience consider timely? So what's timely content? These are all quite difficult questions to answer. And you can see that it's difficult because when you look at data, and we did a big study with Moz earlier this year where we pulled together data from Moz on links and data from BuzzSumo on shares. In total, we looked at 1 million pieces of content, but we started with 100,000 random posts. And you can see here that actually most content gets few shares and unfortunately gets even fewer links. So in a random sample of just under 100,000 posts, the average shares were 257, but that's really misleading because some posts got like 100,000 shares. So really misleading. What's more relevant is to look at the median, which is the 50% mark. So 50% of all those posts got 8 shares or less. So when you're comparing how you're doing in content performance, you should really compare, I think, with the median, not the average, which gets skewed by those very large numbers. But it's not great performance where the median post, the 50% of posts are getting 8 shares or less. But it's even worse when we look at links. The average referring domain links was less than 1, and actually 50% of all posts got 0 links, so not a single link. So content marketing may seem straightforward, but we can see when we look at the data that it's really not that straightforward, and it's a bit more complex. So I'm just going to talk through why I think this happens and how we can improve. So in terms of why does that content perform so badly? I was surprised, if I'm honest, when I looked at the stats at just how badly content performed on average. And I think there are a number of reasons. It could just be that the content's just so rubbish that no one wants to see it, but I don't think that's always the case. I think sometimes it's people not doing enough research, people not understanding the content that resonates with their audience, what their audience really does find helpful. So it might be a good piece of content, but it's just not relevant to the audience. I think the second one is amplification. I'm amazed at how many people write content without thinking about amplification. And there are still some people who assume that if you write just fantastic content, people will find it and share it. And in my view, that's just simply not the case. There's just so much content out there. You have to have an amplification strategy. You have to know before you write your content how it's going to be amplified. And then I think the third thing is about monitoring. Things change and really quickly in the world of content marketing, and shares take place very fast. So most shares take place in the first 3 days. Links take a lot longer, but shares actually explode very quickly and then they slow down. And I think often people write about a topic, but it's a bit old now. It may only be a week old, but people have seen articles before on it and they're less keen on your content. So you have to monitor and react quickly. So I think there are 3 areas that you need to focus on. So whatever your content marketing strategy, and there will be lots of different elements in your content marketing strategy, I think it needs to include these 3 elements. So obviously you develop and create content as well, and you distribute, etc. But I think you need to research, and I'm going to go through some of the things you can do to look at what content's resonating with your audience, what formats are working, so that you have a good idea and you can generate good content ideas. Amplification, that can be people linking, sharing, paid amplification. We do need to understand how that's working. And I want to touch a bit on the role of Facebook, which I think is growing significantly in content amplification. And then finally, I'll look at monitoring, which is how do we track and monitor what's resonating with an audience over time. So whatever your strategy, I think you need these 3 elements in it if you're going to be effective. And I'll start with content research and how do we research what we need to do. And my view on this is that you need data, not hunches and not hippos. So it's great you have a hunch, but we really want to know the data about what's working. And a hippo is probably a slightly odd term, but it just means the highest paid person's opinion. And the highest paid person often has an opinion. They often have lots of opinions. They're not always right. What's better is to get real data about what works in your particular area. And there are a number of ways you can do this. The first thing is just research the content your audience loves. So think about your audience. What do they share? What sort of content do they find helpful? And you can see which networks are they using. So there are lots of ways you can do this. I mean, one of the ways is simply to use a tool like BuzzSumo, but you may see it in when you follow blogs and things. You can see and have a sense of what people are sharing. If you turn to a tool like BuzzSumo, and you can do this in the free version, so just go ahead and do this, you can type in any topic and it will show you the most shared posts for that topic. It'll show you the headline, who wrote it, etc., and how many shares on each network. So before you write anything, you really want to understand for your topic what's getting shared, what type of headlines are working, what type of content's working. So you really want to understand that in terms of the content that your audience loves. And again, somebody may have a hunch and say, I think our people will really like this, but it's great to do a search and see what content are people really sharing out there and what's working. And then you can create content opportunities around that. And what I would say is, if you see something that's really good, don't simply copy it, because the top 1 or 2 posts always win out and get loads of shares. It's almost a winner takes all game. So there's no point just copying somebody else. You have to be able to improve on that top post. If I wanted to do something to beat that top post, I have to think I can do something much better. If not, maybe I'd do a different format, or maybe I'd take a different, more controversial line, do something different to get my audience. The other thing is, as I mentioned earlier, you've got to be tracking what's working right now with your audience. And so this is an example of a BuzzSumo trending dashboard. You can type in any topic, you can add a topic, and you can see what's trending today with your audience. What are they sharing today? So I just had a look before I came on here, and a lot of my audience are talking about the Facebook figures yesterday, their earnings call, just how much they're raising in revenues, how many people are using them. That's sort of interesting content. But if I was going to write a blog post, I'd have to do that really fast, because by next week, people have read those posts and they'll be bored by it. So if I'm going to do something timely, it's probably got to be very quick, and I jump on that. So with the trending dashboard, you can even go down to the last 2 hours and see what content published in the last 2 hours is already starting to trend. So look at what's engaging your audience right now in terms of timeliness, because that gives you a competitive edge. If you know the content that matters to your audience, and you know what matters to your audience right now, you can be the first to share maybe one of those posts that's going viral, so you can help inform your audience and be seen as a credible person. You could be the first to comment or share a viewpoint on it. Or if you're really fast, and it's hard, but if you're really fast, you can create content quickly around those stories that matter to your audience and get those shared. So knowing what matters to your audience gives you an edge, but it also allows you to create that deeper level of engagement. And I think really important is about credibility. If you're sharing stuff that's really relevant, they know that you're on top of things, you're somebody they can trust to be aware of what's happening in the world. So do make sure you're aware of what's happening at the moment. I think there are lots of things that you cover in your research, but another thing to do is simply do a piece of content analysis and say, which sites are winning? What are the most shared domains for my topics? You may know them instantly, but sometimes you can be surprised, and if you run a content analysis report in BuzzSumo, for any topic we'll show you the most shared domains. And as I say, sometimes it's obvious, sometimes it's less obvious, but you can then have a look and see why are they winning, or maybe I should try and get a guest post on one of those sites because they're getting lots of shares. So find out who's winning, but more importantly than just reviewing what's happening there is to stay up to date. And again, this is one of my main messages today, is set up alerts. There's so much content, there's so much going on in the world, you don't have time to go back and research, okay, I'll just see what they published today, or I'll see what they published yesterday. We're so busy we forget, we go on to other things. The best thing to do is to set up alerts so you get told every time they publish new content. You can set up an alert in BuzzSumo or in other tools, and every time they publish new content, we can send you an alert. So they published a new article and you can see what it is. You can be alerted when their story starts to trend. You can set your own criteria, say, okay, once it's achieved 1,000 shares, send me an alert, and you can then see when they've got breakout content. Or get a daily digest of their new links. So get an email sent to you every day of all the new links they acquired yesterday, so you can see how their content's being amplified. And so don't just simply see what's working for them, but track them and get daily alerts about what's happening so that you can stay informed, or just do it weekly if needs be. But you need alerts coming to you, in my view, because there's just so much going on for all of us. I don't think it's just me. You can also track things. So again, this is just a BuzzSumo chart, but you can then track, for example, the volume of content or the volume of links. So this is just showing the volume of content. And I was looking the other day just at how much content HubSpot published, which is a huge amount of content every day compared to us or Moz, for example. So I'm just interesting to see what they're doing. So do track what's happening out there. The other part of research is what content formats engage your audience, and I find this varies hugely from audience to audience. In some audiences, marketing audiences, like infographics, for example, some audiences really like practical how-to posts, some people really like videos. Type in any topic and you'll see which content formats are working the best, because you really want to try and hit the sort of sweet spot in terms of what's working for them. Overall, I don't like saying this, but on all of the research we did for Moz, looking at 1 million posts, list posts are the most shared. I hate saying that because there are just so many of them, but they do seem to work. Headlines with titles in do seem to work, and the most popular number is 10. I normally do a competition about the second most popular number because it's unusual. Nobody guesses it, but the second most popular number is 23. 23 ways to do things, 23 examples. I don't know why, someone can work that out. But understand the formats that work for you. As a general point, a list post beginning 10 typically does well. But also which networks work best for your topics. So you only have so much time. Which networks do you concentrate on? Where are the most shares taking place for your topic? Is it Facebook? Is it Twitter? And again, we probably all have instincts, but it's good to look at the data and understand what works. And so I did a few examples for you here. So these are 3 very different articles. And we can see the first one, how to paint cabinets or furniture. It got almost 900,000 shares or pins on Pinterest, just one LinkedIn share. So we know that type of topic works well on that network. Big mistakes on your CV, your career resume, got shared 31,000 times on LinkedIn, as we would probably expect, not very much on the other networks. Finally, very different content, how to breastfeed, got 700,000 shares on Facebook. Slightly bizarrely, I think it got 19 on LinkedIn, which is a bit of a surprise. But you can see how different topics, different networks work so differently for you. So research the networks that work for your topics. And there are lots of new networks as well, so do look at other things like Instagram. The other thing as part of your research is what's working for your competitors. They're people you're competing with in this space. Simple way, type their domain into BuzzSumo and see their most shared content. So you can see what content is working for your competitors. So what headlines, what authors, so you can get a sense of and which networks they're working on. You can see instantly how well they're doing and how well they're doing relative to you, and you can learn from that. I think the other really important thing is it's not just about, it's great to see what was the most shared content, but why was it shared? And it's normally because of amplification. So that's people linking to it, people sharing it. Could also be paid promotion, but we're looking here really at organic. So, who are the people linking to your competitors' sites? Who are the people sharing that top post? Because they can then form really useful outreach targets for you, people to try and build links with, people to build relationships with, to get those influencers to share your content. So do look at how content's being amplified. It's almost more important in some ways to understand why are things getting shared. I mentioned Facebook. I think this is really quite important. This data is a little bit old now because it's until December 14 last year from Shareaholic. But basically, Facebook now is driving at least 25% of all web traffic, and a new study by Parsley puts it actually about 30%, which actually puts it over Google. So if the Parsley figures are right, and even the Shareaholic figures are close, Facebook's driving as much traffic as Google's driving. So I speak to lots of people who say, Facebook, well, not really so relevant to us, we're B2B. Can you really ignore a network that's driving 25% of all web traffic? Now, it could be in your niche area, it's less relevant, but I think it's going to grow in importance, Facebook. So it's good to look at it and understand it because it's a way of amplifying content. So I would say, do look at Facebook, do look at what content's working on Facebook. These are a couple of searches I did with the BuzzSumo Facebook Analyzer tool for Halloween. So early in October, I just saw the number of engagements starting to rise, and actually they shot over a few hundred million engagements. But importantly, I looked at which types of Facebook posts were getting the most engagement. And I was slightly surprised to see that question posts were actually getting more engagement than images, for example, which isn't necessarily what I expected. And again, that's why we need to do research. So I thought, oh, question posts, that's interesting. So then I just did a search on the question posts for Halloween and to see what's working. And so these were some of the most popular questions on Halloween. So, what's your favorite Halloween candy? What's your favorite Halloween movie? So Facebook can drive lots of traffic and lots of engagement, so I think it's worth thinking about how well you're using Facebook to amplify your content. So just finally, going to come back to monitoring because I think this is really important and I think it's something people don't do enough of. And for me, it's about setting up alerts. As I say, you may be able to set aside lots of time each day to do research, but in my experience it's much easier if an alert gets sent to you. And you can do this with lots of other tools out there. These are some of the alerts that we have. So you can set up an alert for when somebody mentions a brand in a blog post or in a news article, etc. So it could be your brand, a competitor brand. You can be alerted every time a website publishes content. You can be alerted about very specific keywords, so data-driven content marketing. Alert me every time there's a blog post that has that word in it or that series of words in it. Or alert me every time they get new backlinks, or send me a daily digest, or alert me every time an author publishes content. Set up alerts. And I'm just showing you a simple example here in BuzzSumo of how you can set up alerts. So this is one for the brand name BuzzSumo. You then get a dashboard, as you can see on the right, of every mention. And we tend to pick up content within 5 or 10 minutes of it being published. And the best way to check that is just to try it. It's a million times better than Google Alerts, which just misses 95% or probably 99% of all content. But set up alerts. And then you can also get those emailed to you. So you can get them emailed to you either as a daily digest or in real time if you really want to track something. Or as I said earlier, there's a minimum shares there on the bottom left. You can say, just alert me when something's had 100 shares, 200 shares, 300 shares. Just alert me when something's breaking out. And again, I think it's because you don't have the time to keep going and tracking. So you need to set up alerts to see what's working in terms of content marketing. And then you can just track them. So once you've set up alerts, you not only get them emailed to you, but you can then track them in simple chart form. So this is tracking mentions of BuzzSumo against Social Media Examiner in blog posts, for example. And we can see that Social Media Examiner is getting more, but we're doing all right. We're up 14% on the month, etc. So that's doing quite well. So I say one of my takes would be, do make sure you look at also setting up alerts. So in conclusion, really, in terms of things that I wanted to get across today, I'm conscious you got lots on today, is that whatever your content marketing strategy is, make sure you have these 3 elements. And whether you're using BuzzSumo or not, do make sure that you've got an element which is you're researching before you start writing the content. I think the danger is people rush into writing content and they haven't done the research. So as hopefully I've showed you, there's lots of research you can do to work out where the content opportunities are. Don't write content unless you have an amplification strategy. So be clear before you write it, who's going to share it, who's going to link to it, how are we going to get this visible to people, because there's millions of pieces of content published every hour. So how do we get it in front of people? And you can do simple things as well. I mean, one way may be identify the influencers for a topic, get their tips, write up your post with their tips in it, because then they may well share it for you. And then finally, just make sure you're monitoring what's happening, what's changing in the world, so that you can respond to it and respond to it rapidly when you need to. So that's my sort of brief overview for today. I hope that's been useful. I hope that's generated some ideas for you. That's everything I've showed you there. You can just go to BuzzSumo and use the free version or the 14-day trial and try it for yourself. I don't know if we have time for questions, as it's a busy day, but if there are any, I'm happy to pick them up, or just mail me or tweet me, and I'll gladly try to answer any questions. So yes, I hope that's been useful. I don't know if there are any questions.
Yes, Steve, that was perfect. It was really interesting. Let me have a look through the comments if there are any questions. Meanwhile, we had a question for the previous speakers about what are like the best technique to make your contact shared by other people. So if this is the correct question to you, because I know that you've been telling about this all the presentation, your best 3 techniques for amplification.
Okay, I mean, I think the key thing is to do the research up front, so you know what your audience like. What I can say is when we researched 1 million posts, I can talk to you about the type of content that got shared. So the type of content got shared, content with images in got shared. Long form content got so many more shares than short form content. So people tended to share long form content. People tend to share content which is entertaining or surprising, and we found that people share for different reasons than they link, and you can't assume that shares become links. People often share content but never link to it, and vice versa. So yes, so definitely list posts tend to be more shareable. Good use of images. Another good tip is to use image list posts. So rather than just having one image, you actually combine the power of images and the power of lists into one. So 10 great images of something works particularly well. So and also things with emotion in. People like to share things which are, say, entertaining or surprising or inspiring. People like that as well. What I would say in the context of sort of business content marketing is to research what's there and make sure that your piece of content is the best. I do believe that, like when we go and visit cities, I always use this example. You only go and visit the tallest couple of buildings. You don't go and visit the 10th tallest building. And the same is true of content marketing. The top 2 or 3 posts get all the shares. and they become the standards.
And
so
all the others get nothing.
Yeah, and all the others get nothing. It's a winner-takes-all game. Literally, it's a winner-takes-all game. So when you're looking at your research, can you be better than the others? And Neil Patel's very good at this. He always says, I'm going to write the most comprehensive post about landing pages there is. And he does masses of research. Try to be the best, and try to be the best post. And I think there's no point half-heartedly saying, I've got half a day, I'll write a post on landing pages. If there are 10 fantastic pages out there, it doesn't matter. No one's going to read yours. So your post has to be better than the others, or it has to be different. So maybe you do it in a different format. It's a different format, like an infographic, or you just take a really contrary point of view. Why landing pages are a waste of time. You can take a different point of view, but you can't compete head on.
Or different, or be the best. Okay, Steve, thank you very much. That was very interesting presentation. Judging from the comments, you just overwhelmed our audience. They say that it is like very useful, but they cannot come up with the questions. So thank you very much. It was very nice meeting you. And to you guys, we will be back in a minute with another presentation. So stay back. See you in a minute. Thank you, Steve. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we'll have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMart, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive of the template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
And hello guys, we welcome you back at our WebPromo SEOday. Our next speaker is David Bain from Analytics SEO. And David, in his presentation, will try to stop an ongoing war between SEO specialists and content marketeers. And personally, me being involved in this war for like 5+ years, I'm very interested in how it's going to turn out. David, you have the floor.
That's an interesting analogy you have there, a war. That's an interesting way to start off with. So, great to meet you, Igor, and it's a fantastic day that you're putting together there. Congratulations on all the great speakers that you've got for your day. Really good. So it's great to see you all. It's great to see everyone watching. Hopefully we'll receive a few comments here. It'd be good to interact with people. So what I'll do is I'll start sharing my screen just now. So if you bear with me just for 1 second. I'll get the right screen up here, and there we go. You should be seeing my screen share. So, wonderful. Okay, so who am I? I'm head of growth for analyticsseo.com. I'm also host of a weekly show called This Week in Organic. So that's obviously where you can find out a little bit more about me. Let's get my mouse to the correct screen and start going. So what we're going to cover today? Well, we're going to look at 3 different areas. Number 1, why SEOs and content marketers don't like to talk to each other. Igor brought it up a level by saying are at war. Wow, okay, so maybe some people are at war. Number 2, why focusing on why will help SEOs to communicate more effectively. And also number 3, how to take the guesswork out of content marketing. So let's get on with what we're going to talk about today. Now, one of the guests that I had on This Week in Organic was Rebecca Lieb, and she's spoken at quite a few different conferences. And here's a synopsis of what she said. She said, I conducted research interviewing about 70 CMOs, and I asked them what their priorities were with content marketing. Only one of them mentioned SEO. So she's saying that senior marketers have their eyes on bright, shiny objects very much at the expense of fundamental toolkits. And a result, content marketing gets everything and SEO gets nothing at all. So people are actually employing content marketers, content writing experts or copywriters who have absolutely no background or understanding in SEO. And she's saying that it's time to marry the 2 practices together and get talking together. I completely agree with that. So that's why I wanted to start off with that particular quote. This is where we should be. We should be SEO, content, social, all swimming along nicely together, all getting on nicely together, and all helping each other because we're part of the same influence in actually making something successful. An SEO should be doing the technical research, obviously focusing on website performance and making sure that it's a great user experience as well nowadays, but also in terms of keyword focus, providing that information to content marketers and working together to actually decide on what pieces of content to focus on. And of course, social marketers should be involved with that as well and actually schedule the content into their calendar and know what they're going to be doing this week from next. A lot of social interactors maybe do that and just interact with people rather than actually be proactive and are involved with SEO and content marketers. And hopefully the future will mean that these 3 disciplines are working a little bit more closely together. But unfortunately, at the moment, it's actually a little bit more like this. So Marcus Sheridan is an excellent content marketer. And this is a post he wrote some time ago, but it's a bit unfortunate, I think, because the title of the post is Content Marketing Overtakes SEO as Google's Quest to be Human Continues. And this just emphasizes in everyone's mindset that content marketers and SEOs are different people, different disciplines. And I think we need to converge. We need to start actually not only understanding each other, but actually perhaps even participating in each other's discipline. And I hope the future is a little bit more like this. But of course, we continue to see lots of quotes like this online. Here's a quote: I'm beginning to believe that search engines are dead-end technology, and fretting over where your site comes up is a big waste of time. So that quote comes from a website called the Online Advertising Discussion List. So that could be a quote that you would see on any kind of forum nowadays. But the thing about this quote is it's actually from 1997. So a long, long time ago, 18 years ago. Quite phenomenal. And that was before this happened. In 1998, Google incorporated. So even before Google started, people were starting to say things like search engines SEO wouldn't be around for much longer. So I don't think there's too much to worry about. However, we're seeing these kind of tweets, these kind of articles all the time here. Here's a tweet: if you do SEO for a living, you'll be out of business or irrelevant in 3 years' time. But let's have a look at the date. November 2008. We're 4 years on from that, and of course SEO is well and truly still here at the moment. So it's not going anywhere. This is the case. A lot of content marketers, a lot of people thought SEO was on the way out or dying. But yep, we're not dead, we're not going anywhere, and we are definitely part of the future as well. So why is it that SEOs and content marketers don't really talk to each other? So let's explore that for a little bit. Well, they're two different beasts, really. On the whole, SEOs are scientists looking for data, looking for definitive yes or no's in terms of whether or not they should proceed with something. And content marketers are artists. Content marketers are people that are looking for a little bit of internal inspiration or inspiration from their surroundings. SEOs are obsessed. So this is going into the detail a little bit more of the personalities here. SEOs focus on things like rankings to a negative amount, really. We all know SEOs, perhaps even ourselves, that every single morning and perhaps every single night we think, okay, how am I performing now? How am I performing now? And that's perhaps at the detriment to a few other things. But content marketers are emotionally led. They let their heart read everything. If things don't work out for them, everything else can just be forgotten about. They're just not happy at all. SEOs are tunneled visioned. There's only certain things that matter to SEOs. No matter what is going on in their surroundings, SEO are focusing on how many links they're building, how their website's performing, what their conversion rates are, all these kind of metrics that SEOs focus on. Content marketers get distracted. If you ask a content marketer to do something, perhaps they'll start off and they'll have lots of great ideas, and through those ideas, they'll end up thinking about something entirely different, and your project doesn't get finishes. This is not the case with every single content marketer, but it's just a fun look at the two different disciplines. SEOs can't stop. They don't know when the off button is. Maybe they'll get home after a long day at work, and then they'll open up their laptop and start looking at their rankings again, and they can't switch off from that particular discipline. And content marketers can't stick with the one thing. They'll do lots of things at the same time, and it's much more less likely for something to get finished. But newsflash, we can help each other. We can work very closely and effectively together, support each other, and do a lot better when we do that. So let's have a look at the definitions of the different disciplines and actually see what the differences are between the two. So in terms of content marketing, the definition here is it's about creating and distributing relevant and valuable content. Okay, that's fair enough. And then at the bottom here, with the objective of driving profitable customer action. Let's have a look at SEO. SEO is the process of affecting the visibility of a web page or a web page in search engines' natural or unpage search engine results. What's the differences between both of these descriptions, both of these definitions? This bit at the bottom here, with the objective of driving profitable customer action. The definition in Wikipedia of search engine optimization doesn't have an outcome in mind. It's talking about the process, not the outcome. And that's the challenge with SEO. With SEO, we're too focused on the technicalities of how things happen rather than actually what we're looking to achieve. And that's our problem when we try and explain SEO to other people. We've all been there trying to introduce someone to SEO, and of course, we're a little bit too complicated with what we try and do. We're passionate about what SEO is, but we go into detail that just isn't necessary for someone finding out about SEO for the first time. And we do exactly the same kind of thing in front of clients. If we've worked in an agency before, if we are working in an agency, I'm sure we've all experienced this kind of situation where you're an SEO person, you go along to meet a client for the first time, you're passionate about it, and of course, after 10 minutes of you explaining about 301 redirects, canonicalization, and whatever other snappy phrase you want to come up with, the client switching off and just not wanting anything to do with it at all. So we've got to get away from the technical description of what SEO is and focus more on why we do SEO. And this is a wonderful video to check out. It's a guy called Simon Sinek. So if you haven't seen this video before, I would highly, highly recommend that you check this out. It's called People Don't Buy What You Do, They Buy Why You Do It. And the example that he gives in this video is using Apple, but you can apply it to your business as well. If you focus more on why you do it and the result from the SEO that customers get, then generally customers will actually be willing to listen to why SEO is important a little bit more than trying to explain the technicalities behind it. So, number 3, how to take the guesswork out of content marketing. Content marketers, how do they decide at the moment how to create content? Well, unfortunately, by and large, it's guesswork. It's what they're passionate about. It's what they've researched and perhaps think is important at that present moment in time. But it's multiple choice. You know, that's something that I haven't written about in a long time. Let's go with that. I haven't seen that letter for a while. Bit of a joke, but to a certain degree, that's how content marketers make decisions. And we need to get a little bit more clever about why we are writing a piece of content and strategically what impact it's likely to have on the long-term organic search engine ranking for the keyword phrases that are hopefully incorporated in that piece of content. Okay, so we should get a little bit more clever at explaining what SEO is to content marketers. This is what I usually do in terms of describing what SEO is and how it works. So I tend to just use this diagram and just go for the simplistic approach by saying, okay, this is your domain, the blue is your domain, and you've got these green pages here which are ranking in Google for these keyword phrases. So we're doing well, we're bringing in traffic from people searching for these keyword phrases, and they're landing on these pages on our site. But the challenge is, we've also got competitor pages and a competitor domain that's ranking for those keyword phrases as well. However, we can see that the competitor is also ranking for these keyword phrases as well. And these are the opportunities in terms of driving more traffic to the website. So what we'll do is we'll define the content that we write on in the future based upon the keyword phrases that we're not ranking for. So it'll give you a better opportunity to write content that attracts traffic back from organic search results in Google. So that's just a brief description of just explaining factually behind why SEO is the right thing to be looking at from a content marketer's perspective as well. However, some of you might have heard of this quote before, Donald Rumsfeld. So there are known knowns. There are things we know that we know. There are known unknowns. That is to say, there are things that we know we don't know. But there are also unknown unknowns. These are things that we don't know. So a bit of a flippant, strange quote. But if you think about it, it really applies to SEO and content marketing as well. Because in terms of looking into what pages, what keyword phrases are bringing in traffic and what pages are ranking in search engines, we can define what we know about. We know certain competitors, we know certain keyword phrases out there and that we're ranking for those keyword phrases. And we may even know other keyword phrases that our competitors are ranking for and we may wish to target. But the challenge is with SEO is actually defining competitors that are also ranking for keyword phrases that we may not know about. So perhaps we know about the competitors, we don't know all the keyword phrases that they're ranking for. Drilling out even further, these are the competitors that we don't know about at all, and we also don't know about the keyword phrases that they're ranking for. And if you look at the very top right-hand side, we can actually see domains out there that are ranking in our market, but the majority of other businesses in the market aren't ranking for those phrases. So they're the real unknown opportunities. And we're working at this internally to try and solve this. You know, other big data companies are working hard at doing this. And it's a challenge for SEOs, but SEOs need to get better at defining the unknown unknowns and not sticking with the things that they definitely know about for their own marketplace. So what do you do when you get the big data? Well, you need to actually break the data down into clusters to see what is relevant and what is the best opportunity within what you should be targeting. There are easy opportunities, not so easy opportunities, but you need to distill everything down into what is the most likely focus to actually deliver a higher quality result. Now, what we're doing at the moment is launching a product fairly soon called Market Share. Unfortunately, it's not available at the moment, so I'm afraid you're not going to be able to have access to it just now. But we are looking for a few beta testers that are keen on exploring big data for the use of SEO. But here's an example that I can share with you. So there's a website called greatbritishchefs.com, and we did a big look into their total marketplace. And of course, when you drill into everything in terms of who the competing domains are, naturally, initially, you'll end up pulling out big domains that rank for everything. So things like Wikipedia, things like BBC, all those kind of big sites. But you also get relevant competitors as well. So the key is not getting big data, it's actually making sense out of the big data. And that's the significant challenge that most people are working towards at the moment. So we can see in the Great British Chefs marketplace, they've got a total marketplace of 113,000 keyword phrases, and they're only ranking for about 24,000 of them. But in terms of visibility, most SEOs are fairly comfortable with a visibility type metric in that we'd expect a higher click-through rate for a higher position on a search engine result. So that's where we calculate a visibility score for it. And then we can actually calculate a total market value. So we can say the market value of their organic search is about 115,000 compared with about 6 million out there. After that, we'll look at taking the data and distilling it down, filtering it. So we're focusing on 4 different areas: identifying core niche competitors, analyzing the performance of existing keywords and pages, suggesting new keywords for existing pages, and suggesting new keywords for new pages. So I know we don't have a whole lot of time to look into that, but I just want to cover a couple of principles that SEOs should be focusing on and looking to use big data for. So identifying core niche competitors. You need to first of all distill your competitors down into your core niche competitors. That's the most important segment to be looking at initially, the most important quadrant. And if you do that, and you do that from big data, you will definitely find competitors that you never even knew existed. Number 2, existing keywords and existing content. So you need to establish which keyword phrases are the quick win opportunities. So obviously these tend to be the keyword phrases that you're already ranking for, but maybe ranking for between 5 and the bottom of page 2 or so. So a bit of SEO work will improve that. Maintain ROI. Those are the opportunities to look at where you actually are ranking well for, maybe positions 1, 2, and 3, but they're bringing in significant traffic. So you need to keep on tracking and keep on maybe providing a little bit of a boost to over time. And then your long-term opportunities here as well. So in this opportunity, chefs, Michelin, pineapple, those are clusters of keywords that are opportunities for the longer term. Number 3, new keywords and existing content. So these are keywords that you aren't ranking for at the moment, but you do have existing content that you may be able to tweak to rank for those keyword phrases. So those could be excellent quick win opportunities as well. And number 4, new keywords and new content. So these are a little bit more longer term because you need to get the content written. And this is where the relationship with the content marketers really come into fruition, because you need to work closely to actually make sure that they're writing the right content, they're targeting the right keyword phrases, and they're comfortable with why they should be doing that there as well. So that's my 20 minutes or so in terms of what I wanted to explore. In terms of the 3 core areas of focus, I just wanted to touch on why SEOs and content marketers don't talk to each other. They're different types of people, but just because you're a different type of person doesn't mean that you shouldn't try and understand the other person's perspective. I think both of us, SEOs and content marketers, need to be better at doing that and hopefully set aside time on a weekly basis to understand each other and work together and have that long-term plan and really find each other valuable, because we can work effectively together and we offer value for each other. Number 2, why focusing on why will help SEOs to communicate more effectively. SEOs in general are too technically focused. We need to be thinking about things from the big picture perspective and try and explain SEO from the rest of the world's perspective, not an SEO's perspective. And number 3, we need to get better at taking the guesswork out of content marketing. A lot of SEOs are focusing on keywords based on known competitors and not doing anything more in terms of developing who their whole marketplace is, who all their competitors are, and who where all the keyword phrases are for their whole marketplace as well. So we need to help content marketers take the guesswork out of content marketing as well. And there we go. That completes my little presentation today. So hopefully that was worthwhile. And if you have any questions, be more than happy to take them. Thank you.
That was really interesting presentation, and you really nailed those differences between SEOs and content marketers and why they have worked together to achieve the results.
Is it still going to be a war?
I think that it is still going to last for some time, but they're actually like coming more closer together, because when you have no ways to tweaking the results only by purchasing links, you have to think about content this way or that. You have to work with content marketeers. So this is a good thing. The question that I have regarding your service that you've told us about, and it has some very good approach to measuring your market share according to the keywords and the keywords that you rank for. Do you take into consideration the competition and the volume searches of the keywords, deciding like I may rank for 10 keywords with good search volume and I have share X, and I have 1,000 keywords but very low search volume and I have market share Z?
Yes, sorry, you cut out a little bit there actually, but I think I got the gist of what you were asking there. Yes, we try and, I mean, the initial focus is to get the total coverage of the whole marketplace, and if that can be done, then we can get a true vision on who all the competing domains are in the marketplace, because the challenge with most pieces of competitor analysis is they're based upon what a business already knows as their competitors, and you're putting in existing competing domains, and then you're benchmarking your progress based on that. So you need to do an independent massive crawl on everything that's potentially competitive in your marketplace, and then the challenge is, you know, because you get so much information back there, is distilling it down to something really meaningful, and that's what we're actively working on at the moment. But we're, you know, through those 4 steps, we believe we've come up with something really meaningful in terms of targeting. And to answer the question, yeah, absolutely, we need to actually focus priorities based upon volume, but also, you know, to get as clever as possible, the potential ROI of a keyword phrase is based on, you know, we can take Google AdWords data. Ideally, we'd also be able to take data based upon conversion rates from that website as well. But also in terms of projecting what we think the click-through rate is going to be, we need to be better than just actually taking a standard model. We need to be doing things like taking mobile and desktop, and whether or not it's a brand or not a brand search. And there's so many different elements that come into part of actually calculating what the likely click-through rate is going to be. So hopefully we can get clever about that moving forward.
Okay, David, thank you. And guys, this was our last speaker before the break. We have 20-minute break, and after that we will get back to you. Let's again thank David. That was very interesting. David,
thank you, Igor. Great to join you. Wonderful.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMark, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive with a template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we'll have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
Hello guys, we continue our SEO Day Web Promo Conference, and our next speaker is Alex Tachalova, who will tell us about, no, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And we will hear now the presentation about making links, not war. And I'm really intrigued what it is going to be about. Please, Alex.
Okay, so thank you very much guys for having me today. I'm super excited, and I want to say that I had a pleasure to listen all previous presentations, and it was really insightful. And so it's my pleasure to be here, and I hope that everyone will stay till the end. So I'm going to share my screen right now, and we are going to see what I have. Just hold on. Okay, so build love, not links, and the power of effective communication. So actually nowadays it's pretty popular to talk about gaining links, getting links, and about how you can do it in a white hat. I'm sorry?
Could you please, the picture froze. Could you please close the screen sharing and start it on again?
Okay, sure. Just
Sec. It's working. It's working. Oh, so yeah.
Okay, so I can go ahead, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm really sorry for...
Yeah, that's okay. That's perfect.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. So basically, yeah, and I'll try to bring my... Here, it's my personal experience about doing that, and believe me, I'm really experienced in building all those relationships, and so I believe the last at least 3 years, I've been investing a lot in this process. And so the question for you guys, do you really investing in a relationship? Do you build them? How do you build them? And do you familiar with this? When someone random dude writing to you, hey, please put a link to your website, or if you're an expert, just please make links for this price, which is really ridiculous from my point of view. The reason is here, it's a cheap approach. Do you try to build a relationship with someone who is really, about who you really care in that way? So for example, with your husband, with your daughter, hey, I'm going to give you 10 bucks and you will do this. No, it's not a way of communicating. It's not a way of dealing with people. And that's about doing it in a really proper way. And today I want to tell you how you can do it from the very beginning till the very end. So starting from getting those people and collecting lists and ending up by measuring results. And you know what? Just think over it, because building a relationship, it's an art. It's an art of finding unique and personalized approaches to different people. And you should be really inspired by that, because only people who are inspired and who are deeply believe in what they do and what they are doing, they can succeed in doing that. So I highly recommend you 2 books. I'm sorry I didn't write it there, but you can just simply Google for them. It's Getting to Yes. It's a guidebook about dealing with different people in order to reach your goals. So it's Getting to Yes. And the other one, which I've recently found out, but it's a fabulous book. And it's so much insightful and inspiring in terms of doing new stuff. It's called Talk Like TED. So Google for those books, and I highly recommend them for your future reading list. But without having a system, without putting everything together, you can't be sure that it's a successful way of connecting the dots. So here is a system which I use and how I do it. And so take a look at this. It's really simple. So there is no extra steps, like there's only three simple steps. So you need to make a list of influencers. Then what you need to do? You need to start a conversation, basically, and don't forget to provide value. At each step, you should provide value. And the last one, when you have a list of experts, influencers, you are really good in starting a conversation and moving it, then you can measure your results. But how can you get all those experts in one list, and how you can do it? I highly recommend you to use those tools, and I'm going to explain you why. So first of all, I want to pay your attention on following rank, and it's a tool from Moz which I really love and use on a daily basis. It's extremely useful tool, and it shows you different users by, so you can search, so it has a lot of different features actually, but I want to focus on a particular one, and that's about searching Twitter profiles by the specific keywords. So basically it's a sample of data of users who are attached to content marketing. And you can export this list, and it's going to be a starting point for your list of influencers. Basically, you can search by any keyword, and it's not limited. The other one, really great tool, which actually I can't believe that some time ago I had been using it. And so right now I have BuzzSumo, and it's an incredible tool. And those guys, they did a huge job to do it, and they are like updating it on a regular basis. And it's an incredible tool. You can search there by influencers and expert lists, as well as you can filter out it by bloggers, influencers, whatever you want. And it's really useful. So talking about this one option, it's a good one because you can search faster and more effectively in different social media channels like LinkedIn, G+, and the rest of others. So you put here, I'm sorry, oops, I didn't notice it's Russian because I had previously a Russian conference, and it's not it's a Russian world, so it's journalists. So basically, I'm sorry about that. I wasn't really paying attention to this, but I've already translated, so there shouldn't be any problem. So basically, but the tool is not for Russian market. It's for, basically, it was built mostly for European and US, UK market. And it's really good, and so you can give it a try, and also it's free of charge, which is also a great point to give a try. And that's one. I found this one a couple of months ago on Product Hunt. It was, I believe, in July, and I was really interested in giving it a try and seeing what kind of data sets it can provide. And I can say that it's really a reliable tool, and it has a lot of interesting data in comparing to other tools. It has some additional features which you can utilize and find as useful as well. And so that was so all the tools which I was covering previously, they were like about direct search. So you was directly searching by influencers in those tools. And here is, I want to give you a food for thought about how you can search it not only directly in tools, but also from other angle. So that's one. That's a really interesting tool. It's called SimilarWeb, and today you've already had a presentation from this company, from SimilarWeb, and I love this tool as well, and I use it pretty a lot, and that's a super actionable tool. So what you can do here in terms of finding influencers and experts, you can search by your competitor in this tool and see from which websites they have referral traffic. It's coming to their website. And then you can connect the dots and see what kind of websites you should prioritize in your list, and trying to build a relationship with them by just firstly, because if your competitor receives traffic from this website, it's a valuable website for you as well. So it's a good point here, and I highly recommend you to try, because besides paid parts, SimilarWeb provides a bit of data in a free mode, so you can try it and see. I don't think that it's going to take you a lot of time, and it's really nice tool. And that's something which is going to kind of integration with SimilarWeb, which is I highly recommend to do. That's an example. It's called SERPstat, and they had presentation as well as this conference. And also you can use SEMrush or any other tool which basically provides competitive insights. But here is a screenshot from SERPstat. And so what you can do, if you don't know your competitors, you can firstly go to SERPstat, find your competitors, and then go to SimilarWeb and search by them. Or if you know your competitors, but it's like, normally it's limited list, it's not 100 or 1,000 domains, you can search by those competitors in SERPstat and then be back to SimilarWeb and have a really good integration of data. So it's really different approaches, like comparing to directly searching tool for influencers by Twitter profiles or any other LinkedIn profiles, so any other social media channels. This one is an interesting approach of doing it in other way, but I recommend it as well, because you can find a really relevant sources of traffic and new websites here. And when you have all those tools and you can put everything together, it's time to it's time to be inspired by your work. Because if you don't have inspiration, that I was talking about in my first part of my presentation, you can't really do a successful communication. Because if you feel that communication with people isn't really what you're focused on in your job or in your life, because honestly, I think that our lives, they're really somehow not integrated, but our job is a part of our life, honestly. And you should be inspired about what you do and how you do it. Because fueled by inspiration, you can do a lot of achievements. And that's what I feel about me personally. When I'm really inspired about something, I do much better than when I'm not inspired. So, but people who are not really inspired in their job, they proceed those weak communication. It's called like weak communication, which is so called by me, and it's a pointless communication, because it leads to nothing. It's useless and it's annoying, and it doesn't create any emotional connection between people, and it doesn't trigger any further reactions, which is super upsetting for me. So in order to make it in a really good way, at least trying to make you noticed by other people, I highly recommend to follow these really simple steps. So you can share their content, which is going to be which is going to make them feel some kind of appreciation about your activities. As well, you can follow them on SMM channels, on social media channels, and that's make you recognizable for them. And a simple way of commenting as well, because, for example, I was approached by a tool called Mention, and I'm going to mention this tool, which is like really, which is like a really interesting, a funny way of like going to mention tool. But and what they did, they're really good in building relationship. I had a blog post where I was like mentioning different tools and I was referring to them, and they went to this blog post and commented like, thank you very much for adding us in this list. And it was really nice. I was like, oh, such a nice guys. And that built some kind of emotional attachment between me and them. And it's a really nice way of getting things done and being recognizable by other people. So I highly recommend you to do it and not to waste your time on writing pointless emails and spending a little bit of your time on being recognizable and on providing value to other people. However, without setting a goal of communication, you are going to fail as well. So you should have a really clear goal of your communication, as well as you need to research about person, because without research, you can't tailor a personalized message. And the last one, yeah, it's like all those, so they're moving us to a personalized message, really personalized. And here is an example of, I think it's a good message, and I was like sending it, I was sending over it to one guy, which I was trying to to capture for a guest blogging opportunity for my partner. And so I wrote about his article, and I pointed out that I loved something in this article, and then I asked about doing a guest blogging. So I had a personalized part, and I had a reason of my communication with him, and I received an answer, and it was really nice. And in the end, he did a blog post for one of my partners, and that message, I've recently received it from Cognitive SEO, and they're really nice guys, and they did a huge blog post, a really good blog post. I highly recommend you to take a look at this. And they added me and notified me about that, and it was really nice. I was like, oh, that's so lovely. And I felt really emotionally attached to them, and I felt something about them. And that's a way of building a relationship. That's a real way of doing that in investing in different, so it's a different ways of investing in it. So it was like a big work, because they did a huge piece where they were like mentioning different authors and doing research, but you can do it in a smaller way, but also in an effective way. So it's up to you how you are going to tailor it and how you are going to present it. But the main idea here is in doing that and in considering that and not skipping it. And sometimes it's really upsetting when we don't get any response. So we are like tailoring our messages, doing research, but no response. Yeah, it happens. It happens with me as well, and I'm also upset. I'm super upset at that point, because I'm really investing in doing that. I was like, fuck. Yeah, I felt like that. I'm sorry, but it's really like that. It's super upsetting for me. But in order to know what has happened and why they are not reacting to your messages, you need to know whether they are opening your messages or not. And so that's the main idea here. And that's why you need to track your results and know exactly how much times they've already opened your email, and whether you, and how you need to tailor follow-up email, because you need to have a data-driven approach here, and you need to build your further communication based on this data. And that's a tool which you can use. Honestly, I use Yesware, but I know that Mixmax is much better than Yesware, but I'm sorry, I was from the very beginning attached to Yesware. That's why I'm continue using it. So that's my point here. But I had a lot of great stuff about Mixmax. And when you have all those steps, the last one is measuring your results, because without that, you can't be sure that your communications are enough effective, and so you really get to the point of your final goals of link building. that's why you need to start tracking everything from the very beginning. And so I use all those tools in order to keep an eye on a landscape and tracking my results. That's a nimble. And the CRM system, pretty basic. You can use any CRM system, but this one is extremely cheap. That's why I use it. It's only costs $15 per month. And that's why I use it, and I put all my contacts here. And if I have a client, it's also I set up for clients their personal account in Nimble, and I track it. So I track it in terms of communication. I track when people reference to me or to other brands in order to have the list of the most active, let's say, influencers and the less active. And that's really helpful because I can track everything and I don't need to have all those spreadsheets or whatever it can be. And also I create deals because it's a deal. So any kind of communication is a deal for me from my perspective, and I move them from steps to step and move them to close deal. And that's about tracking like brand mentions, and that's content alerts in BuzzSumo. I use it and they're fantastic. They're alerting me about newly launched content, and I can thank people, and I can thank so everyone who are mentioning me or my clients. Oops, I'm sorry, that's too BuzzSumo. I really love it. So that's a newly launched tool. It's called Brand Mentions. It was launched by Cognitive SEO, but I highly recommend it to try because it has some valuable insights. For example, it provides, so it gives you also a review of LinkedIn publications, which is really insightful, as well as slide shares. So it has some valuable insights as well. And that's about Ahrefs, and they have a really lovely insights. So they have also content alerts, and as well as it's really surprisingly for me that sometimes I need to browse also backlinks like an Ahrefs, like you see, because sometimes neither BuzzSumo or any other tool report me about new content, and I only only Ahrefs allows me to see it. So it's good to browse new backlinks as well.
Sandra, I'm sorry, we have 1 minute left, so if it's possible,
so basically,
please.
It's my last slide, so no worries. And basically, I'm really short. It's about Moz, and you can just also keep your brand mentions as well, and it's a good tool to use. And that's really short. It's just 1 minute success story, and I want to talk about SEMrush and search metrics versus and that their brand mentions. And there you can see that SEMrush brand mentions, they're averagely over, let's say, 40-50 per. So it's like per day, yeah, it's per day. And that's you see a graph with search metrics. So what is it about? It's about like being invested and not being invested, investing in relationship. And SEMrush, I know that they do a lot in terms of investing in relationship. And search metrics, as I can see from this graph, no. That's the answer for the question how you are going to stand out if you are going to take care about brand mentions, and if you are going to take care about building a relationship. That's your future, and I hope it's inspiring and encourage you to do it. So thank you very much for your attention. So you can find my slides here. It's on a slide share. And so if you want to talk with me about building relationship, whatever you want, or just say hi to me, you're very welcome. And I promise that I'm going to answer on each email, and I do it. So you're very welcome. Thank you very much. And hopefully it was enough insightful and useful for you guys. Thank you very much for having me today.
That was perfect presentation. It was very interesting, especially with the examples how you actually do it, and it would actually answer the question of people how to do correctly link building via investing into relationship with people, creating content, and so on and so forth. And for all you guys, we are again having a small break, and we'll be ready with you in a minute with another speaker. Thank you, and stay put with us.
Much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. Bye bye. Take care.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMart, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive of the template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
Guys, we're glad to have you back. We continue our Web Promo SEO Day, and I'm glad to give floor to my colleague Anton Schulke, who will continue working with you guys till the end of the conference. Antal, please welcome him.
Hi guys, we continue our marathon. And next one is Moz. Yeah, Moz has opened any door. Doors Tori Cushing. Tori Cushing couldn't make it live, so it's gonna go in recordings. But it's not gonna lose anything, any attraction. So just stay with us. Watch Tori Cushing.
Hey guys, this is Tori from Moz, and I'm really happy to be speaking to you guys today. I have recorded this especially for you guys, so this is just kind of that exclusive update. But I'm with Moz, and I'm a customer trainer here, so I train people on how to do the best SEO they can possibly do while using our tools. So today what I'm going to talk about is competitive metrics inside Moz tools and how you can use them for competitive research. So basically the idea behind competitive research is that you are your own site, you're doing awesome, you're doing all these cool things, but you may want to look for areas that you could kind of improve on and take advantage of. And one of the ways you can do that is through competitive research. So you have another competitor who's doing really, really well in a different area, maybe in link building or with ranking for a particular keyword, something like that. Maybe their on-page optimization is really well done. And you want to go and kind of check out what they're doing, check out the competition, and then apply that to your site where it's appropriate. So we have a few different tools to kind of help you along in this journey and beat out your competitors. And first, we're going to talk about a few of the metrics that you need to know. So we have search visibility and competitive metrics that are kind of important before you start jumping into this whole analysis. The first one is domain authority and page authority. So you're going to see those a lot in Moz tools. You're going to see those in Open Site Explorer and in the Moz bar. And they're really cool kind of metrics. They're Moz metrics that we've collected based on backlink data and link profile data in general, also PageRank, and how well these different sites are performing online, so visibility, all those good metrics. And together, we put those into one big metric that's called domain authority. So we give you kind of an estimate on how authoritative a particular site is across the web. And then just as a domain would be that kind of domain authority, a page would also be that same page authority. So instead of for the entire domain, which would be like moz.com, that whole domain, everything underneath it, a page would be, maybe be more like moz.com/blog. The next one is for your keyword rankings. So keyword rankings, super important. We can also get ideas from our competitors with this. The idea behind this is when you look for a keyword like a keyword ranking tool inside the search engines, and Moz turns up maybe number 2 or 3, then we can also see other competitors who are up there, maybe like SEMrush, turning up number 1 or something like that. And I can see how well those pages on my competitor sites are optimized for these particular keywords. So one thing that we can do is set up campaigns inside Moz Analytics and look at how well our competitors are doing for particular keywords. So we have our competitors, where we add those into our rankings. We have our top ranking keywords, and we have our keyword opportunities. So different areas where we can see that our competitors could do better, and then we could also kind of take that and just apply it to our site. One of the other things are backlinks. So inbound external links, which is a fancy way of saying links from another site to my site. So they're inbound, but they're also from external sources. So external inbound links, links coming to me, which is a really good thing. Google sees that as an authority. So know that term, be able to recognize it inside Open Site Explorer and inside our other link tools. And also know the term under spam analysis. So understanding that there are spammy sites out there, and Google has released several different pieces of information saying that if you have a large amount of spammy sites linking to your site, that could actually hinder you in the long run. So it could actually hurt your rankings. So what you want to do with a tool like Open Site Explorer is you actually want to probably disavow those sites that are really, really spammy. So our tool offers a few different ways to look at that. So we have a whole flag system set up, which we'll get into in a little bit. But if it sets off these like red flags, and you have like 10 red flags where it's like thin content, low domain authority, not a lot of backlinks, lots and lots of category pages, you know, like stuff like that, then it is a good chance that that site is spammy. So we want to check that out. The last thing is social shares. So we've seen this time and time again where you see that backlinks and sharing are kind of one and the same in different areas. So sometimes you'll get a whole bunch of backlinks, sometimes you'll get a whole bunch of shares, sometimes you'll get a whole bunch of both. But it does say a lot about the content in the site that we're kind of focusing on. If they have a higher amount of shares in social, then that means that this content is important to somebody and that they're sharing it with other people who they think it's going to be important with. So very important when we're looking at competitive analysis and looking at which areas of our competitor's site are really, really bomb. Next thing is in Moz Analytics. This is the first tool we're going to talk about. This is a paid tool. It's part of Moz Pro, so you don't have to pay for this tool specifically, but it comes in your whole $99 a month standard package that you get. And this part of this kind of journey is the competitive, or the keyword research. So it's a big part of your competitive journey. It kind of sets the tone for a lot of the rest of the research you're going to do, especially when you're new to a particular industry and you want to make sure that your keywords are really well optimized. So say you take a list of like 30 keywords and you see that your competitors are really ranking well for 10 of them, and then another competitor is ranking really well for another 10. It's good to know. It's good to know that you kind of want to beat them out in those particular rankings and how to optimize your site and your content to do that. So when you're kind of in this snuff, our tools can help with that. First, what we want to do is just set up a campaign. So you can set up a campaign for your own site, like moz.com, or you could set up a campaign for your competitor, which is what I'm showing here. So I set up a campaign for semrush.com. I added in a whole bunch of keywords. So this tool actually, it automatically generates a whole bunch of keywords that might be useful to you in your campaign creation setup, which is kind of ironically powered by SEMrush. But for the sake of this example, we get a whole bunch of keywords that we can look at. And even just in this keyword area, we can get a really nice look at what kind of keywords maybe we could grab from this list too. Either way, we can start tracking these keywords for our competitor or our site, and we can see how well they do over time. So if we have a competitive strategy where we're saying we are a pet supply store here in Seattle and we want to go and kind of dominate the market for the keyword terms pet clothes, pet flannel, maybe, and like pet glasses, because it's kind of like a Seattle thing, you know, or pet costumes. And we see that our competitors are doing really well for those terms, and we haven't created any content that's really particular for those terms. We're going to go out, we're going to create some content, we're going to do some pieces on it, we're going to have a page, like an article page or a learn more page about pet costumes and how to make a pet flannel, that kind of stuff. And then we'll look over time to see how our keyword rankings have increased or maybe even decreased versus our competitors. So we'll have our campaign set up and then one for our competitors and see how that correlation goes along. So when we're looking inside this tool, we can see our keyword, we can see if it's locally ranking or not, so a national keyword or something that's particular for Seattle. In this example, I would use some like a local keyword for Seattle. I can see it in Google, Yahoo, Bing, Google Mobile, and I can see the change that it happens over time. I can also download that CSV. This is a really cool tool and really cool way to kind of set up your competitive analysis over time. One tool that's also really awesome is the keyword difficulty tool, again, added into that package that you have. And what this does is when you have keywords that you know you want to go for, so pet costumes or pet flannel, I'm going to put those into the keyword difficulty report. And I'm going to get a search volume estimate, which is really nice, a Google search volume estimate to see how many people are really searching for this. And then I get a score, so how difficult it might be for me to go ahead and rank for that particular keyword. So my score would be from like 1 to 100, and in this example I have a 71, so it's kind of a higher difficulty. It's a highly competitive term. That's okay. We're going to go for it anyway. Or maybe you're going to set up a kind of boundary line as in like I want to go for a report that's going to be a difficulty score less than maybe 55. You know, so you're kind of going for the easier keywords right now because maybe you're a smaller brand and you don't want to take on that much going on. Next thing what you can do is you can download this full SERP report for this particular keyword, which is getting like super granular into looking at the top 10 results for that particular keyword. So this is great for competitive analysis, especially when you're going for a particular term and you're looking for this term and you're looking for pet costumes and seeing how well everybody else is doing. You get the list of the top 10 results, and then you get to see their page authority, their number of linking root domains to that page, their domain authority, all the links, that whole count of every other link linking to their domain, which is super helpful because you really want to be able to look at, okay, who is my competition? What areas can I beat them out in? I can see that we have some low page authority and low domain authority for 2 of the results in here. Let's see if I can beat them out and get into maybe like the 3rd ranking. You can also compare 2 keywords. So if you have, let's say, pet costume and pet flannel, you can go ahead and compare those. And you can see the difficulty scores right next to each other and the search volume. You can also see that kind of change. So the second to last tool we're going to talk about is the Moz bar, which is a super, super cool tool. It is free, completely free. It is super great. I love the Moz bar. Like I said, it's free, which is, I can't say how much of a value that is. It's wonderful. I'm not just saying that because I work for Moz. I was using it before then too. But it's a Chrome extension. All you have to do is go and type in Moz bar into Google, and you get this page that lets you install the bar into Chrome or Firefox. And then what it does is when you're on a particular page, it gives you a breakdown straight from here in this tool on page authority, domain authority, your external followed links or linking root domains. You get your Moz rank, you get your page rank, you get like a huge amount of information just from this tool. And you can see that just in link metrics. You can also see on-page elements, like if they have their page title set up correctly or keywords in their meta description, something like their open graph set up, anything like that. So you could go to a competitor's page and you could say, okay, well, they have a really nice page title. It's very keyword heavy. You know, it's very well optimized for what they want to go for. Let's say like pet supplies. And then you can look into their link metrics and say, okay, they have a good amount of domains linking to them, which is good. But they don't have a sitemap set up. They don't have their schema set up. They don't have their open graph set up. Those are all areas where I could kind of pull ahead and see if I could get ranking and sharing even more. So those are areas that you can do some nice, quick, competitive research just because it pops right into the toolbar of your Chrome browser. You can also see the spam score from here, which we'll get to in just a minute, kind of the breakdown of that inside Open Site Explorer. And we can see the social shares for this page or this domain by Facebook, Twitter, and Google+. Another cool aspect of the Moz bar is that you don't have to be on a particular site to use it. So you could be just inside the search results. Let's say if I were looking at keywords for PPC marketing and I was searching for PPC, I could see just from these search results, I could see the page authority, domain authority, and I could go straight into the link analysis, which will take me into Open Site Explorer, which is super cool. I could also export this list straight from here, just by the little export bar right up in the top left corner. Which brings me to Open Site Explorer. It's a free tool, really, really great link metrics, and you can run this for any site. So you don't need to be an owner of Moz.com to run this report. You could run this for, any of your competitors, which I would highly recommend. So after you run it for a competitor, here I have in Raven Tools, because they provide another tool in the industry. I have the domain authority and the page authority of their homepage. I can see their spam score, which is a 3 out of 17, which is in the green. They're good to go. I can see that they have 219 just discovered links in the past 60 days, which is just discovered links. Those are all the link metrics that are pulled from Bitly tracking data. So any of those new updated links that are coming in, new content that's being shared across the web with the Bitly shortcut in it. I can also see how many links that have come here from the root domain and how many total links they have. Lastly, I have the Facebook shares and Twitter shares and Google Plus and Facebook likes, all that good stuff. So here's the inbound link section. This is kind of what I was talking about at the beginning versus the inbound external links. So these are other links that are coming to my site. So I can see here that we have a few links. Moz.com is actually linking to Raven Tools, which is great. So we have a high domain authority and a high page authority. It's good to look at. marketingland.com, Smashing Magazine. Maybe what I would like to do for my next part of my link building campaign is to go to marketingland.com and kind of reach out to them and say, hey, I see that you're linking to Raven tools. I have this post about how to use this particular tool. Super, super great, nice video. Here's how you walk through it. Here's how you do the thing. If you want to include a link to me, that would be super great. So another part of Open Site Explorer is the competitive multiple link metrics, which is kind of a long term, but comparing link metrics inside Open Site Explorer, which is really cool, super great area for competitive research. So the first one I have here in this example is SEMrush, and I can see their page authority, Moz Trust, Moz Rank, number of links, all these good, awesome metrics. And then I have Moz.com as one of the competitors, because that's me. And then I have Raven Tools in here too. So I can see that Moz.com is doing a good job with their page authority, actually in every area of this particular tool. But let's say I put in a competitor like Search Engine Land. They would probably be able to kind of beat us out, at least in a few of these categories. I know that they have more external inbound links than we do. So that'd be something to consider as not just a tool competitor, but somebody who you may want to be like, okay, well, I want to be like them as even just as an authoritative, editorial kind of authority. So lastly, what I'm going to do is actually hop into Open Site Explorer live, because this is a mostly free tool. There are aspects of it that are premium aspects. So, if you want to download a whole bunch of data, then you would have to pay for a Moz subscription. But at least just for the basic, you get that with this free tool here. So I have this in here. I'm logged out of my account, so you can see it like if I were a free subscriber. So you can't get into spam analysis for free, but if you had a Moz account, you could do that, which is really super cool. You can still compare the link metrics, so I can do this right over here with searchengineland.com, and I can see that they have a higher page authority, higher page trust. We have more internal links, but they have more external, and we can get a nice breakdown of how that's going. So I can see the just discovered links over here, anchor text, link building domains, all of that good stuff. So I'd highly recommend using Open Site Explorer for some competitive research. And lastly, I just want to show you some cool aspects of the Moz bar that we weren't able to show inside those screenshots. So let me go to pet supplies. And inside these results, I can see the Moz bar working. I can see that I could even switch the search profile if I wanted to. So let's say that your site is getting a whole bunch of traffic from Bing, which may not be likely, but if it were, you could go ahead and switch the search profile right here from Bing to Yahoo to Google, non-personalized, any of that good stuff, and download these results. So let's say I wanted to go to pet supplies and I wanted to open up this particular page because they're a competitor of mine. Then I could go into this inspect page analysis, and I could start really looking through what's going on this page and how my competitor is doing better than I am because they're ranking number 5 and I'm ranking number 10. So I can see that they have their meta description and that they have their page title set up. They have a bunch of keywords in here which really aren't important. If you don't know that, the meta keywords, those are outdated. You don't need them anymore. Google doesn't consider them a ranking factor anymore. So really putting your efforts into the meta description would be best. You could also see here the alt text for all of the pictures on this page and any instance of H1s and H2s. So this particular page doesn't have any H1s or H2s, which is an area that you could do well with, because that kind of helps Google, when they're crawling your site, be able to read it a little bit better. And then I can see if they have a rel canonical set up, any of their robots information, all of their link metrics in here. If they have a markup, like a schema, which is the structured data that's submitted to Google so that they get the knowledge graph and that interesting data right there. Obviously, with the Open Graph protocol, that is similar, but that's for Facebook. And then Twitter cards, similar, but for Twitter. And microformats for other types of structuring data. So lastly, I can see that this is the HTTP status, so that it's to 200, and that it's okay. So I would highly suggest using the Moz bar and OpenSite Explorer specifically for your competitive research. But as you know, these other tools are still really helpful to give you this kind of full competitive research using the Moz tools. So I really hope that you guys enjoyed this. Thank you so much for watching. And get out there, do some competitive research. I wish you the best of luck, and I'll talk to you next time.
It was Tori question from Moz. Was a brilliant presentation. Unfortunately, we can ask questions, but if you do have questions, send it to us. We'll pass it to Tori. We have next the marathon. Yeah, it's getting tense and tense. So we get next speaker. It's Anastasia Parokha. She's just here with us, which is much nicer, isn't it? Anastasia, you got some kind of funny presentation which says how to do SEO without SEO specialist. Well, I'm not asking questions. Questions will be at the end. Okay, it's all yours.
Okay, hi guys. My name is Anastasia Parokha, and I'm a Chief Marketing Officer at Untitled. This is a plagiarism detection software, and this is a startup. And today I'm going to speak about how to do SEO without an SEO specialist. And the remark I would like to make at the very beginning is that if you have a huge website, if you have an e-commerce website, or if you have a portal, unfortunately this is not going to work for you. So the information I'm going to provide today is mostly will be useful and applicable for smaller websites, for local business, for some services, but unfortunately not for huge sites. I will start with the news that doing SEO has never been easier than it is now. What I mean, for example, 10 years ago there actually was no information online how to do SEO, and there were only a few specialists who actually knew how to make it. And the SEO those days, it was really easy. About 5 or 6 years ago, the SEO got really complicated. There has been lots of things you would have to know, and the technology was complicated. Because, for example, about 7 years ago or so, I was writing articles for some websites located in the United States, pretty huge websites that were describing how to make the right keyword analysis, how to choose the keywords, how to find the keywords, how to group the keywords, how to assign the keywords to the pages. I was sharing information about density, about proximity and stuff like that, and that you should have, for example, a certain number of keywords in the title and meta description, and that the keyword should be placed somewhere at the beginning of your text, then in the middle of your text, then at the very end. The good news is that this is no longer what you have to know, because when you were promoting the pages about 6 or 7 years ago, you would have to know where to go and buy those links. And only SEO guys would know the resources where you could go and actually buy links. But today it's absolutely working in a different way, because over the years Google have developed in a really complicated system but extremely smart system. And what's great about it is that Google actually don't like SEO guys, because SEO guys do not pay for they do not buy advertising. And the companies that work with SEO guys, they also often don't buy advertising, but they rather pay money to the SEO guys to show up in their first positions in the search engines. And I have a feeling that all of those changes that Google have been making over the years, they actually have been made only to stop SEO guys. Well, maybe this sounds funny, but for example, there were lots of people who were actually taking care about their websites 5 and 6 years ago, and that's why they have turned to SEO guys, so that they start promotion for them. And there were lots of people who actually didn't care about their sites and were doing nothing. And those companies that were ordering SEO, they had much better content. And when Google have started introducing its algorithms like Panda and Penguin, I have a feeling that it was all aimed for it to stop SEO guys, because initially it said that you should have better content, then it said that you should no longer be using links. And it only were SEO guys who were actually using those links. But Google has grown into a very complicated, like I've said, yet smart system, where right now it knows that there can be several words that would explain the same thing. So, like for example, this can be the sofa and this can be the furniture, and lots of other keywords. So Google right now knows a lot about probably every product, every element, everything that exists in the world. And you no longer have to choose your keywords so precisely, because Google is now doing this hard job for you. And same goes for the content. Since Google has announced that you need to have an exact content, not exact content, the unique content, the exciting content, it has cut the opportunity for the SEO guys and for the SEO copywriters to write text. And also over these years, Google have learned and analyzed the behavior of the SEO guys. They know the methods they use for promotion, they know the way they act. And the good thing about it is that you're a human. And since you do not have that SEO background, you can now act exactly according to the requirements that Google sets. Because let's speak about copyright. If you have ordered any text about 6 or 7 years ago, you would know that the texts were pretty specific. They had a certain number of keywords inside. If today you would write such a text, Google won't love it. And most possibly Google won't even index it. Today you have to write a text that a usual human being would write. It doesn't have it doesn't need to be in any way SEO optimized, and this is really important. So without all those SEO background, acting like a human, you now can promote your website and got great position. So what you actually have to do is create some buzz in the internet and make it and spread it. Right now I'm having the picture of the grandma from an old Soviet movie. And why I'm featuring the grandmother here? You know, for example, how the old people would actually spread information when one lady comes to another lady, and they actually share some news, they share some buzz, and they would go to another lady and spread the news. And all this is happening organically. All this is happening organically, and this is what most important. In the online, it works exactly the same. For Google to pay attention to you, you have to make buzz, and you need to make this buzz organically. And actually, to make this buzz, you don't need to have an SEO specialist. An SEO specialist is extremely important for the on-page optimization. Like I have said, in case you're having an e-commerce website and you need pages linked in a certain way, and you need to prepare related products, and you need to arrange search in the right way. But when we're speaking about offline site optimization and getting links and stuff like that, all you actually need to make is buzz. Previously, about 5 or 6 years ago, we have actually been speaking about links, and it was enough to just go ahead and buy 100 links or 1,000 links or a few thousand links, depending on the website we wanted to promote, and it would get to top positions. Right now, it's not working like this, because Google doesn't actually like links. However, you can still create the buzz, and it's most important to create those buzz. Right now, Google is taking into account the citations, the mentions, some kind of co-associations when your brand is associated with a certain product or with a certain service, or just with a certain keywords that people are actually using online when they speak about your brand. And all this is Google now taking into account. So actually, you do not have to build links. I mean, you still can build links, but the links are not so important. But it's also it's really important to take into account that every link you build at the moment, Google can consider it a bad link. So it's really important to create citations and to create mentions, and you do not really need an SEO person to make it. And when you're creating this buzz online, it's very important to understand that Google knows what's a natural buzz and what's an unnatural buzz. The example of a natural buzz is when the new service is launched online and then suddenly during the next month there are, I'm not sure, 20,000, 100 mentions that appear online, and all of them link to the homepage of this newly launched service. This is not organic because people can't promote really in this way. The other situation can be where Google can't actually define whether this is an organic or not organic. For example, there's a girl, Anastasia, who's actually interested in technologies, in SEO services, in marketing and stuff like that. And suddenly on some website she leaves a comment about lingerie. And this is really would be a surprise for Google, because based on my previous behavior that Google is actually tracking based on my IP address and my computer, on my on the websites that I would usually visit on my interest, this is not a natural behavior for me. And then Google might think, well, probably this is a great lingerie, or maybe someone has paid Anastasia to make this link or to make this mention or to make this comment. And so if lots of people start commenting about the product or about the service they have never been commenting about, this might look dangerous, because all of us, we have certain interests tied to us by Google that you can actually find in your profile. And by means of this, Google can actually track whether this service or the product is being promoted organically or not organically. And you should also take into account that when we speak about brands, well-known brands, the way they promote online is quite different. For example, if Nike is launching some kind of a video or creative, or they are launching a new product, it's okay for Nike if on the next day there are thousands of comments, of mentions, of photos related to this product. This is organic. If, for example, Apple is going to launch some new products and there are thousands and thousands links coming up on the next day's reviews, people chatting, speaking, mentioning, this is okay for Apple brand, but it is not okay for your service, especially not okay for the local service. Before launching any product, for the Google to know that you're behaving organically and that you do not have any bad intentions, it's just recommended to act like you're doing the usual marketing. So when you plan launching a new product or a new service or some offline store or anything like that, you should actually make some mentions before the product launches. You should contact a few of your friends to leave these mentions. You can probably contact some journalists. You can write some assignments in the blog, but you should make Google ready that you are going to post this information. And this is going to be organic. Then once you have your product launch, like I have said initially, you have created the buzz. There are several ways for you to create the buzz that will look organic. The first, of course, are social networks. Google can right now track the behavior of people. And the social networks is one of those great signals for any search engine, how actually people take your product and what they think about your product. So if you have a few friends, or I'm not sure that all of us have maybe 10 or 20 good friends, you can ask them to share your product. You can contact related group, and you can expect some good signals from the social networks, but do not try selling. If your posts in social networks are getting some organic comments or stuff like this, this is a good signal, so you can work in the social networks. The other side where you can buzz is the video websites. If you have a product or a service, you can record a few videos and then post them to video websites. If you use the right tags, if you know who your audience is, you can actually get some good amount of views. And for Google, this is also a buzz. There are photo websites. You can always take photos of your products. You can shoot screenshots of your interfaces, create profiles at photo websites and upload them there. For Google, this will also be a signal. If you can't get people to create a buzz, and this is extremely complicated, you should try making this buzz on your own. Then there are also so-called question and answer websites like Quora or Yahoo, where you can get and target your customers. These websites are really similar to Google search, because in there people type questions that are actually interested in. They can type how to I'm not sure, how to clean Windows or how to build a website, and this is the right point for you to show up. But it's important that you should never sell at those type of websites. It's not going to work. You're going to be banned. And the other important thing, the thing that is important, you can't create a blank profile and start commenting. It's not going to work. It's not going to work on Quora, and it's not going to work on Google, because these are blank profiles with no histories, and the profiles with no histories are most possibly unnatural activity, and this is really important to take into account. Then we have so-called classified advertising websites. The first website that was launched in this category, it was probably Craigslist. This is the website where you can post announcements about your service and about your products and get the buzz there. Because, for example, if you're selling something and you're selling it not at a big price, if you're placing an advertisement, most likely you will get people commenting on there who are interested to buy it. So this is also some kind of a buzz. Then we also have forums. On forums, it's the same thing as it goes for question and answers websites, because you cannot start working with a blank profile. So before you're going to launch a product or service, make sure you register at the blogs, that you have some history, that you have a history related in some way to your product and service, and then you can comment. In this way, you'll be accepted good at the blogs, and at the same time, you will be accepted great by the search engines, and this is important. On the other hand, we also have the blogs where you can make the buzz. You can make your own blog and post information related to your product. Do not post advertising. Do not try to sell directly. Find the interest, the topics that your customers are interested in, and post about it. And when you're writing your own blog posts, you should use only long-tail keywords, because for long-tail keywords you can pretty quickly show up in Google search results if your article is great. The other thing that you can do with the blogs is contact experts in your niche and ask them to post a review. This is not easy, because if you have a paid product, most people would ask you to pay for the review. However, there are some people that you can actually find that will make those reviews for free, that are actually interested in your product. And also another thing about blog is that you can write comments, making buzz at the same time. You can find in Google, you can find previous articles written about the same products. Go find those articles and leave comments, or contact the blog authors and ask them to add your product to the list, to the article that they have on website. Then presently, for the last 4 or 5 years, there has been a great number of aggregator sites that are growing. That sites, they combine information from different resources. So presently, for example, I'm arranging an expo in Berlin. We are participating there, and I had to find someone who would do the stand construction, and I have actually found an aggregator site that was featuring all stand constructors in Berlin. So there are websites in every niche, you just have to find them. Also, in products or services niches, there are lots of marketplaces where you can place your information, and you can absolutely do it on your own. You don't need an SEO person for that. All you have to do is search for your product name or your niche and marketplace, find those resources and place your information in there. It's working it's working really great. Another point for you to consider is that there are lots of review websites where customers are placing information about brands and the experience they used to have with the brands. Once again, you do not need a SEO person to place information in those websites. You can go ahead, find the list. There are lots and lots of lists already available online for you. Find those review websites, create profiles, ask a few of your friends or actually customers to add a review in there. Google will hear this buzz, Google will see it. Then we also have the news websites where you can try contacting journalists. For example, the project PetCube, probably you have heard about it. It initially started only with the PR activities. They were contacting the various resources to feature information about them, and it worked really, really great. So what important when working with the news website and with journalists is that you can't write directly to the website and say, hey, publish an article about me, publish news about me. It's not going to work like this. You have to find people, you have to find journalists, you have to learn the history of a journalist, the articles that he have already written. Find the points, some touch points with this journalist, and only then you can write him. Yes, it takes time, but you can make it absolutely on your own, and you don't need an SEO person for this. Then we also have the online journals. For example, the journals related to technology, journals related to education, journals related to furniture, lots and lots of types of journals. And they already have the databases of your customers. You can contact them and ask to publish an article or to pay some amount of money for them to make the newsletter, to advertise you. And again, you do not need an SEO person to make it. And of course, there are lots of portals related to every niche that features lots and lots of information, that has some discussion boards and stuff like this, where you can get into conversation and provide information about your product, or what is better to try help people who are looking for a solution and try helping them with your product. So for all these activities that I have just listed, you do not actually need an SEO person. What's important? Those activities, you have to make it all the time. And this is the most complicated part, because if you make that buzz only once and do not provide any interesting content further, it's just not going to work for you. So I guess we just don't have time right now. Sorry.
Yeah, we're kind of running out of time, but
yeah.
you can still share your personal or whatever your details. So because we don't have much time for questioning, unfortunately, I have plenty of questions, very specific questions. We don't have a time for it. So if you can share your details, so people would if you don't mind, of course. If you don't mind, you share your details. Thank you. It was very, very precise, very, very practical steps. I guess Nike would not use your steps, neither do Apple, but rest of us probably will.
Absolutely. They have different ways to promote in their products, but like I have said, these are more advices for the local business or small businesses. So
we do have plenty of questions, but we're running out of time. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Guys, stay with us. We'll have plenty more to come. Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we'll have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMart, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive of the template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
Okay, we have our next guest speaker, Tripp Hamilton. He's from Removem, from Angular SEM. He's a link specialist, or he will tell everything about it. Everybody say links are not that important. We'll have a look. Let's see. Okay, Tripp, how are you doing? How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing well. How about yourself, Anton?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. So it's a kind of marathon today. Okay, Tripp, basically it's all yours. Just go ahead.
All right, cool. Well, my name's Tripp. I work at Angular, and this is my guide to link analysis. I'll go ahead and share the screen. All right. So, as I said before, I work at Angular Search Marketing Innovations. We develop a couple tools. I've been working here for the past 3 years. Here's a little bio about me. I run the Removem product, which is the best backlink removal tool on the market. I'm also the director of the link removal department here at Angular. And pretty much I got my start here at Angular by just simply removing links. It was an entry-level job, but I quickly moved up the ranks, started analyzing the backlinks and just diving straight into SEO. And I haven't looked back since. But we have other tools such as SEO Alarms, Removem, one I'll be talking about today, InTopic, Pandarisk, and several others. But let's go ahead and move on. So really, the question is, why do you need to analyze your backlinks? There are several reasons why. I'll go over pretty much a couple of them. So the main reason would be that you have a manual penalty from Google for unnatural links. So you'll go into your Google Search Console account and you'll see a message in there, or you'll check your manual actions tab and it'll say partial or site-wide penalty. This is pretty bad news, but the good part about it is Google at least tells you about it, rather than, maybe you check AdWords or analytics one day and your traffic's tanked and there's no message from Google. Another reason would be previous SEO mischief. So maybe you hired a freelancer, or you had an in-house guy, or girl, anything like that. So, pre-2012, if you're building backlinks from directories and stuff like that, you may need to analyze your backlinks. Negative SEO is another big one. Since Penguin was released in 2012, negative SEO has really increased across the board for many websites. I have a couple websites that I currently analyze weekly and around monthly just to check for negative backlinks. Another reason would be to gauge your website's authority in search results. So back in the day, links were king, but now, links have taken, it's more of an oligarchy where, there's multiple things that Google looks at in terms of looking at optimization for your website. And to assess your website's risk for penalization is the last one. So really, you want to keep your website clear of penalty. You want to abide by Google and other search engines guidelines, so you don't get put in the penalty box. So you can keep that traffic coming to your website. So almost every search engine has denounced link spam in one form or the other. So Yandex, they had AGS filter in 2009. Google's Penguin algorithm. Bing released their webmaster guidelines shortly thereafter, and the most recent one is Yandex's Minnesence penalty in 2015. There's also a Penguin update that has been, I'll put quotes around it, confirmed by Gary at Google, and it should be coming within the next 2 to 3 months. So there is that to worry about, but if you're following the rules of every search engine, you really have nothing to worry about. But so how do you go about the process of analyzing backlinks? Step 1, you obtain some link data. Step 2, you apply a little SEO snake oil. And step 3, you're done. It's actually not that easy. It's actually a little bit more complicated. It's more time consuming than it is complicated, but it's actually not that difficult. So really the first step is you want to obtain some link data. You want to obtain the most that you can. So the most important place for this would be Google Search Console's latest links export. I have a little screenshot down here that shows, kind of the steps where you can go grab this information. It's pretty much just a list of URLs that Google has crawled that they say link to your website. The only bad part about this is in recent years, Google has become way less open with the data that they like to provide. So say you have 1 million links in Google Search Console. You're going to take an export, it's only going to be around 100,000. So that's 10% of what they say they have in their index. So, it may take a couple weeks to get all this data because you can keep taking exports and it's going to be a little bit different every time. Other places you can get link data are Moz's Open Site Explorer, Ahrefs, and Majestic. All three of these are subscription based, but they both have free models where you can go in, put in your website, and look at the sort of link data that they have in their stores. So Moz, Ahrefs, and Majestic are going to have a little bit different link data than Google Search Console because they don't have as large of servers that they can dedicate to crawling the web, but they crawl different parts of the web and crawl it differently than Google, since Google doesn't really release how they crawl the web. There's also other tools such as Remove Them. We pull link data from a couple of these sources as well. It is also a subscription-based tool, and you can also use openlinkprofiler.org and webmeup.com. Both are free. You can get some link data from them, but I suggest using Google Search Console, most importantly, Moz, Ahrefs, and Majestic. Those are the 4 that I use for all of my backlink analyses, and that's what I've used to get all of our clients that have come to us out of penalty. So once you have this link data from whichever sources that you choose, you want to mash up the link data. So you want to get rid of duplicates, but the most important link data that you need are the referring page URLs, the link URLs, and the link anchors. I have a screenshot down here that shows Excel. It's mainly the tool I use for the brunt of the analysis, apart from the internet and a browser. But really, you just want the URL, your link URL, and anchor text, and you want to remove duplicates as well because a lot of these link data sources are going to have some crossover, so you don't want to go through the list and see the same page 5 or 6 different times. So once you've mashed up the link data, you want to check the links. And there's 2 ways to do this. Well, actually there's 3 ways. So I'll go over the first way, but really it's more of a manual way if you want to look at it page by page. That is the third way, but it's way more manual. And if you have 1 million backlinks, you're going to be spending 5 minutes per link, and that's a lot of time. Really, you want to work smarter, not harder. So really, you can use. I suggest using a crawler to do the tedious and manual labor, or you can use a server-based crawler as well. But really, you can use Control U or Command U to check the source code, check for no follows, dead hyperlinks, and stuff like that. So really, which crawler should you use? So like I said, there's server-based crawlers, then there's crawlers that you can have like as an app on your computer. So those app crawlers are like Screaming Frog or SEO Backlink Monitor. Both need lots of RAM to crawl large files, so if you have 1 million pages, it's going to take a good bit of time to crawl those 1 million pages. But if you use Remove 'em or other server-based crawlers, they can automatically check for those. They crawl similar to Google, so they're just going to download the page, just pure HTML format. They're going to crawl it for the link, similar to what Screaming Frog and SEO Backlink Monitors do, but less wear and tear on your computer, doing all these processes. So I personally use the server-based crawler Remove 'em because it checks for active links, checks for no follows, it finds contact data and IP address and anchor text as well. So now that you've crawled the link data, now that you've found which ones are live, which ones are no followed, links and all that, really, what do you do now? So the next process is to analyze the links. So a lot of people have tended to use automated link analysis. So, this is definitely a method if you have a ton of backlinks and really would just want to get through them just to see what's good and bad. The pros, yeah, it's quick and easy. It's typically not all that pricey, but most of them require a subscription. Cons, so it can be inaccurate. A lot of the lists that I've gotten from clients from places such as Link Research Tools and other services similar, I've found that a lot of good links are marked as bad. So like DMOZ and Best of the Web, BOTW, have been marked as bad backlinks. And for what it is, DMOZ and Best of the Web have a lot of trust. They're moderated by editors, so not anyone can just go in there and add a link. So directories and links, on like Business Insider and stuff like that might get caught in a filter by an automated analysis. So I'm one to promote manual analysis. So, most of these links were created by humans, so really they should be analyzed by humans as well. That's not the case for every link. A lot of negative SEO is done by just a script that someone's made that automatically posts comments on blogs that link back to a website. So, that script was made by humans, so it still needs to be analyzed. So, and I've always said that there's no better tool in the world than the human eye and brain. We're very analytical creatures. We can find those patterns. We can see what other SEOs do. And I find it pretty much a lot of fun to kind of rework the methodology that the past SEO did to try to get the website to rank. So really, how is it done? How do you do it manually? I said before, you want to look for patterns. SEO in and of itself is done kind of lazily. Pre-2012, people did a lot of the same things. So linking in directories, on posting articles, bookmark sites. You can look at URL structure. So maybe someone had an article and they're like, well, this article's great. Let's just share it all over the place. And a lot of times it has the same URL structure. So it'll be, my great article, / whatever. And you can find a lot of those and just kind of sweep those away. Additionally, domain names, there's like Articles Factory, SEO Friendly Directory, PR, Bookmark, just have the word link in it. Those are pretty good indicators of low quality websites that were used and abused for SEO purposes. Page layout's another one. A lot of these SEO-friendly directories, they just use the same template and just put a different color scheme. And the last one is IP addresses. So a lot of people, they'll have a link network, but they're all on the same IP address. They're all hosted at the same place, so you can go ahead and sweep those out as well. So I have a couple examples of these directories and article sites as well. A lot of the layouts are the same. You're going to have, add URL listing. You're going to have, sponsors up here, home, submit. Submit's a big red flag. So if anyone can go in here and submit a link, typically not a great place to have a link. And they have all these categories as well. So a lot of these directories took a page out of DMOZ, and they have made their websites to look sort of like DMOZ, but in their own, vein. So let's move on to the next example. So we got article site. So you can just see right here all the red text. Submit your high quality original articles. Yeah, so not a great place to have a link. easyinarticles.com. And pretty much the reason for this is anyone can go in here and post an article. And a lot of times in backlink analyses that I perform, I've found that it's not just one article on this website. It's 25, it's 50 articles. So that's 50 links coming from this one website with optimized anchor text. And for a Google spam team member to just look at that, all they have to look at is the domain name, and they're like, oh, well, they've been using article marketing to try to drive traffic to their website. So another big red flag for Google and other search engines. Other examples of link spam, as I said before, like blog comments with optimized links in the post or signature. Also on forums, people can create forum profiles and they will link back to the website. Widely distributed links in footers or templates, also in blog roles and stuff like that just appear site-wide. Typically they have optimized anchor text, so keyword specific. Syndicated articles or press releases with optimized anchor text. So a lot of times these article websites, they have partnerships with other low quality websites, and those websites will take the content from the article site or press release site, copy it to their site verbatim, and copy it across all of their websites. So you may start with the article here, but it could get syndicated to 20 other places, and that's also another big red flag. Paid advertisements that pass PageRank. So advertisements that appear like a Google ad or something like that, but they have a followed link. Maybe it has optimized anchor text. Another example of this would be a widget that you have. So say you're an email marketing company and you have a form to fill out, and then at the bottom it says, best email marketing company or something like that. That's another pretty big red flag, because this widget could get shared across thousands of websites, and then you have thousands of links with that anchor text, and then that kind of makes your website out of whack in terms of anchor text optimization, and that's another big red flag for Google. The last thing is excessive link exchanges. So you contact website A and you're like, hey, I'll link to you if you link to me. And if you do that for 100 websites on their /links page, another big red flag for Google. And all of these can be found in Google's link schemes post. So you can just type in Google link schemes, Google that, and you can find that post, and it lists a lot of these things as well. So really, when you're looking for bad links, you also want to look out for good links. So what makes a link good? 3 things: context, relevance, and quality. So really you want, if you're selling pet food, you want links on maybe someone who loves dogs or someone who loves cats or something like that. You want to link there, rather than you're selling pet food and your links on a website about, I don't know, sports or something like that. So you also have other good websites like Forbes, business.com, Business Insider. Like I said, human edited directories like DMOZ, Best of the Web, and JoAnt. I've seen a lot of these disavowed in the past because people don't know about them. I like to educate people that even though some directories were abused, there are good directories. Some of those are also local directories that pass citations, so that posts like name of the business, phone number, and their location that has a map. So those can also be pretty good, especially when you want to rank locally. And other ones are like social media, Pinterest, Facebook, and Twitter. Other ones like Flickr. The main one I've seen disavowed in the past is Pinterest. They have a lot of location-specific Pinterest subdomains that people don't understand. So like pt.pinterest.com, people are like, oh, well, why is my link there? And they automatically disavow it because they don't know. But it is still Pinterest, even though it is a location-specific subdomain. And you want to keep those links and the link juice passing through to your website. So now that you've analyzed the links, what's the next step? You want to remove the bad links. So you can use just your email for this. You can find people's information through Whois, so a domain registrar lookup. A lot of websites have contact forms, maybe emails listed on there. Or you can use the tool to help you automate it. So I'm going to, shameless plug, remove them. It pulls that contact data from Whois, pulls contact forms, and it scrapes for email addresses on the website. And we provide a bevy of templates that you can use to outreach to webmasters as well. So rather than typing up an email for 100 links that you need to remove from 100 different websites, you can use this tool to automate it. Now there's other tools out there such as Remove. So really it's whichever looks good to you, whichever interface is works for you, and whichever is easiest to use. So a lot of times you can't remove all the bad links. A lot of times people will ask for ransoms. A lot of times people won't even respond. Maybe they'll respond and be like, well, my website's good. I'm not going to remove the link. You can just disavow me. So for those people, you disavow them. Disavow the remaining links. So, articlemarketing.com, you want to disavow it. Forbes.com, don't disavow it. Not a good idea. And like I said before, most webmasters won't respond, and this is kind of stuff I went over before. Outright refusals, ransoms, broken contact forms, and stuff like that. And that's about it.
Yeah, okay, we have plenty of small, very particular questions to you, and we don't have really time for it. Any chance you can just show your contact details so people can contact you straightforward? Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Okay, guys, it's on the screen. We don't have time it was very interesting, very detailed as usual, Tripp. Thank you very much. You straight to the point as usual. Thank you. So all the details are on the screen, so if you want to contact Tripp and ask questions, we have plenty of, but very, very particular questions. We just don't have a time for it. Okay, thank you very much, Tripp. It was nice to talk to you again. Okay, you stay with us. We'll have, is a coffee break now, is it? Yeah, it is a coffee break now, so we have a coffee break. You can have a coffee or you can have whatever you want to have, but stay with us. We have plenty to come. Google is coming next. Okay. Thank you very much, Tripp. And okay.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS, creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMark, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive of the template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we'll have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
Okay, guys, I guess you got your coffee. I didn't, but never mind. Okay, now we have Andrey Lipattsev from Google. Google itself. He will be talking about, well, whatever Google will be talking, it will be interesting for sure. Stay with us. Hi, Andrey. How are you doing today?
Hi, how are you, Anton? Hi, everybody. I'm great. Really good to be with you guys. Really pleased to be part of this event today.
Okay, it's all yours.
Well, all right. So let's take it away. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to start talking about what we're going to talk about today. So as you heard, my name is Andrey Lipattsev. I work at the Google Search Quality team. My specific role is search outreach, which is doing what I do today, which is what I love the most about this job. Talking to you guys, letting you know what we do, how we do it, and how you as content creators, content owners, and us as a search engine can do it better together. Let me start today's talk by a bit of a personal story. So back in a long time ago, when I was still at university, this is more or less what my first PC looked like. Actually, my first PC probably looked even more horrible than this, but I couldn't find any pictures of it. Then, you know, around the same time, maybe a couple of years after I got my first proper PC, if my slides load, that would be even better. I got my first mobile phone, right? And it looked like, for many of you, I don't know actually what the audience is like today, but for many of you, it would be very similar. Let me reload my slides, see if I can get them back up. It would have looked something like this, right? It would have looked something a bit of a brick. So let me try that again. Right, yeah. So it looked a little bit like that. A little bit like a brick that couldn't do much other than dial, and I was pretty happy with it because you could dial outside of your house and listen to people and talk to people, and that was kind of awesome. And then you could get phones that also looked cool and a little bit like the Matrix, and you're like, oh my God, you know, they flip open and stuff. But still, you know, the main thing you would do with them is just talk. And then the moment came, and I remember it clear as day. I was in Germany at the time. I was walking across town in Düsseldorf, actually. And I had a Samsung, something like this, not exactly this model. Again, couldn't find the right picture, but something like this, a flip phone with a display. And I thought, well, you know what? I heard of people using this to read their email and stuff. What if I tried that? What if I tried like opening this up, opening the application, going to my email and trying to read it? And it was there. And I read my email. I even managed to respond to it and like saying, oh yeah, I will respond to you later when I am at my desk. And that was a breaking moment for me. That was the time from which, starting from which I could never look at my phone the same. And that must have been about 10, 11 years ago, right about. Thing is, back in 1998, around about the time when Google took off and became big, people were happy with the 10 blue links in the results, and you could find most of the information that you were looking for. And that was the expectations. And the expectation between your experience on a mobile device and your experience on a desktop and on the internet were totally different sets of expectations. But then users grew more sophisticated, and they realized, you know, that they want, for example, to find pictures on the internet. And they started to actually really better understand what they expect from this life and what's really important for them. And that cat videos are a lot more important than cat images, for example. So once those expectations and those experiences combined with the possibilities of being online on a mobile device, user expectations changed. And they changed dramatically and radically. They now expected to be able to find cat videos on their phones. Maybe not back in 2005, but back in 2010 for sure. And by 2015 and next year, pretty much all of our users expect that. You expect that. You people watching this right now, I wish I could see you, but how many of you are watching this on a mobile device? I bet there is a very large proportion of you who are. And there's a huge layer of users globally in developing countries, but not only, also in very, very well-developed countries, who've never had a desktop device. They've never had the desktop or a laptop experience. Their first experience of the internet is on a mobile device. Might be a tablet, it might be a mobile phone, but if some of you have younger children, how many of them have, for example, never seen a real magazine? How many of them, when they see a real book or a real magazine, try to do this with it and swipe it to one side or the other? Because the only experience with information right now is on a mobile device of some description. Google, as a company whose mission it is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful, had to keep up with this pace of change. Over the years, we've introduced a whole number of changes, a whole number of improvements to our search algorithm to keep up with the requirements that our users place on us. We've launched tons of innovative features, which sometimes were quite incremental, sometimes were quite revolutionary, but combined together over the past 10, 15 years, have completely changed the user experience on Google search right now. 2015, by the end of the year, and we're quite happy to have been able to announce this a couple of months ago, has become the first year when, for Google, globally, mobile searches have exceeded desktop searches for the first time. We've talked about this before. It has happened in a few of the more developed countries over the 2014 and 15, but now we can actually say that everywhere across the world, when you put all of our searches together, more of them happen from a mobile device. And it's sort of a wake-up call for us because we've woken up to this a long time ago, but it's definitely a huge validation of the efforts that we've been investing in for the past couple of years, or maybe even longer, that this is where the internet is going. In fact, this is what the internet now is. You start with a smaller screen and with a smaller device, and then the fact that there are also other devices out there, such as personal computers, it's almost as an incidental fact, right? You have to take it into account, but not the other way around. 74% of UK consumers have a smartphone, as an example number. This number is similar or higher across the developing countries, and this number is just about the same wherever you look across the world globally, and it's growing. By 2020, Nielsen expects it to be at around 90%, so pretty much everybody will have a smartphone then in Western Europe. And I do not expect these numbers to be vastly different if you look across Eastern Europe. If you look into Southeast Asia, these numbers might be even larger. What's interesting in this context for people who provide content online, and especially for people who provide the business online, is that 40% of UK online sales took place on a smartphone or a tablet at the end of last year. Again, this number will grow. Again, this goes to show that some of the misconception and myth that we were hearing 2 or 3 years ago, and it might have been true back then, but not even, I'm not too sure, about mobile phones being mainly for social experiences, being for social networks, being for things that are not commercializable, that are not directly relevant to businesses. It probably was not true back then. It definitely is not true right now. Businesses who work online, businesses who provide a service or a product online, and who do not do this, taking into account their mobile audience, are not likely to be able to continue to succeed in the next coming years. It is important to remember as well that users are not just shopping, right? Users are searching for information before they proceed to the purchase. Users are using all sorts of apps to make financial transactions with their banks and other financial systems. They use maps to navigate, to find where the nearest cafe is, where the nearest shop is, where the nearest barber is. This local navigation and the availability of business information in map environments has never been so important and crucial for smaller local businesses whom 5 or 6 years ago might have considered internet to be something of an exotic feature. You know, like a local baker would have thought, well, why do I need the internet for? People come to my shop to buy bread, and that's it. There's nothing I can do on the internet. Right now, people will only find your shop to buy bread or buy a cup of coffee if they can find you online. People read emails, and emails have become not simply a couple of lines of text that provide you with some data from your friends or from your employee or your clients. Emails are rich. I've just today booked my flight to a conference in Moscow at the end of November, and the email that I got from Lufthansa is marked up with structured data. So all of that information immediately enters my calendar. All of that information immediately enters my Google Now. And email is now a very rich media, allowing me to continue to stay in touch with the service provider over the entire course of my interaction. Don't forget that people, when making purchasing choices online, but also offline, and very importantly offline, be it like this, when the service is being provided directly to them, or in a shop where they're looking to purchase some sort of a physical good, they use mobile devices to look for advice. They will use social networks. They will use comparison services in real time as they're making the purchasing decision. And of course, they will also use information provided not just by their immediate friends and family, but also by the broader communities. What have we been doing about this specifically? Let's take a look back at what has happened over the last year and maybe take a quick peek into what's coming up over the next month in 2016. So some of you might have heard about Mobilegeddon. Well, I'm here to tell you that it actually didn't happen. What did happen was the mobile-friendly update. And there are some members of the industry who chose to hype it up a little bit and maybe darken the colors for dramatic purposes. But in fact, there was nothing dramatic or Gedonic about it. This was meant as a tool to both encourage and help content providers, business owners globally, to become able to be more accessible to their users on mobile devices through the channel of Google's organic search results. We made that update back in April. We announced it back in November 2014. We provided a lot of tools, a lot of documentation, tried to provide as much help as we could across the whole world through all of our channels, and then made the actual change in the results in April. And it left some people disappointed. I've heard plenty of times over the last few months, well, I look at these results and I look at that results and I don't see that much difference between desktop and mobile results, and what's up with that? And my traffic hasn't changed so much. And we actually see that as a good thing, because overall, it hasn't been dramatic or painful for the majority of content owners out there. And this is good. This is what we were trying to achieve from the beginning, to make this change gradual, to help people make the changes necessary for their sites and for their online presence before we make the changes in our search results. That seems to have worked. And the confirmation for us that it has worked is that when we look at the data that allows us to analyze the usefulness of our results to our mobile users, we see double-digit improvements across a number of criteria that we look at between this time last year and now. Our mobile results now contain more responsive, useful, adapted sites that are provide a great experience to our mobile users. And this is what we're going after. We're not going after shaking up the entire business world and moving shops down, moving shops up. What we wanted to achieve is to make sure that the great players in the industry, those people who actually provide the best experience, also learn to provide it on mobile. And by and large, this has happened. By and large, this is what we've seen. And I personally, I'm delighted about it. I'm very happy. There's still some ways to go. There are still markets out there that lag slightly behind. And there's still a lot of work for us to do. But we're happy to continue working with you guys to make the best of it. Another important element of the ecosystem that has become a really interesting playing field for us and for you over the last couple of years, I guess, are mobile applications. It is still a world that we need to explore. It is still a world that we need to explore and understand how exactly the users interact with applications, in what ways is that different from web applications. Are those differences real? Are some of them imaginary? Are there capabilities in web applications that are being overlooked? Or are there really things that only phone-specific applications can provide? And this is an exploration for us together that we will pursue over the coming years, and it will be really interesting. But one thing that is clear is that there is already a lot of content out there available to users inside of apps. And right now, we are making a huge effort to make that content both available to our users, but also discoverable to our users, so that people who provide this kind of content through the medium of apps are able to be found, are able not just to work with the immediate audience, but also to enrich and enlarge that audience through various channels that Google has. App indexing enables us to link directly to your app from search results. A user that clicks on a search result will end up at exactly the right spot inside your app. Now, this doesn't work for all the applications out there. These applications need to have inside them an element that could be identifiable like this, for example, like a holiday homes result. But for those, for articles, for shops, this works really well. In addition, app indexing also enables users to discover apps that they might not even have installed on their phone yet, right? If those apps, like newspapers in this case, contain information relevant to the query, they have the chance, they have the choice to explore this app. And if they do install the app by means of, through the search results, they will land not on the homepage of the app after installation, but directly on the internal result inside the app, which contains the content that they were looking for. Google Now has become a part of daily life for the majority of Android users over the past couple of years. And it really is a place where we are trying to explore more and more how Google can collaborate with the ecosystem, with third-party content providers to really match users' needs as an assistant, as a smart assistant, with the content and the services that not Google, but the content creators and the service providers out there provide. And we're working with that, and we're working more and more on that, and you can expect lots of interesting, exciting announcements in 2016 about things that we're trying to do with the ecosystem to bring your content into users' phones and to surface it in the form of Google Now cards. Now, some of these things will come and go because they will not be successful. Some of them hopefully will take off and be really useful. So really looking forward to the things that we can do to get together in this space. One of the most recent developments in this area has, of course, been Now on Tap. As you might have noticed, it is not available to a huge majority of our users yet, because obviously it's only available for now for English. It's only available for the latest versions of Android. So it'll take us a while to really increase the user base. But the things I've personally seen and being able to try and test it and use it a little bit have completely blown my mind. It totally changes the experience. You remember back to the story when I first looked at my phone as a place where I could read and respond to my email, and that blew my mind and totally changed the way I thought about internet and phones and what I can and cannot do outside of my home. This is just about this sort of this, to me, change on the same level. It really brings together, well, like the way that first change brought together phones and the internet, and it was like, wow, these two things can work together. This now brings together phones, internet, and my social interactions. The way, you know, sometimes you have discussions with your friends and you argue about the year of birth or the place where something happened, and then you just, okay, wait, let me ask Google. And then you ask Google, and then your conversation becomes kind of richer, and you say, okay, fair enough. We don't need to worry about the facts. Google can provide the facts, and we can talk about the big stuff. It's like this here now, right? You ask, you talk about something with friends. You don't have to worry about the little details anymore. We are on the path towards being able to book restaurants, book cinema tickets, find out information that we need about all those things as we continue our conversation. We don't have to come out of it. We can keep on talking to one friend, to many friends inside a big hangout with lots of people, and have the information that we need to keep us going along just fed to us and given to us. And don't get me wrong, this is very early stages. There'll probably be lots of kinks and lots of really interesting things for us to resolve to make this work perfectly. But this is another exciting opportunity for people who are behind the creation of this content, who are behind the provision of these services, to provide them in such a way and to be ready to be able to submit it, to provide it to their users eventually, right? To people around them, people in the neighborhood, people, but also people globally who are waiting and are eager to consume this. Finally, the thing that to me, as a specialist in search and somebody who's been working with webmasters and looking at queries and query results for a long time, is one of the most interesting shifts in the way we need to start looking at this space is probably voice search. We've been doing this for a while, right? And we've been talking about this for the past couple of years, and it is quite exciting. And things we've introduced there, the ability to recognize conversational patterns and sort of ask, what's the weather like in Dublin today? What about tomorrow? And so on. They've been around for a while, but now it's really taken off. Now, together with Now on Tap, together with the other environmental changes that are happening here, we're really starting to see that queries, the way we looked at them and analyzed them before, the long tail ones and the high frequency ones and all the rest of them, they don't mean the same anymore. People don't do search as they did before. And searches do not consist of strings of keywords anymore. Searches are now part of a history of contextual changes in the understanding of the environment by the user. Right? They use things like around there, or around here, or next to me. When you think about our usual approach to buy a fridge in Moscow, or buy a fridge in London, or buy a book in Dublin, the words like Dublin and Moscow and London are going to start disappearing from these conversations because users expect their devices to know things like that, to know where they are, what they want, what they were talking about half an hour ago, most importantly, what they were doing half an hour ago and with whom. So that will be something, that will be a challenge that we need to be prepared for. And hopefully, obviously, there'll be a lot of other things coming in this space. The main thing for us to keep remembering, I think, in this context, is that we expect our business to grow. We expect our business to be able to grow only if the people with whom we work so closely as content providers also continue to grow. But that growth will come from mobile. That growth will come from the new spaces where information is provided in ways in which previously it was not available. And if you haven't started thinking about this strategy, if you haven't started thinking about your users and ways in which they want to reach you already, you need to start doing it now, because other people will and other people already are in all of those spaces. Don't forget that we have a bunch of resources for you that are aimed at helping you along in this changing space. We have developer search for you, the developer resources for content creators. We have the app indexing documentation and code recommendations for those of you who create apps and would like them to be indexed by Google and available in Google search results. And of course, we have all of our mobile-friendly documentation at G-Code mobile-friendly, including the mobile-friendly testing tool. Every 2 weeks, John Mueller and some of his colleagues in English provide office hours in English. We have office hours also in Japanese, monthly hangouts in Russian. Occasionally, we do them in other languages. So check out our resources, subscribe to our channels, stay informed, ask us the questions that you want to ask us, and hopefully we'll be able to try and help you. Thanks so much for being with us today, for listening to all of this. And if you have any questions, we'll be happy to try and answer them right now.
Okay, thanks, Andrey, for the very interesting presentation. Obviously, everybody's looking or listening in this case what Google is to say. Whilst I have some small questions. We won't have time for it. I'll ask you a couple of general questions. Yeah, obviously it's not every day I can ask Google a question. First question: it's been noticed that there is a big difference in searches and Google in English and in other languages. So quality of searches in other languages, well, how should I put it? Well, not as great. You always a linguist specialist. You speak, 5 languages or something like that. Your comment on it. Would this gap get bigger with the time?
I think our goal, we recognize this gap, and we're working to close this gap. And there are 2 reasons for this gap. I would say 2 major reasons. One is the actual quality of the index in those languages, the availability of good quality content. I think a colleague of mine who's become quite famous for that quote has, Vladimir Ofitserov has mentioned this before, that the gap between the English internet and, for example, the Russian internet is something like 20 Wikipedias. When you look at, for example, the Arabic web space, while we have, I don't know the exact numbers right now on the top of my head, but we have something like 5 or 6% users globally speaking Arabic. whilst the amount of content available in Arabic globally is something like 1 or 2%, right? So there's another huge gap in there. And you see this picture across many languages. Hindi is another great example, where there's a huge base of users, not so much content. So that's the first problem. And what we're doing about that is we're trying to encourage content, first of all, moving online when it's already existing offline. So we're trying to help small businesses get online. We're trying to get non-governmental organizations to get online and so on. And second of all, we're trying to help people who are already online to make their content discoverable. For example, things like mobile friendly, right? We're trying to make sure that businesses and non-businesses who have stuff online actually convert it into a way that is more accessible to people in the way they expect it. That's number one. And then the other part is our own quality, of course. And what we see there is clearly a lot of our developments start in English. There's a huge user base there. There's a huge base for experimentation for Google to introduce new things, try them out, see how they work. And therefore, a lot of the innovation, a lot of the really interesting, exciting things, like, for example, Now and Tap, happen in English first. Right? And then we iron them out, we make sure that these changes are pitch perfect, and then we shift them to the other languages, hoping for them to catch up. This is an approach that has its ups and downs. It means that the other languages are sometimes a little bit behind. It also means that these changes are also a little bit more mature when they get to the languages. But I must mention that we don't always do it like that. For example, in the mobile-friendly change, that's a great example where we made this change simultaneously across all the languages everywhere. And so those changes in quality, those changes in results, they happened everywhere simultaneously.
Okay, thanks. We do have some big questions about Rank Brain, questions about Penguin algorithm.
I'm happy to follow up on any questions that you guys have received afterwards as well. We can do any sort of thing that we can come up with.
Yeah, would be absolutely great. So we pass you some major questions, and we get your response. Would it be video? Would it be whatever blog? It would be absolutely great, because today, unfortunately, we don't have much time for that. It's a marathon today. It's a very long day, very long conference.
Of course, but I'm always there for you guys. So if you have more questions, I'll be happy to continue answering.
Okay, guys. Google said he will answer, or it will not. You can't call you it. He will answer.
Andrey said he will answer.
Yeah, Andrey will answer your questions. Send your questions to Google to us. We'll pass it to him, and we will arrange everything. Okay, thank you very much, Andrey.
Thank you very much. Good luck with your marathon, guys. It's a really great effort. I would love to have been part of it.
Thanks.
And speak to you later. Bye-bye.
Thanks for coming. Yeah, thank you. Okay, guys, you stay with us. We within just I don't know, few seconds, a minute probably, we'll have another guest speaker. It's a Sam Rush, and it's one and only Michael Stricker. So you stay with us. It won't take long. Please stay with us. We'll have Mike here.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we'll have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMart, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive of the template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
Okay guys, we're back again, Semrush and Michael Stricker. Yeah, well, obviously Semrush doesn't need to be introduced, and I'll leave it everything to Mike anyway. Okay, hi Mike, how are you doing today?
Doing great. Great. Nice to be here, Anton, and thanks for having us.
Yeah, great. Thank you for being here. Okay, it's all yours.
Okay. All right, I'm going to switch us over to the to view the presentation here. SWOT the competition, reduce risk, improve your results for digital marketing. I'm going to bring this over here, and I'm going to ask you, Anton, can you see my screen? Okay, is the screen visible now?
No.
Okay, let's switch this over here to view the screen. Making sure that we can see the slides here that I want to go through.
Have to see them, I guess.
Making sure that close conversation, perhaps? No, don't want to do that. Pardon the delay here. I thought that this would be simpler. Contacts, no. All right, somebody on your side, give me a pointer in the menu where to reveal my entire screen here.
Okay, anybody can help Mike? Do we know? Guys, and just hold on.
Sorry.
It's always happening. Okay, stay with us. We'll fix it. We'll fix it in no time. Stay with us, please. Okay.
All right.
Okay, well, it's a technical things. things happen, and happen to you, happen to me every time, happen to Mike today, but it's all fixed now. Okay, Mike, version 2.
Ready to go. Okay, SWOT the competition, reducing risk, and improving your odds in digital marketing. SWOT is a term that frequently gets used in business in the US. It means something very particular, but when you use it as a perspective on improving your business, it's going to really, really help you ramp up more rapidly and become more profitable. This is about me in general. You know, I'm the US marketing director for SEMrush. SEMrush is a well-known keyword research and competitive research platform, and I'm happy to work there. We are known worldwide with 28 different national search engine marketing databases full of information to help you improve your results. You see here a list of some of the events that I've spoken at, PubCon, ClickSee. I get to add WebPromo experts as one of the speaking opportunities that I've had. I've authored posts on various blogs and also worked with a number of different e-commerce and other B2B clients, and so that's my qualifications. Search, we're looking here at SWOT, and what the heck does SWOT mean? So we're going to start out with dogs because US people love their dogs, and here the dog has a big bone. Strengths, S is for strengths, W is for weaknesses, O is for opportunities, and T is for threats. And each one of these words is a different perspective on your situation with regard to your competition. So strengths is what's working for you. Weaknesses, that's what's missing from your current plans. And when we look at opportunities, you're looking at the future, you're looking at what could work best for you in the future, and threats are what may overcome you. And we're going to, hang on a second here, and move on to this. Okay, so what we're talking about with all of this is that the top two items, strengths and weaknesses, has to do with you and what's happening with your company or your online market now. Opportunities and threats is about your competitors, and it's about the future. So it's looking ahead and looking outward, not inward. And competition is obviously what it's all about. Back to the dogs. Sun Tzu, Art of War, popular book for business people in the US. To know your enemy, you must become your enemy. You can't do this without competitive knowledge. Why are we talking about search? Because 93% of buying cycles, at least in the US, start with online search, and that's from Marketo, a very well-known marketing automation software, and really a marketing juggernaut. So I want to tell you 4 quick stories, and I'm really going to try and get through all 4 of these in the time that we have allotted. So first is you are my strength. UX is my strength. 2, the invisible threat that ate my business. You don't want that to happen. Weakness that led to new opportunities. I'm going to identify that and how to find that. And then the missed opportunities and threats that are lurking at the bottom of the funnel. So you know we've talked about the online marketing funnel for purposes of e-commerce and buying. So story 1, you're my strength. Worked and consulted with a domain in the travel business, and what they wanted to do is get people to rent properties for vacations. It's a popular business in the US, and this happens at enterprise scale. It also happens at a local scale. This was a regional play on the East Coast of the United States, and this particular company came to the agency looking for SEO, looking for traffic, looking for acquisition. They wanted to rank well for keywords, and that's all great. But it was taking them forever to reach the top of the rankings, and part of the signal set that Google was looking at for them and for their competition was user experience. Once people actually used their initial presentation on the website to identify, say, Cape Cod as a great vacation place, and they wanted to look at rental homes for their vacations, the users were faced with at least a 7-page form or possibly an 11-page process to become a conversion on the site and to get information about the rental. This was a horrible user experience. It really killed things for them. And so what Google saw was people leaving this website, going back to Google and searching for other sites to use for their purposes. Not a good user experience, and defeated months of effort put into SEO. So you really have to go after your user experience. Here's some stats. User signal grows as a rank factor in search. Consumers want to believe each other, and if they're leaving your site and complaining about it, they're going to share that information. 89% of marketers expect to compete primarily on customer experience, so that's a big shift in how people are approaching customer experience. You have to mature your website and how it deals with inbound customers and prospects. And then Adobe Quarterly said, remarkable customer experiences equate to positive social influence, and all of that's powerful. I have in this deck, which I'm hopeful that Anton will provide to you via WebPromo experts, some great pointers about different kinds of tools that you can use for the various parts of your toolkit that affect how effective you are for SEO and CRO, which is conversion rate optimization. These solutions are ranged from cheap or free on up to the more sophisticated and expensive. And you can see that we have PPC tools, PLA tools, social tools, email, ROI. And I'm going to encourage you to get the deck afterwards and get exposed to that. An invisible threat ate my business. Another great story. I hope you will find this somewhat entertaining and also a good tale. In the case of this particular business, they were selling digital rights. They were, you can think of it as stock video footage or stock photos or perhaps, sound files. But whatever they were selling, and I can't tell you who this is, they were doing very well, and they were at the top of the rankings in Google, and they had managed to edge out the competition very, very handily, and they were not paying a lot for their Google AdWords bids. But over the course of a month's time, they saw their traffic start to erode from organic search. And then over another month, they saw their traffic and their rankings drop considerably. And where they used to be number one for most of their, or all of their major keywords, they dropped to positions 2 and 3. And they saw their not just one competitor, but 2 competitors rise above them, losing traffic. And then by the 3rd month, when their bid rates for their keywords actually started to rise, and it became very expensive for them to pay for the traffic that they used to earn organically, well, about that time, 3 months in, they asked a boutique U.S. agency in the Philadelphia area by the name of Seer Interactive to give them some help and some insight in what was causing this, because they couldn't figure it out themselves. Now, this was an international company. This occurred in France. The company apparently had some native French speakers, but they couldn't work this out. It took this gentleman consultant in the U.S. about 20 minutes to take a look at SEMrush data about search terms and what was working for those competitors versus what was working for this company in particular, and identify that in the French vernacular, in the French language, common use, there were at least 1, possibly 2 phrases that described the service, the product, emerging and becoming very popular in use, that this company was not even aware of, that people were using this new term to look for what they wanted, and this company had completely missed the boat. So having some local people to give them idea what was going on in the market might have prevented this, but even more so was the idea that you need to not have invisible threats. You need to see and monitor your keywords and those of your competitors on a routine basis and prevent this, because in the end, from what I understand, this company lost about $13 million in overall business. So you don't want to end up in that position. Don't let your threats be invisible. Be proactive, perform gap analysis, and compare your keyword set and your performance against those of your competitors. And then realize that, according to Google, 15% of all the search queries that are entered into Google every week are totally new phrases. So if you're not paying attention to what's emerging as far as being popular keywords, you're missing out on a sizable market. Here are free, again, to perhaps more expensive options, tools that can help you engage in monitoring and reverse engineering what is happening competitively, looking out for threats. Okay, the weakness. So we want to talk about a weakness. Weaknesses are okay to identify. You must identify them about your own business, but you then have to do something about them. As soon as you do something about a weakness, you're going to strengthen your position. So there is a client that I was working with and consulting at one time, and they had built their business around a exact match domain name for a particular kind of apparel. And the name was based on how that apparel was worn. So you have women looking for garments to wear when they go out and they go clubbing, when they go out and they enjoy themselves in the bars and taverns or whatever at night, and especially this had to do with the dance clubs. So there was a keyword that was used, floated them to the top of lots of searches, got them tons and tons of organic traffic, and they built a multi-million-dollar business on selling these items, and very, very competitively priced, did a good job. But here's a case again where their results started to erode, and this company knew that they had people on staff and they were very smart. They worked very hard trying to identify what the issues were, but their traffic continued to decline, and they thought that it was a competitive issue, but their rankings continued to be very, very good for this term. The problem was that the search term landscape was changing beneath their feet, and that people were not searching for those terms in the same volume that they once did. It took a quick look into Google Trends to identify that the terms that they were using, like clubwear, were less frequently searched, and that a downturn in the U.S. economy was actually making clubbing, which is an expensive undertaking with tickets to get in and then the costs of the drinks and food or whatever, this was becoming very expensive and going downhill. So this company was apparently not aware of this, and we researched lots of terms in Google Trends to show that their primary terms were going down, and there were others, including terms that you might not want to use, but things like slutwear were actually doing better than their favorite term. So you have to think about these things and realize exact match and keyword-based domain names, not well correlated with improved rank, actually correlated with downturns in rank, as of the latest information that we have from Moz and from Search Metrics in their own measurements of rank factors. Watch money, economy, culture, behavior changes, popular words changing over time. Realize that across large areas or multiple countries, vernacular, slang, colloquialisms, things that are used in language are very, very different. So in the U.S., if I live in the North, I call a carbonated beverage a soda. If I live in the South, I call it Coke. And if I live in the West, I call it pop. So that's pretty good. This is what it looks like across the U.S. for those particular terms. So you can see the nation is pretty well divided, what you call your product. And if you're not aware of this, then you could be losing traffic to a large extent, watched locally. Weakness that forced us to identify new opportunities. So again, here's a small list of tools and places you can look for more information. So hopefully there's resources there for you. And on to number 4. So I know I'm running a little long here, but missed opportunities and threats at the bottom of the funnel. I think that it's important, and I think we would all agree that there are things that happen at the bottom of the funnel. We need to consider that once we've acquired traffic, which is the traditional place where SEO is applied, it's about acquisition, top of funnel, bringing visitors. But if you want to have a robust business, you want to make more money, and you want your business to grow over time, you're going to have to bring people back. And so the part of the question becomes, how do you do this? Well, we're talking about the long tail, because it is the long tail terms that are going to be the most commercially viable. They're going to bring you the traffic from people who are going to buy. And if you don't know what these terms are, and you don't see this being used to reach your site, then you're going to miss out on a lot of opportunity. So this is the opportunity you want to go after. A new customer costs a lot more than an old customer, so go after them. Traditionally, people use a lot of email, but you can use search in some pretty clever ways if you think about it. So let's move through. Here we've got a traditional view of the funnel. an idea about buying stages of people arriving in the funnel and what kinds of keywords serve them. This is pretty traditional. But if I turn this on its side, I end up with this, which is an idea of how the keywords relate to, the length of the keywords relate to the commercial intent of the people, the transactional intent of the people making the search. High commercial intent for full sentence queries. And let's just take a quick look. Here's back to the funnel again. But really what we're talking about is taking that long tail information and turning it around and saying what you thought was the bottom of the funnel really is not the bottom of the funnel. What the bottom of the funnel is an entry point into a cycle that brings customers back around again and gets them back into your funnel again. So you want your long-term customers, your most engaged customers, are going to buy from you 10 times more frequently than those who just entered the top of your funnel. So bringing them back around in terms of brand advocacy, looking for their referrals to others, trying to retain them as customers. There's lots of reasons to try and keep these people in the loop. So opportunity here is retaining your current customers, providing good customer service, managing your brand's reputation. Lots of opportunity to resell these people, cross-sell, upsell. Make sure that you maintain your reputation on social media, because a lot of people are asking for help from companies, and at least in the US, they're going ignored. The companies that are going to win are going to be the ones who pay better attention to the people who actually complain or ask questions on social media. So here's the idea of some tools that could help you with that. Here's the kinds of things that people ask for at the bottom of the funnel: demonstrations, discounts, packaging queries, complaints, comments, compliments. All of this adds up. And just finally wrapping this up, this is a very clever use of this concept at the bottom of the funnel. So you've got people flying in the US all the time, and so I fly from show to show sometimes, and I'm aware that there's an airline, Frontier, and I wanted to compare, knowing that there's a lot of dissatisfied flyers sitting in airports, what this means. So I looked at paid search ads, AdWords, being run by Frontier, and on the left-hand side of the screen is a list of mobile ads, keywords that we're running, and on the right side of the screen a set of desktop ads that we're running. Left-hand side mobile, I see Frontier customer service being their #1 invested keyword, bringing them the most ad traffic and in the top block of ads in the Google SERP. But the #2 ad actually used a competitor's name, United Airlines, and used the word complaints. And then at the bottom, green dot complaints, which is a specific term about Department of Transportation in the US, the governing agency or regulatory agency for flights, people complaining so badly that they went to a government agency. These people are running ads specifically in mobile and targeting geographic areas around airports using competitors' names and the words complaints to gather traffic. And besides that, we see some very typical kinds of things being done in their desktop search on the right side of the screen. So let's just look at the scale of the opportunity here. And very rapidly, we see 38 keywords being used that were detected on mobile. These keywords were the names of competitive airlines and included words like service, customer service, complaints. And it was costing them considerably, $3,400 a month, earning them $1,000 in traffic that was perceived. On the desktop level, tons more keywords, lots of stuff being efforted in ads, much, much less traffic, 1/10 of the traffic, and obviously a lower cost. So on the left-hand side, we have very motivated traffic, people who are complaining, and this is an ingenious way of using opportunity, finding new places for you to earn some traffic there. So opportunities where you find it, take this back to your teams, talk to them about places that you can really make some headway, finding opportunity and working together to go after it. And I'm on to questions.
Okay, Mike, we don't have a time because of the technical things. We don't have a time for questions. We do have plenty of questions. I'm sorry for the technical stuff, but what we're gonna do, we're gonna take all these questions and we're gonna send it to Mike, and we're gonna, I don't know, we will make an interview video or we'll put it in our blog or something like that. Keep sending us our questions. And Mike, thank you very much. Sorry for this things, technical glitches happens. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton. Appreciate it.
You don't go anywhere. You stay with us. Just in 40 seconds, we'll have another great speaker.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMark, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive with a template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we'll have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
Okay, thank you for not going anywhere, for staying with us. We have another guest, but before that, for this conference to happen, we need partners. Obviously, we needed partners. One of the great partners is Ahrefs. Well, I don't think it needs to be introduced. Everybody knows one of the best tools when you go into link research. Okay, thank you, Ahrefs, for making this conference happen. Okay, and now we have Victoria Abed. Victoria, thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Anton.
Well, it's not, she says she doesn't know anything about SEO. I don't believe it, but okay, let's have a look. Let's listen to her, what she wants to say. Okay, so yes.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Actually, today my presentation was announced as SEO case for B2B, but I'm going to talk about a little bit different things. And my presentations today is devoted to content strategy for B2B that generate traffic. So it's a kind of it. And I have prepared for today 3 case studies that surprisingly also for us generated organic traffic for us from search engines, and we'll be happy to share with you these cases. First of all, first case study is user-generated content for B2B. And before we launched such interesting case, we had a question, is it real to create user-generated content for B2B that makes significant contribution in organic traffic growth on the site? So to be specific, I'm working in Allbiz's company that is global B2B marketplace. So we are trying to be profs in promotion for B2B companies at our platform. And at the end of the last year, we have faced with some problems and such tasks that included the question how to increase the efficiency, how to increase the amount of inquiries on leads for our companies, for our members. We have had such challenges that from the one side, the buyers who were seeking some kind of products or services at the platform, they were sending the inquiries, and the half of these orders stayed without reply. And from the second part, we have the suppliers who asked us for more orders, for more leads. And in such case, we have decided to create some leads generation system. We call it Leads Plus, and surprisingly for us, we have started a very nice, interesting project on user-generated content. So before starting it, we thought that user-generated content is a long and complicated strategy, and it will require a lot of forces, a lot of working hours, and so on. Then we thought that the main sources for user-generated content are comment, feedbacks, and case studies, but we were going to launch the project that were connected to leads, but not with case studies or comments. And the volumes of user-generated content in B2B segment usually make impact on customers' loyalty or credibility, but not on the traffic attraction as much as it should be usually, because of the traffic amount for B2B is usually much more smaller than for B2C segment. So what we have created? We have created Leads Plus system, and it worked in the following way. For the first, our buyers who was looking for products or services in catalog, they were generating a lead and order. And while marking a checkbox, I would like to consider the offers from other companies, this lead was uploaded to our system, and our moderation team, moderation guys, they got this lead, and after this moderation process, whether it was okay, they checked the data relevance, the relevance of phone numbers, the relevance of emails, and whether everything was okay. These leads were uploaded into Leads Plus system. This system is open for use for everyone, and everyone could come and just type their URL and come to look for any lead. So we were able to create a huge amount of leads from buyers that are available for suppliers, for suppliers search, and in such case we have got some results. From the one side, we have got happy buyers and suppliers, because the amount of replied inquiries increased greatly, and from the other side, the suppliers became more happy because they got an opportunity to get additional leads or orders. So the outcome for this project was that we have increased the product value, and the platform, and we have got an opportunity to demonstrate the platform effectiveness in real time, because we say, look, there is a lot of leads who are looking for goods or services at Allbiz. So it became obvious, and surprisingly for us, we have got an additional source for organic traffic. To be more specific, all the traffic in this system, with the small exception of we launched one advertising campaign within 1 month. So all the traffic in the system is organic, and it was a big surprise for us because of the amount of this traffic. What I'm talking about, I just put some examples of such leads, and we see now that this is how do such leads looks like. So for example, this is the lead from United Arab Emirates. It was generated on September 10th. And we see the message, hello, please offer box seat, 48% grade, please quote fract on board price, we can buy around the amount and so on, so on. And now, on the right corner, we can see the amount of contacts that have been opened. Now we see that it has been opened one time, but it is still available for opening. Another example, the lead was generated from United Kingdom. We see that the company is interested in product gypsum plasterboard. This is how do these leads look like. And the results. We have launched this system at the beginning of this year, of current year. So for over 9 months already, we have got 150,000 user-generated leads for this such short period. And to prove that this system really works, we have found out, and now we fixed the amount that 28,000 contact openings occurred for this time, during this period, and more than 3,000 leads were opened 2 or more times. So about 11% of leads are opening twice or 3 times or 4 times, and so on, so on. And as for traffic, that is more interesting, we have generated plus 150 to 200,000 page view per month. That is 61% in organic search, and all the other traffic is also organic traffic. Maybe not from search engines. The sources are direct traffic, email links, and so on. But you see that most part of traffic come from organic search. And we have launched also auto translation tool that helps us. We are translating currently these leads into 7 languages, and this helped us to attract traffic from 44 countries. So just with switching on the auto translation tool. The second case study is offline marketing plus PR versus branded traffic. So we have faced the question whether do brand awareness and brand image activities make any impact on traffic. Our start point was low brand awareness. We have got a task to increase brand awareness in the company. Our PR activities were based mainly on press releases, so that is generally, frankly speaking, was boring. And effectiveness measurement we do just once a year, so it is not real to track whether we are effective, for example, after the quarter passes or so on, so on. So what we have done? First of all, we have decided to increase the amount of offline event activities and online publication activities. We have made an accent to offline activities that accumulate the big amount of our target audience. And you see on the chart here that comparing to the last year, we managed to increase about by 100% year by year the amount of events where we participated and arranged some activities directed to brand awareness. From the other side, the amount of online publication you see increased greatly, significantly, and we made a big accent on its quality. It became not only boring press releases, but it became analytic articles, comments to economical publications, and so on. So we improved the quality of our PR communications. And now we are tracking the effectiveness using very simple tools like, Google Trends, and you see the amount. We can see now the growth year for over the last year. For 9 months as comparing to last year, it's about 43%, but we are expecting the growth up to 50%. And we have got the branded traffic at the moment about up to 20 to 40,000 sessions monthly. It's additionally just Thanksgiving to brand awareness activities. This is another chart, but it is, sorry, the chart is in Russian, but it is from Russian system Yandex that is very popular in CIS region. So you see here the growth as well. And the last one, I have a couple of minutes to share with you the news about the project that we just started, and its name is Content Strategy That Tracks. We have got a questions just at the beginning of this autumn: is it possible to join B2B community and deliver them real value? And the tasks that we faced were to attract target audience with a valuable, really valuable content, not to be lost among informational buzz, and to involve B2B professionals in active dialogue. So what we have done, we have launched the product and the project calling it B2B Academy, and it was very simple content strategy. We have started the series of webinars with very professional experts. They are sharing with the community interesting insights, and we have just started. Today it was just the third webinar, but I would like to share with you a couple of numbers that we were managed to reach. So you see, as for today, we have arranged 3 webinars. We have got for this just free webinars about 1,500 registrants from 7 countries, about 100 attendees. It is live interactive audience. We were managed to join loyal community, and we were managed to make them to talk to us, to share with us the experience. We have got more than 50 ideas of their problems for further webinars, or for further content strategies. And at the moment we have got 1,000 plus leads for new platform that is expected to be created nearest month as B2B Academy. And for 2 webinars, for 2 weeks, we have gathered just about, you see, 830 YouTube views. So it is just very organic views. So that is just the beginning, and that is how you could easily and cost effective to arrange, also a attractive strategy. That's it. I'm ready to answer for your questions.
Okay, I'll just check for questions. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, I had a question for you. I don't know how much this question will relay what you were saying, but well, there is a question. What do you think is a better solution for company of your size, to have SEO in-house, or to just use agency? For example, agency like our partner.
Thank you. Great question actually, and I have been asked for many times about this. It depends on the task, and I never deny, for example, the cooperation with agency. Anyway, we are having 2 marketing departments and enough staff to resolve current tasks. But I'm supporter of agency. This task that and these case studies that I was talking about, they were generated just in house, so by our own staff. But when we are talking,
how many SEO staff do you have? May I ask?
Do you mean the whole company, or just marketing department, or product department?
Your whole company. How many? Do you have SEO department, or how does it work?
Yeah, we have just online marketing department that is SEO makes SEO work as well. Mm-hmm. They are just guys of 5 people, not so much. I'm head of marketing communications department, and we have 6 people in staff plus PR guys.
So you're using your own SEO, but because your company is sufficient size.
Sometimes we are attracting agencies for some kind of work, but that is a big value. But I never deny the cooperation with agencies, because they are having a lot of insights from different clients, and we are working we are making just our own routine work, and just have unique one experience, and they can contribute from different clients.
So you're basically on both sides, homemade SEO and outside professionals as well.
It happens that we are cooperating with agencies, and we never deny.
I have another question for you. What tools of content marketing is a king nowadays? What tools of content marketing are most effective? Are they most effective from your point of view?
Yeah, I will not be original if I say that case studies are still effective, but surprisingly for us, I showed that leads generated, content worked as well enough, and we have proved the idea and the statement that very valuable content like we have created in our webinars, because we invited profs, really nice professionals. It is very valuable, and our members are really happy with it, and they are really they started to communicate with us, and we feel that they are really happy with having additional value information.
Okay, great. Another question coming in: what about video marketing? Do you use video marketing?
I'm shame. It's a big shame for us to say no.
It's a sin.
It's a big sin, but we are planning to do this, and I think that next year we will get enough time.
Okay, there is a follow-up question. Is it effective? You can't answer because you don't use
Yeah,
this.
we still just use YouTube channel just to display, to upload our webinars recordings, but it's not so video channels. It's like content, the placement of content.
Yeah, so you don't really use video marketing. Okay, so this question was missed. If anyone has more questions, you can send it to us. You can send it to Victoria herself. She will answer more questions. Okay, you stay with us. We have very interesting guest. Next one is Jon Henshaw from Raven Tools. Okay, you stay with us. You don't go anywhere, and we'll have a little break now to prepare Jon Henshaw, and you will have him. Thank you very much, Victoria. Thank you for being with us. I'm pretty sure people are very actually slow to type, so they will send you a lot of questions.
Okay,
we'll pass it to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was my pleasure to talk.
Stay with us.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMart, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive with a template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
You stayed with us and you were absolutely right. We have Jon Henshaw from Raven Tools. Jon is co-founder. I'll leave it everything to him. Okay, Jon, how are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Great.
How are you?
Not too bad. It was a kind of marathon, but never mind. It's great experience and great feeling. Okay, basically, it's all yours.
Okay. Well, thank you for everybody who's joining us right now. I'm Jon Henshaw. I'm co-founder and president of Raven Internet Marketing Tools. And today I'm going to be talking about on-page SEO for mobile, which is something that's becoming more and more important. And one of the things that I'll really be focusing on is making sure that you are future-proofing your site, particularly for Google. There's a lot of advice out there as far as what to do for your site, but I want to get you into a mindset of where Google might be going next so you can actually make it so that you don't have to make even more changes later down the road. So I guess I'll go ahead and get started. That sounds pretty good. I'm going to share my screen here. Let's see. See if the technology works. Okay. All right. I think we're good. So, so I'm going to go ahead and get going. And so the first thing that I want to talk about is what is on-page SEO for mobile? What does that mean? And basically, when you think of mobile, mobile is kind of a different beast, and there are different internet connection speeds, kind of like the early internet, and there are obviously different ways of being able to view your content, particularly on smaller screens. And so when we think about mobile SEO, we think of speed. Is it fast? Is it something that somebody can be out on the street and they can go to your site and immediately get the information that they need? That matters to Google. What is the user experience? Are they going to your site and there's a bunch of ads and they can't see what's going on? There is the idea of using structured data, so that from an SEO standpoint, are you structuring your information so that, particularly if you're an e-commerce site or you're a restaurant, that information is showing up in a way that is helpful in the search results. And then device responsiveness. And so that basically means, is your site one that is able to respond on a tablet, be it they're able to see it on their phone, whatever type of phone it is, or on a desktop. And so those are all the main things that you need to be thinking about and considering. Now, the best way to approach mobile SEO is the same way that you should be approaching SEO, and that is the idea of if it makes sense to Google. And if we look even just in the recent past, we know that Google cares about security, and there were rumors that they would be implementing some type of ranking factor or something like that with SSL, and we saw that they did. And so that was something that was predictable and something that we could see coming. And so if you went ahead and did that early on, then you were already in a good place and you were future-proofing your site in general. We know that speed is important to them, and we've seen the introduction to their page speed insights tool. And so that's another example of this is important to them, so therefore you should be doing that, and it has, as of recently, become a ranking factor. And then mobile, we've seen this a lot, particularly in the States. I think they may have pushed that out first, that with mobile, for a while there, they were only showing mobile-friendly sites only in the mobile results. They've actually kind of pulled back a little bit on that, but for the most part, particularly in the US, when you are using your phone, you're going to see mostly mobile-friendly sites. And so that is a huge ranking factor, because if you don't have a mobile-friendly site, then you're not going to show up for those results. And as I think all of us know now, the mobile search has overtaken desktop search. And so if you're not there, then you're basically, for a lot of people, you're missing 50% of your potential traffic. So what can we assume moving forward? I'm going to cover several things that we know now that you should be doing. And then in a little bit, I'm going to even give some examples of while Google hasn't come out and said these things are important, we'll be able to assume that those will probably become ranking factors in the future too, based on all the things that they've done in the past. So I'll go over that in a little bit. So the very first thing that you need to do to get your site optimized as much as possible for mobile is make it responsive. It's not even a question. If you have not made your site responsive by now, you're definitely behind in the game. Fortunately, there are some easy ways for you to catch up. And one of those, particularly for those who use WordPress, that I recommend is PDIG. And PDIG is a framework, a responsive framework that's built off of Bootstrap. And that is one that works really, really well, and you can make it look however you want. You can create child themes if you're familiar with WordPress and building themes. It's really highly customizable. That's one of the things I really like about it. Again, it has hooks with those child themes. It's just very, very customizable. They also make several great plugins, including social and open graph plugin that I think you would like. However, my choice, I use WordPress a lot, but I really like to just hard code everything myself. And so my favorite framework that I use today for doing more of that hard, hand coding is Zurb Foundation. And one of the things that's really nice about Zurb is, unlike a lot of other sort of packages, you can actually go into Zurb and you can choose what you want to download and what you don't want as far as what you're going to use in your design and your user interaction. And what's nice about that is that way you can make the site as lean as possible and only have the JavaScript and the CSS that you actually need. The other thing that's nice is, as with most responsive frameworks, they have a really good column system, and Zurb has a great one too. And so with this custom download, you can actually pick even the number of columns you want to have in your particular site that you're building. So simple, nestable column system. The form buttons are great. A lot of times it's hard to find a framework that has nice form styles, and theirs are really nice right out of the box, and even come with validation built in. Easy to implement mobile navigation. So for example, when you are viewing something on your phone, you generally will want to collapse and even hide that menu, and you see a little, like what we call the hamburger icon. And so they have all of that built in. It's really easy to use. The CSS, if you are a web designer like me, is really, really easy to use because everything is named the way you'd expect it to be named. It's all semantic, and so it doesn't take very long at all to essentially memorize all of the different classes. You can build out pages very fast. And then they have huge documentation. They even have classes that they give. So highly, highly recommend Zurb, and of course it is free, which is killer. And if you're an SEO like me, you're into SEO because you don't want to pay for advertising. So it is free. It's a great tool. So the next thing that I encourage everybody to do is to reduce all the things. So we responsive all the things, and now we reduce all of the things. And the first place I recommend everybody starts off with is with their images. They're the most neglected things out there, particularly from SEOs. We did a study of over 200 million page crawls that we did with our site auditor tool that Raven has, and we found that 78% of all the issues were related to images not being fully optimized. And so I'm going to show you how to do that, and a lot of it has to do with actually reducing the size of the image. You can do that with different tools. I'll go back there. There is a tool called Image Optim that is made for Mac, but there are plenty of tools out there that will do this. The first place I like to start, though, is I like to use SVG. A lot of people don't know that you don't have to use PNGs and JPEGs anymore. If you have a fairly simple image, something that was done in Illustrator, basically a vector image, you can actually use SVG now, which is essentially text with coordinates. And it's much tinier, much smaller. And the thing I really like about SVG is that not only can you serve a smaller image using this, but it's also ready for high definition or retina displays. And so if you use an SVG, then you don't have to make multiple versions of a particular picture. It will just automatically scale and be high def for whatever screen is viewing it. So I mentioned Image Optim is a great tool that will compress those images, and so it supports JPEGs and PNGs. So here I have an example of compressing a JPEG, saved 38.8% of the size, so originally it was like 100 something K. So you can see it significantly reduces your images without affecting the actual quality of the image. That's important to state. If you use WordPress, then there's a great plugin called, I don't know if it's OO or EWWW, and it will do it automatically. And so every time that you actually upload an image, it will automatically reduce the size of the image for you just in the background, and it's all seamless. And so I really like that plugin and encourage you to check that out. The other thing that we can do regarding images is we can create smaller versions for the mobile experience. And so typically what I recommend is I create generally about 4 different sizes, the sizes that you see here, so 1024 pixels all the way to 360 pixels for the smallest screen. And that way you can serve different sized images and even experiences for people based on the device that they're using to access. Now there's a really easy way to do this, and this is it's fairly new in a sense of it just gained permanent support from all the HTML standard bodies, and so that's why this is just sort of surfacing up now. But there's something called source set, and what's great about this is before this you had to potentially use JavaScript or just come up with a different way to serve a different image based on the device, and sometimes you could do that with CSS too. In this case, it's actual HTML, just standard HTML, and it goes with the image element. And so there's a new attribute called source set. And source set allows you to specify different images for different screen sizes. And so, for example, I can add, I have catmedium.ping, and I've said that for devices that are 640 pixels wide or bigger, I want you to show this image instead of the default image. And it also works for high DPI screens. And so I can also say that, oh, if this is a high DPI screen, if I put the 2x after a particular image, that would be my high definition image. So it's pretty smart and pretty simple. It takes a little more time to put this in here than to just throw in an image. But if you're really trying to optimize for mobile and you really want things to be fast, I really encourage you to take advantage of this particular type of code. Another thing you can do with that code is, as I said earlier, I create different sizes of images, but it doesn't even have to be the same dimension. It doesn't even have to be the same exact image. Instead, what you can do is, as you reduce the image size, you can also change the content so that it fits the device the best. And so as you can see here, I have an example of the same content but sort of reworked for mobile, and then of course a much bigger image with a little more design elements like the laptop in there that will show up for desktop. And so what that does is the user gets the best user experience possible, whether on desktop or mobile. And of course, if they're on mobile, that image is smaller and it loads faster, which is great. So there is a WordPress plugin for this, and it's called SourceSet, crazy enough. And so that will help you sort of speed up the process to be able to use this. Otherwise, you kind of just have to hand code it, which is typically what I would do. But I've heard good things about this particular one, so you might want to check that out to get started with SourceSet on WordPress. So the third thing I encourage everybody to do is structure all the things, and that really has to do with using structured data. And so schema.org is the main one that I focus on. The reason why I focus on that as opposed to RDFA or microformats is because this is the one that the search engines came up with. So again, if getting back into the mind of Google and where they're going, a pretty good place to be is where they are, and if they've made this particular vocabulary, then you probably want to adhere to that more so than another one. And so I'm sure many of you have heard of structured data, but it is important, particularly in the mobile experience, and be able to have the best visual search results for your site. And so here's an example of sites that are using the recipe structured data from schema.org. And so you can have certain images, you can display ratings, you can show the amount of calories. In fact, what's nice about it is it will even split up ingredients. And so based on people doing certain searches, if you're using structured data and you're communicating to Google exactly what this recipe is made up of, then you can even better target your results and have a better chance of being on that first page, or at least first page on a phone. And so schema is actually pretty simple. It's not too complicated. It doesn't actually change the look and feel of your page. All it does is it puts information behind the scenes that a search bot reads. And so here's an example of the recipe schema. It's basically item scope, item type, recipe, and then you would add different attributes for the data that's already on your page. So it's really just updating the HTML without it actually changing what it looks like. We made a plugin several years ago. It's free for WordPress, and it's called Schema Creator. And so you might want to check that out. It's an easy way to add products and reviews and that type of thing using shortcode directly inside of your posts and your pages. And this is where the next part has to do with getting back again to where is Google going. And so what I'm about to show you, these aren't things that Google has just come out and said, oh yeah, if you use these, you will definitely rank better. However, they fit all the things that we know are important to Google. So they help provide a better user experience, particularly on a mobile device. It helps speed things up. And it shows that you took the time to actually not throw something together, but make it so that when the user comes there, they can input the data that they need to input. And so with that being said, to me, future-proofing a site for mobile is to use these type of attributes, particularly on forms. And so the example I'm giving here is typically when somebody does an input field, and everybody's had this frustration, you're supposed to put in a number, but when you click on that, it just brings up the regular keyboard. Well, if you change the input type in your HTML to number, then it will actually bring up the numbers and special characters instead of the regular letters. A better example of that is with date. And so if you change input type to date, on a desktop it's just going to be a regular old input field, but on a mobile device, and this is true for Android and for iOS, it will automatically change it to a date picker. And so you don't get your keyboard, you get the date picker. It automatically does that for you. And so this speeds up the process, makes a better user experience. We know that's important to Google. And then the last one is another good example, which is if you're going to input your telephone, it sure is easier to have the telephone input instead of the keyboard. And so when you do type tel, then you get this. So I'm basically throwing out that it is things like this that are going to future-proof your site. If you use these, it's going to be a sign of quality and a better user experience. And whether it ever gets announced or not, I think eventually this is going to be something that Google will look at down the road. So step 4, this is speeding up all the things. And so we've kind of gotten into that a little bit with images. The best way to approach that after doing a lot of the things that I've already talked about is to use the Google's own page speed insights tool. Unfortunately, you're never, ever, ever going to see a perfect score. It's incredibly frustrating. And but I wanted you to see what it looked like. So this is what a perfect score on PageSpeed Insights tool looks like. It's beautiful, all kinds of green. Unfortunately, this is the code that actually got me there, which is the top part is me running gzip compression and the viewport, making sure that it basically can scale to the device, and then I can't win. That actually was the only thing I've ever been able to do that gave me a perfect score. You can't, the problem is that you can't win with the tool because pretty much all of us use some type of offsite code. Whether even Google's own code that we use gets penalized in their own page speed tool. So you just really can't win. WordPress plugins will absolutely ruin your day because a lot of the assets that come with plugins aren't, they actually aren't optimized. And so you can go in and you can optimize them yourself and try to do what Google PageSpeed Insights tells you to do. The problem is next time that you update that plugin, it's going to overwrite that. So that you'll never win there. However, it's okay. You don't need a perfect score. You just need to use that as a way to kind of measure where you are and the things that you can fix. And so some of the things that you can still do is you can fix your size tab targets. And if you're not familiar with that, that's basically the space between links, because it also needs to be friendly for a touch screen, not just your desktop screen. And something, this is more for the old school web designers out there like me. If you're like me, in the beginning, you did inline CSS, which is where you put the CSS on the page, and then it became a no-no. You should put your CSS in external files, and that's pretty much what everybody does now. And now apparently it's okay to actually do some inline CSS now if it will speed things up and it doesn't have to make that extra call to another file. And so that is becoming a thing that may actually help you with the speed of your site depending on how much traffic it gets. So that is everything, and I hope you guys learned a lot. I'm going to kind of switch here to video because I think we might have a little bit of Q&A.
Almost out of time for Q&A. Basically, we have 1 minute. I do have plenty of questions. I just want to make one comment. Google was here. Well, somebody, Andrey Lipattsev from Dublin office was here. I don't know if you have been watching our conference. And we've been talking about mobile things. And you referred to Google so many times. And actually, Google was running out of time like you for Q&A. Was plenty of questions. And actually, he said he doesn't mind to arrange all these questions together, or even do some kind of conference. He doesn't mind and answer it. So maybe we can collect all the questions to you, or we can send it to you as well. No problem, guys. Sure. Guys, you've seen Jon's email and all the contacts. You can send questions to him. He doesn't mind to answer. Or we can, I don't know, with Google we have to use Hangouts, you know that. So, yeah. So just sit down, a few of us and audience, and ask Google a question. He said he will do it. Are you signed for it?
Am I excited for it? Yeah. So
no. Will you sign for it? Will you sign for it? Will you sign? Will you take part?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'll talk to Google. We'll see what we can do. But he said himself, so he will do it. Okay, thank you very much. It was very, very technical. I'm not that good in code, but I'm
a technical SEO.
I'm pretty sure somebody out of all the audience enjoyed it. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you, and you stay with us. We still have two more great speakers. We still have with us. Thank you, Jon, for being with us today. Okay, you stay with us. Don't go anywhere. It's a marathon. I know. I'm tired myself, but we still have two great speakers. Don't go anywhere.
We are often asked, what is Template Monster? Template Monster is one of the largest stores of templates for creating a website. Template Monster is a daily updated collection of designs for the most popular CMS. Template Monster is one of the largest multinational families of web developers in the world. What products do Template Monster offer? Creating a website, WordPress, Joomla, HTML, templates with integrated admin panel, Modo CMS. Creating online stores, PrestaShop, OpenCart, Magento, VirtueMark, WooCommerce, landing page templates, and much more. How much do Template Monster's templates cost? From $68 to $199. Regardless of what you buy, you get an archive with a template and its source files, stock photos of excellent quality, lifetime technical support and maintenance. Why do people love Template Monster? We are loved for a lifetime technical support and maintenance of each purchased template. We are loved for a variety of designs and constant adherence to the coolest trends in web design. We are loved for our perennial commitment to quality, cleanliness of code, and technical implementation of all our products. Why do our competitors hate Template Monster? Competitors hate us because we make the whole market of website production learn and become better every day. Competitors hate us because we not only sell templates, but also provide lifetime service with minimal one-time spending. They hate us because when someone from the competitors copies something from us, we immediately send it to archive. Template Monster. We can be loved or hated, but one cannot remain indifferent to us. Right now, you can choose the type of template that you want to work with. WordPress templates, Joomla templates, Modo CMS templates, HTML templates, PrestaShop templates, OpenCart templates, Magento templates, WooCommerce templates.
Thank you for being with us today. I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it. To make it even more enjoyable, we have two great offers for you. First is Academy offer. You can buy any online course and it's 50% discount. And second one, it's offer from our agency. The same idea, 50% discount of for any SEO work for you. Just grab in.
Guys, you stay with us. You stayed with us. You were right. The good things come to somebody who can wait. Okay, so we have Chad Crowe. Chad Crowe he represents, well, he is from different company. He'll tell you about it probably, but he represents as the biggest non-profitable organization, SEMPO. He probably will tell about it as well. Okay, we're always running out of time, so I won't do anything. Chat is all yours.
All right, well, it's nice to join you guys today. Thank you very much for inviting SEMPO to be a part of it. Now, a little bit about me real quick. I work for a company called Automation Direct. I'm an in-house I manage SEO as well as our other online properties. So I'm a very broad kind of spectrum of specialties and different things. So, but with my job there, I'm also part of the SEMPO research committee, and we did a research report. We do one every year. We call the State of Search report, and I thought that some of the slides and some of the research that we did might apply to you guys as SEOs. You might find very interesting. So I guess without further ado, I'd like to share my desktop and get started with some of the data, all right? Right, here we go. All right, got the, you'll see the slides there. Oh. All right, so SEMPO, like Anton said, is a large online nonprofit organization, and again we do the State of Search research project, but we also do a salary research project every year, and we also have a education committee, so we do webinars and different things through our education committee as well. This is our search industry report, State of Search industry report. Here's some of our partners, some of the people who helped make it happen. And then I want to give you kind of a quick overview of the people who responded to this survey. As you can see, the true power of this survey is that it compares kind of marketing and in-house marketers to agencies. So we separate the data set so that you can see what people are doing in-house versus what people are more likely to put out to an agency, and then try to look and see some comparison data there. And you can see it's pretty much a consistent year over year on how many marketers respond versus how many agencies, and so it's a very consistent marketplace for us as far as the split. Also, you can see that most of the people that responded to this survey are focusing on both B2B and B2C, and this is something that's kind of changed a little bit over the years. It's been very interesting to see how people have kind of broken down the wall between the two and are really starting to marry those platforms. geography. So you can see it's definitely heavily weighted in the North America area as well as Europe. So again, just trying to give you guys an idea of the different types of people that answered this survey, so that you can take this how you will, and of course the sizes of the companies that responded. You can see small to very lower, small, medium companies responded to it. Lots of 10 to 100 agencies, smaller, and the bigger the company gets, the more likely to have in-house marketers, which makes sense. All right, and so we'll dive into some of the data sets here, and you can see that search is still, from our research project, search is still kind of leading the way in the marketplace for online marketing for us. And you can see agencies are really being relied on for search engine optimization and paid search. So this is good news for SEO agencies. In-house is also very strong in those platforms, but what's very interesting is how strong email marketing is on the in-house side. And I think that is a very important note for SEOs to know, because especially if your SEO program is charged with lead gen, you need to make sure that you can see insights into that email marketing engine that's going through to try to convert those leads, so that you can get more budget, show more revenue, more dollar signs to what you're doing, and get more money. Another real shocking thing for me in this slide is how mobile is not one of the top properties. And one of the things that I think through this is that mobile marketing is no longer kind of a siloed thing. Hey, let's get people to worry about mobile. It's more of your search engine optimization program has to worry about mobile now, as well as your email has to worry about mobile. Your paid has to worry about mobile. So I think it's more of becoming an important avenue throughout everything you do. And so again, as an SEO, it's a very important thing to remember that mobile might not be one of your top priorities, but of course, as we all know, it's playing into ranking factors now, so it is. I put this slide in. It is a paid search slide, but I thought it would be very interesting to point out to you guys that out of all the properties, Yahoo is kind of irrelevant, is what people said, and that to me is a very strong language to use. But people picked that and said it was irrelevant to their program now, especially on the paid side. And I figured you guys would understand how that goes over into the SEO world. I don't know how much you worry about SEO for Yahoo particularly, but like I said, I thought it was a good data point to show, just because the majority of people said Yahoo was irrelevant. Going on, marketers have limited staff and allocation. So this is a slide to show you how people are hiring for the different platforms and how many people they're putting on staff to it. You see social media is more likely to have 0 to 4 employees, whereas email has a lot more employees. And again, that's speaking to the fact that email is becoming more and more of an in-house task. You can also see people, the industry in itself is starting to understand how people-heavy SEO is, especially when compared to PPC. And so you can see how that companies are more likely to put more resources, people resources, on SEO. And I think that's also because they're throwing money at paid search, and they just need people to manage the money there. But SEO, of course, takes. I think it's a very people-heavy thing if you're doing it right, and very personal thing. So that to me makes a lot of sense. Here's the biggest challenges for some of the SEO biggest challenges, and I don't think there's any huge surprises here. Of course, you can see measuring ROI and for SEO is pretty much the marketer's biggest challenge, whereas the agency's biggest challenge is getting the budget. And I think those two things are still they're absolutely related. And again, with email being in-house, more likely of an in-house thing, and SEO over here, tying the knot all the way down to revenue becomes a bit harder, but I think it's more important because I think as agencies or SEOs can really tackle the measuring of ROI and help to educate people on that, then getting the budget will follow. Attaining executive buy-in will follow. And again, those are just some of the top challenges that I see from the agency side versus marketing side, but I think they're definitely correlated. Something else I found interesting was that marketers say they have a harder time optimizing destination pages. And to me, that kind of blows my mind, right? Because it's their website. You would think they could get in there and make edits to it no problem, where agencies are saying it's not that that big of a challenge for them. So I don't know. Again, maybe that's speaking to the fact that in-house marketing teams are definitely focused on the page, when they're leaning on agencies more for the off the page type optimization tasks, and so it becomes more of a challenge for in-house and not agency side. So again, this is a very important detail, especially if you're if you own your own SEO agency or you're a consultant, to know that, like I said, I think in-house people are really trying to own on the page, and so really I think promoting your off-page services would be a very big thing for you. And again, I'm an in-house. That's one of the things that we do at my company, is we really do try to focus on our destination pages and all of those things, and I try to work with other companies and different things to put in some good link building services, because link building is hard. I thought this was also another very interesting slide, and maybe one that y'all might find interesting. On the left here, you can see this was kind of this year's report, and where people are attributing ROI and where it's good, it's fair versus poor, and where they don't really know. And again, it's funny, you know, email is getting a lot of resources, and there's still a lot of people who don't know how to attribute the ROI on it. Paid search, of course, is definitely one of the most confident ROI, whereas SEO and email are kind of getting neck and neck. But I think these two are so tied together, especially, like I said, if your SEO is charged with link building or with lead generating, and so really understanding that relationship is going to be important. On the right-hand side is where I put together kind of the trend over the last 3 years of where that kind of competency marker has gone when we ask that question, and I find this V-shaped dip very interesting. And I think it happens a lot from kind of late 2012 and 2013. There's lots of conversations about multi-platform attribution, you know, tracking different things through different processes, and so I think competency's dropped, and I think we're kind of building back up to this this new kind of competency level with our integrated programs. But again, I think it speaks a lot to the importance to understanding the relationships between all the platforms, especially for SEOs, to build that competency in reporting on integrated ROI. And the display drop, I find it again very interesting. You know, again, everybody's talking about integrated ROI. Display rises, but then, you know, the report comes out that display is wasting a lot of money. It drops. So I think it definitely speaks to a market mindset. But I thought it was a good slide. This one again speaks more to marketers and agencies are both using kind of bid management tools consistently, and you can see the breakout there. What I found very interesting about this was that marketers are not using tools so much as agencies are. I find that interesting, but I also think that speaks again to the fact that I think in-house SEOs are really focused on the page versus agencies really looking at link building, because I don't understand how an in-house marketer could do really good link profiling and understand that without using tools. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think this is a good slide to understand for agencies as well as in-house, to understand the difference in the relationships as you piece together your SEO programs and what piece is coming from where and how you're going to manage that. Here's another slide that I thought was very interesting. When you look at agencies and how they are asking to be compensated for their work, it's definitely a time and materials or flat fee based. I guess the way they're claiming their fees. When you look at marketers and marketers are looking to kind of be more adventurous with pay models, and so I think this is a very interesting opportunity for consulting SEOs and agency SEOs to start maybe looking at how they can take advantage of more interesting fee-based structures for their work. You know, I don't know if that's going to be a good key, but that could definitely be a good shtick for some SEO company out there, because again, marketers I think are asking for more of a variety in how to pay for the services, and agencies seem to be very consistent. But I'm not an agency side, so I don't know how hard that would be for somebody. But I do know from the in-house side that I would love the idea of compensating somebody based on, you know, how good the program is doing for me. So I like the idea of tying a commission type or even a pay-per-click type model to it in a way, just to that way I know how to scale my program. I know how the fees are going to scale as the benefit scales. Just something to think about. And again, I put a lot of my own opinion and knowledge in there, but definitely a good slide if you to analyze and think about your page structure as an SEO and what you're charging people and how that's working. When you do fees, I find it very interesting that agencies say they're charging, you know, larger fees on average than marketers are saying they're charging, and so this kind of speaks to somebody's lying, right? But you know, I think agencies definitely post larger fees, and then as they understand larger accounts, they give discounts. And if you remember back at the first slide, we talked about how marketers were larger companies and agencies were smaller. And so I know there's a tiered structure, especially for paid. I know they tier it and they charge less of a percent with the more spend. And so I don't know if that's a good thing to translate into the SEO world or not. But just, again, another interesting slide to look at and analyze really, you know, what your fee structure looks like. If you do some sort of a percentage to look at what marketers are willing to pay versus what agencies are charging, and see if there's a place you can kind of edge out a niche in there. This slide speaks to the services that are being provided, and I just find it very interesting that there's still a very big pull to kind of specialist agencies, boutique type. People are going to an SEO agency for SEO. You know, they're also going to a web design company, as you can see, but the majority are going to an SEO company for an SEO, and then they're going to a paid search specialist for paid search. And so I think this speaks to, again, you know, if you have your own agency or you're doing this on a consultancy base, you know, I don't think there's anything to any fear in trying to really specialize and put yourself as an SEO specialist, as opposed to an online marketing all entangled agency that will do everything for you. I don't think that's what people are looking for. That's not, as an in-house, that's not something I would look for. I like going to an SEO specialist for SEO. I like going to a paid specialist when I need help with paid. I just think that makes a lot more sense for the knowledge base. And that's pretty much all the slides that I had to cover. I know we've got, want to do some Q&A. I hope this data was helpful to you. Also, if you've ever thought of joining SEMPO, you can go check out their website. They have a lot of research things on their website. And so you can go check out their website. And this is kind of a sneak peek at the larger survey. There's a ton of information in it. So if you're interested in checking out more of it, go visit SEMPO's website and check that all out. So that's all I got. Do we have any questions, Anton?
Yeah, we'll actually kind of follow up. SEMPO. Some audiences don't really know what's SEMPO, so yeah, we still have a few minutes. Can you just explain how it works?
Yeah, so SEMPO, again, it's a search engine marketing professionals organization. They do charge a nominal fee for joining, and they're really trying to position themselves as a voice in the industry. It's one of the larger ones that is around, and they have, like I said, they have different committees who are in charge with education. I get a lot of benefit from the education program. They do consistently do hangouts all the time, and so when things change, there's a large base of marketers who can come in and they can kind of pull from, and they pull people to come and speak to you about it. And so I've gotten a lot of benefit from the organization from that aspect of it, but I also really like the search industry report and the salary report. The salary report, which will come out later this year, I think it's a great tool to use as you try to have, if you're an in-house, have conversations about your pay structure. And then it's also a really good tool to have if you're paying for your SEO, if you're hiring in-house as well. Passing this to your HR department is definitely beneficial, and I look forward to doing some kind of hangouts and some conferences with that search and talking about how I specifically use that research to drive my own income level for and what I'm paid. So I find it very beneficial. It's almost, honestly, that report alone has been well worth it for me joining SEMPO, because that is a members-only report, and so I grabbed that. I sit down. It's a really good conversation piece for my boss and for my HR department. But that's SEMPO. SEMPO, again, they're an industry organization. They're really trying to be there to help tie the industry together, to make it ethical, to give it some sort of structure and different things like that. Again, just go check out their website. It's really great. I participate in the research committee. I'm not part of the education committee. I'm not part of the membership committee. So I know it might be a little bit more of a sales pitch than I'm meaning to. I'm not charged with getting members for SEMPO. I just think it's a great thing to be part of.
Question, which is general question, and well, I guess there is no answer. What is better, to have in-house SEO or to use agency? Well, you probably were talking about it all day long, but well, obviously we're not talking about a big company, startups.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it all depends, really. Look into your own business structure. Startups, usually again, as somebody who's not specifically focused only on SEOs, as a startup, I tend to say, hey, take some money, throw it into pay-per-click, throw it into a good social program, and then also, make sure your data is there. You're putting out good information on your website, have a blog and all of that. But specifically hiring an SEO company when you're really starting up, I tend to lean more on pay-per-click at the start, just because I know SEO takes a lot more time to come in. But as soon as SEO starts kicking in for you, it can be a very powerful tool. So I don't want to neglect that. So usually I tell people, do some research and educate yourself if you're a small company startup, to really try to put good information on there, really clean up your pages and everything, use a good social program, because I think social is tied to SEO. We see lots of benefit from sharing articles and different things like that to get, it does great to get links for us. And so it's, that program is an SEO program in my mind. So do that, but then there's definitely going to come a point where I think you're going to need to hire agencies. Here we are a larger company, and I've got probably 4 people in-house who are focused on online marketing, but I also use agencies, and I'm specifically using agencies to help with link building, because looking at our strategy and where we are positioned in the industry, our on-page is on point with our competitors. Our off-page is where the biggest hole for us is. Other competitors are huge. They have a ton of links, and so there's a hole there for me. And I know that the best way to fill that hole as quickly as I can is to get help from other people. And so I'm reaching out to agencies to help with link building right now, because I've identified that as a hole for our business. And I think that's what's important: is look at your business, understand where your holes are, and then figure out how to fill them as quickly as you can. And that might be hiring somebody, but of course then you have to consider the onboarding process. But then you also have to consider, once that hole is filled, what are you going to do with that person? So I think all of these things are things that have to play into your decision. I like the idea of doing a combination of both, because in-house, it's really easy to affect your pages, your website structure, your technical structure. But again, and especially for me, our company is not a very aggressive company, so reaching out to somebody and saying, hey, I want a link, and you shared our content, you talked about our content, and that's great, but you didn't give us a link. Like, that's not something that my company does a lot of, but it's easy for me to pay somebody else to go and do that. So again, for my culture, as well. It's something to consider. So I hope that kind of answers the question, but a combination of both and really look at needs.
Yeah, I guess it does, and unfortunately we don't have much time for it. Thank you very much, Chad, and thank you, SEMPO. I want to say to all of us, SEMPO was a partner for this conference, so without people like SEMPO, this conference wouldn't happen. Thank you very much. I can't say thank you to SEMPO. I will thank you. Thank you very much for being with us. And well, that's probably it. And we'll go to another presentation. Thank you very much.
Have fun. My pleasure. Take
care. See you. Okay, guys, stay with us. We still have another one, and it's Ahrefs. I was already talking about Ahrefs. Obviously, link building, link analysis. Without Ahrefs, you cannot do. Actually, I was doing quite research. I called a few people I know in the industry, and I called Eli Schwartz, I called Mary Haynes, and some other people, and I asked them to place what would they use. They would use Majestic, they would use Moz SEO Explorer, or they would use Ahrefs. Well, I won't tell you, I'll tell you sometime, but Ahrefs is extremely important. It's in the top 3 anyway. So without people like Ahrefs, this wouldn't happen. So our next presentation unfortunately goes in recordings. I don't know what happened. We have 2 recorded presentations from Singapore, SurveyMonkey and Ahrefs. I don't know what's wrong with Singapore. Probably difference in time or weather or something. I don't know. Anyway, our last but not least presentation by Team Soulo Ahrefs. Don't go anywhere, please. Stay with us.
Hello guys, my name is Tim, I'm from Ahrefs, and I'm very excited to be a part of WebPromo SEOday online conference. So I was given 7 questions. I have some notes here, as you can see, and I have only 20 minutes to answer them. So this talk will be quite short and value-packed, so please don't go anywhere. I'll try to keep it quick. And here is the first question. For most users, Ahrefs is a link analysis tool. What link metrics are actual as of today, and how does Ahrefs react on algorithm changes? This is a great question, and first of all, I wanted to address the very first part, which says that Ahrefs is a link analysis tool. Actually, we are now much more than just a link analysis tool, and this is our huge challenge, because we need to change the perception of the whole SEO community so that they stop thinking of us as just backlink analysis and explore all other awesome tools that we have in our tool set. But I guess I'm going to talk about it when answering other questions. So let's talk about metrics. Here at Ahrefs, we do have regular studies, and we check the correlation of our metrics with high rankings in Google, and we do compare the quality of our metrics to our competitors, but I won't share with you any of our findings because some people might just say that we're making it up and doing the study so that it would seem to be in our favor. But luckily for us, Moz did a recent study, 2015 ranking factors, and they actually reached out to us and asked to tap into our data, which we allowed them to do. I think most of you guys are already familiar with the results of this study because it was published on Moz blog. But I wanted to show you just 2 slides from that study that can easily be found in SlideShare account of Rand Fishkin. So let me find them. Okay, so look at this slide, which shows you the page authority correlation, the number of unique IPs correlation, number of C blocks, number of root domains, and number of subdomains. These are the metrics of Moz, and when you click to go to the next slide, you'll see metrics of Ahrefs, and they took only 3 of our metrics, but as you can see, our correlation is at 0.35 when their correlation is at 0.3. So as far as you can see, our metrics are a little bit better than metrics of Moz, and I wonder why they didn't include our URL authority, because it would be interesting to see which correlates better, the page authority of Moz or the URL rank of Ahrefs. I guess if any one of you would decide to do this kind of study, let us know and we'll give you access to our data to check it. Okay, now about the algorithm changes. I guess you guys want to know if we monitor Google as precisely as, for example, Bill Slawski does. I'm not sure that we go as deep as Bill Slawski, but here's the interesting fact. We're actually building our own search engine, and this is kind of our internal tool. And whenever we update our metrics and update our index, we check the quality of search results in our own search. And when you have your own search engine, a lot of things become quite obvious to you. For example, you can easily see which links you should count in ranking pages and which links are actually garbage and shouldn't be counted. So the next question goes like this. Question number 2. Can you compare Google index and the Ahrefs index? What percentage of links you can't find? This is a tricky question actually, but I'm glad you're bringing this up. We can't find everything. It's just a matter of adding a few dozen servers to our system, and this can be done in like 1 week or so. But right now we're at the point where we no longer care about the size of our index as much as we care about the freshness and the quality of data that we have there. Speaking about the freshness of our index, a few weeks ago I've been to PubCon conference and I had a chance to talk to some of the most experienced SEOs in the world. And what they told me is that the reason they love data from Ahrefs is because it's super fresh, so that when they download some backlink data from us and run it through some third-party checker that will check if the link's alive, they can discover that actually a very high percentage of links that we think are live are actually live. Which is not always the case with our competition. And I'm sure if you did this kind of checking of our data, you also should know that. So freshness is where we actually invest lots of resources, and this means that not only will we crawl billions of pages per day, we actually re-crawl billions of pages per day as well to make sure that the backlink data that you get from us is as fresh as it can possibly be. Now about the quality of our backlink data. If you ever try to export some backlinks to a certain website, open them in Excel and manually check them, I'm sure you've seen lots of garbage. Like some links are duplicated, some sites use like certain scripts that generate a numerous number of like pretty similar links with some kind of appended parameters and stuff like this, which don't actually make sense to a user, and I'm sure Google knows how to filter these links too. So what we do is we teach our crawlers to identify the garbage and not index it. So we try to bring you only the backlinks that make sense and that we think that Google does count in its ranking algorithm. Okay, and to answer your question on how our index is compared to Google, I'll just say this. To the best of my knowledge, Google crawls about 20 billion pages per day. Well, here at Ahrefs, we crawl 4 billion pages per day, which is kind of less than Google, but it's like big enough to keep our index fresh and clean. So that's it. Now let's get to the third question. You have 3 new tools: Content Explorer, Positions Explorer, Keywords Explorer. Which of them is the most successful? What data can you get from them that you can find in the other sources? Well, I'm afraid these 3 tools that you've named are not really new, actually, because after adding these ones, we have added quite a few more. For example, we have added Positions Tracker, which is basically a rank tracker. And we've added a link intersect tool, which is also a great tool to find the intersecting sites that link to your competition but don't link to you. But since, as you already know, most people think of Ahrefs as a backlink checker, of course our most popular tool is Site Explorer, the tool that checks your backlink data. But even Site Explorer, I can't call it an old tool, actually, because almost every week we're adding new functionality to Site Explorer. For example, one of the latest features that were added is an ability to filter backlinks by language, so that you can check the language of the page that links to you. This is very handy when you need to identify like low-quality links that come from Chinese sites, for example. Another feature that we have added to Site Explorer is an option to filter backlinks by the platform. For example, you can only filter backlinks from WordPress sites. And one of my favorite filters that was added recently is group similar links. When answering the previous question, I was talking about all that garbage that we try to avoid, but still our crawlers do index some like duplicated stuff. And when you switch the group similar links filter on, it will do a pretty great job of grouping these links into one. And when you export the report, it becomes very actionable and very convenient. So I highly recommend you to try it. Okay, and just a few more words about Content Explorer. It actually surprises me that a lot of people who pay for Ahrefs don't actually pay attention to this tool, and yet all of them know about BuzzSumo. Well, Content Explorer is basically a competitor to BuzzSumo, and as far as I know, we have a better index than BuzzSumo, and at some point we find new articles quicker than BuzzSumo, and we also have some neat graphics that show you how the shares grow over time, how links grow over time. So I highly recommend you to check it. All in all, I could talk about different Ahrefs tools and Ahrefs features that we are adding to our system for hours. And since I have only 20 minutes, here's what I'm going to do. Go to YouTube, search for Ahrefs, and you're going to find our YouTube channel. And on this channel, I have like lots of tutorials where I show you different features and different tools and how to use them. So let's get to the next question. What is the main difference between Ahrefs and its main competitors? You guys keep asking tricky questions, don't you? So here is how I'm going to answer. I guess the main difference between Ahrefs and other companies is the size of the team. I'm not sure if you know, but we are very, very small. For example, I believe Moz have about 150 people in their team. SEMrush, I think they have about 200 people in their team. And Ahrefs has only 20 people in our team. And I actually consider this to be our huge advantage, because it allows us to move very, very fast. Lean startup and all that stuff. For example, whenever I have an idea of some cool new feature or maybe even a cool tool, it takes only 15 minutes for me to discuss it with everyone, with the back-end guys, with the front-end guys, with our CEO, and we immediately put it in some place in our roadmap and decide when we want to release it. And if you were following our blog, I'm sure you could see that every week we are releasing something new. I'm not sure if any of our competitors move as fast as we do. Please correct me if I'm being wrong here. Okay, and question number 5. Can you share 5 best practices or secrets of using Ahrefs tools? Nope, I can't. You're giving me only 20 minutes for the whole talk, and then you're asking me to share 5 best practices, which can take me like a few hours easily. But actually the best part about this question is that when speaking about the best practices and the hacks of using Ahrefs tools, quite often our customers know much more hacks and ways to use Ahrefs tools than we actually do. For example, quite recently, one of our customers recorded an amazing video tutorial about stealing SEO traffic from your competition. And once we published this video on YouTube, to date it has over 26,000 views, and people are like saying thank you, liking this video, sending it to their friends. So I highly recommend you to check it out. And in any case, we've been investing a lot of our time into creating cool learning materials and showing you different ways to use the variety of Ahrefs tools, and all of that is being published on our YouTube channel. So again, I have to promote our YouTube channel. Go search for it, subscribe, and check out the videos. I promise there are some cool tips that you're going to enjoy a lot. So the answer to this question, just go and check our YouTube channel. Sorry guys, that is everything that I can fit in the 20 minutes presentation. Question number 6, and it goes like this. How does Ahrefs find the redirects to a site? Is it usually 100% accurate, or is it likely that many redirected links are missed? God, you're asking so great questions. I'm speechless. It's a perfect question, and it's very timely actually. Guys, if you're involved into affiliate marketing, you want to stop what you're doing and listen to the answer. So if someone is linking to a website through a redirect, we are not able to track it. Or maybe we are. Actually, by the time you watch this video, Ahrefs might be able to decode the redirect chains. We're working on this feature like right now, and we're getting close to releasing it, but I'm not sure if we will be able to do this till 6th of November. But what I can say, this would be a huge feature for affiliate marketers, because think about it, you basically will be able to download all redirect chains for any website and find all people, all affiliates that are promoting this site just by searching for their affiliate ID. This is huge, and I'm personally really looking forward to this feature being released. So just follow the updates on Ahrefs blog, and you will see once we release this awesome feature of tracking redirect chains. Okay, and the last question I have, question number 7. Do you think that many sites block Ahrefs in robots.txt from crawling them? Great question. Well, according to our records, only a very tiny percentage of sites do this. Because think about it, who would care about Ahrefs robot visiting their site? Of course, this would be some kind of black hat SEO who is building a private blog network and who doesn't want his competition to know that he's building links from this private blog network. But blocking our crawler with robots.txt is actually not a problem. But what we see guys do other than that is trying to block our crawlers in some other sophisticated ways. I can't tell you for sure how they do this because it's like a little bit too technical for me. But what I can say is that they're shooting themselves in the foot actually, because Google can quickly realize that they're trying to block some third-party crawlers from accessing their site in some kind of sophisticated way and use it as like a little red flag, and then I guess, I don't know, maybe manually check their site and see that this looks like a private blog network, and then go and apply some kind of penalty to all sites that use this sophisticated way to block third-party crawlers. While we think that when you block our crawler with robots.txt, this is not a red flag to Google. So if for some reason you would like to block our crawler from visiting your site, use robots.txt and you'll be fine. And I guess that's it. 7 questions and precisely 20 minutes. Well, to be honest, I had to revisit my videos and edit out a few things here and there to keep it short. But anyway, I hope you learned something about Ahrefs today. And if you have any more questions, feel free to tweet me or send me an email at teamsolo@ahrefs.com. And I also want to say huge thanks to guys from WebPromo Experts for inviting us to participate. I had a great time answering all these tricky questions. And to everyone watching, good luck with your SEO and marketing, guys. See you around.
Well, that's probably it. We don't have anything more today. All the 18 speakers already done their jobs. Thank you everybody who stayed with us, who watched this. It was exciting. I'm half dead. I'm tired and half dead. Well, it was really exciting. The most popular question was when a video, because obviously not many people could watch 18 speakers in a row. When video will be uploaded, it probably will take about a week, 10 days, something like that, but we'll send, if you register. If you don't register again. We'll send you a link as soon as it's ready. I think that's it. Thank you very much for everybody, and have a great weekend.